small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
For 50 years, decisions have shaped who we are today. But today, the questions are changing.
What opportunities will I have after graduation?
What will my future look like?
What are we doing about the cost of living?
Understanding the budget helps us understand the future.
We need better roads so everyone can get where they need to go. We are building today for tomorrow.
Where will we live?
Welcome to the Turks and Caicos Islands 2026 budget debate. Welcome! Be strong today, so we will be secure tomorrow.
Strong today, secure tomorrow. 50 years strong. The next 50 starts now.
Good morning. I now call the second sitting of the 21st meeting of the first session of the 13th Legislature of the Parliament of the Turks and Caicos Islands to be held on Tuesday, 21st April 2026 at the Honorable Angie S. Francis Building, Pond Street, Grand Turk, to order. Honorable members, I now call on our chaplain, Bishop Kalita Williams III to pray for this Parliament.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, 11 and 13. And the Lord God Jehovah will grant you plenty of goods in your body, in the increase of your livestock, in the produce of your ground, in the land of which the Lord sware to your fathers to give to you. The Lord will open to you his good treasures, the heavens, to give the rain to your land in its season, and to bless all the work of your hands. You shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. And the Lord will make you the head and not the tail. You shall be above only and not beneath, if you heed the commandment of the Lord your God, which I command you today, and are careful to observe them. This text is a part of a larger biblical passage, Deuteronomy chapter 28, 1 to 14, that outlines the blessings of obedience promised by God to the nation of Israel and by extension, the Turks and Caicos Islands. These verses focus on supernatural prosperity, economic dominance, and leadership. 1, abundant prosperity. Promise comprehensive surplus, growth in development, agriculture, and investment. 2, divine provision and economic dependence. Focus on God is the source of rain, economic blessings, and leading to a position of financial strength. 3, leadership and status. The head and not the tail signifies a position of authority, influence, and honor. 4th and final, the condition of obedience. These promises are conditional, requiring careful attention to and obedience of God's command. Let us pray. O Lord God Jehovah, the God from whom all blessings flow, we humbly bow in this honorable House of Parliament in this historic budget presentation 2026-2027 to thank you for your blessing in this war-torn and high inflation world we live in. You have blessed us. You have blessed this government and this country with wealth and resources. You have given us a booming economy. You, Lord, has made us the head and not the tail, the lender and not the borrower, above and not beneath. And for this, we say thank you. In this blessed little country in the world, cause your people to have an attitude of gratitude. So, Lord, make our legislators good stewards of all your blessings, and mindful that to whom much is given, much is required. Since we are blessed, to now be a blessing, to wipe the tear from every eye, and to lift every bowed head, to cause rivers in the wilderness, to build highway in the desert. Thank you for the commanded blessing now on this historic budget. As we deliberate on financial matters that bear significance for our country's future, we ask you for clarity of thoughts, wisdom and understanding amidst the spreadsheets and projection. Guide us towards sound decisions. Illuminate our mind with discernment so that every choice we make is an embodiment of the collective vision for national development. So now, Lord, give the gift of clarity and discernment to our speaker as he presides today. Give the gift of vision and creativity and empathy and direction to our Premier and the Minister of Finance as he presents this budget. The gift of courage and wisdom and vision for our leader of the opposition as he responds to this budget presentation. Give the gift of cooperation and wisdom to the Cabinet, the independent member, and all members of this Parliament. Clarity of thought to those who decide. Courage for truth. We pray for the member of Leeward and Long Bay, for your healing and speedily recovery. The gift of sound legal advice and direction for our Attorney General, the PS of Finance, the Budget Office, the clerk and the Parliament staff. Bless this budget session with your choices blessing. Bless and protect and prosper our country. Let your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Pray be seated. Honorable Premier.
Good morning to you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Good morning to the clerk and her staff, and morning to the gallery, permanent secretaries and other supporting staff and other visitors. And good morning, Turks and Caicos. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 130, I move that Standing Order 12 be suspended to allow this honorable Parliament to sit beyond the 6 p.m. hour. I have a seconder.
Second.
Honorable members, motion moved by the Honorable Premier and seconded by the Honorable Deputy Premier that this honorable Parliament sits beyond the 6 p.m. hour. All in favor say aye. All to the contrary, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in regards to question time, pursuant to Standing Order 130, I move that Standing Order 44, 1, be suspended to allow government business to have precedence. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, do I have a seconder?
Second.
Honorable members, motion moved by the Honorable Premier, seconded by the Honorable Deputy Premier, that question time be suspended to allow government business to take precedence over any other business. All in favor say aye. All to the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, pursuant to Standing Order 69, I move with the consent of the majority of the Parliament present that you fix the time for debate on the appropriation bill to 40 minutes. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Honorable members, motion moved by the Honorable Premier, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Education, that the debate be set at a time of 40 minutes, with the exception of the Honorable Premier, who will be presenting the budget, and the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, who will be responding to the budget. All in favor say aye. All to the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 49, I wish to rearrange the business of this honorable Parliament so that government business can have precedence over all the other business. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, I move that item number 7, first reading of bills, be taken as item number 2, and that item number 13, orders of the day, be taken as item number 3. Mr. Speaker, in regards to the appropriation bill 2026-2027, bill of 2026, I move that pursuant to Standing Order 90.5, that the bill entitled Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill 2026 be allowed to go through all 3 readings within this sitting, this meeting, on the basis of our well-established convention relating to money bills. Do I have a seconder?
No. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second that.
Honourable members, motion moved by the Honourable Premier and seconded by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that the bill entitled Appropriation 2026/2027 Bill 2026 go through all 3 readings during this meeting. All in favor, say aye. All to the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill 2026 be taken first on the orders of the day, second reading through the passage, and then the other bills to be followed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. I want to again welcome everyone here to this meeting. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Also, just a little bit of housekeeping. I just want to know, when will I be expected to respond so I can know how to pace myself? Will I be expected to respond immediately after, or will I get a copy of the speech immediately after, or to follow, so I can know how to pace myself, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Premier.
Anyway, I'm good, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks. The Leader of the Opposition has been very busy preparing. I think that's obvious. And so, Mr. Speaker, but I believe my instructions want to actually make sure the Leader of the Opposition have a copy of the speech during my presentation. So I don't know, the budget director is in the gallery, and I will. So you will get a copy of the speech. And given that yesterday we had to deal with the report from the committee, in fact, we had to actually, or the Appropriation Committee had to have a meeting. And so in terms of, originally this debate was to start yesterday, but because of parliamentary sort of a precursor business, we weren't able to. And of course, just to put everyone on guard, it is my intention, and I beg the indulgence of the team, to see whether we can get through this before or by the end of the week, so that we can turn our attention to the implementation of the budget. So that is the plan, sir.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. So, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you'll be required to have your response after the Honourable Premier.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Much obliged.
Okay, thank you. Honourable members, I want to again thank you and welcome you here to this meeting of Parliament. I also want to welcome the strangers in the gallery who are with us this morning. I want to welcome persons who are listening via Radio Turks and Caicos and also via our social media platforms that are listening and watching us this morning. Honourable members, I will now return to the order paper, and we are now at the first reading of bills, and we'll have the first reading of the Appropriation 2026/2027 Bill 2026, to be moved by the Honourable Premier and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, Investment and Trade.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that pursuant to Standing Order 94, the bill entitled Appropriations 2026-2027, Bill 2026, be read for a first time. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Honourable members, motion moved by the Honourable Premier and seconded by the Honourable Deputy Premier that the bill entitled Appropriation 2026/2027 Bill 2026 be now read a first time. All in favor say aye. All to the contrary, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
This act may be cited as the Appropriations 2026-2027 Act 2026 and comes into operation on the day of publication in the Gazette.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Honourable members, I will now return to the order paper, and we are now on orders of the day, and we are at the second reading of bills, and we'll have the second reading of the Appropriations 2026/2027 Bill 2026 to be moved by the Honourable Premier and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, Investment and Trade. Honourable Premier.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 92.2, I move that the Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill 2026 be read a second time. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Honourable members, motion moved by the Honourable Premier and seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education that the bill entitled Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill 2026 now be read for a second time. All in favor say aye. All to the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Honourable Premier, you may now make your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today deeply conscious of the responsibility of this moment and profoundly grateful for the privilege of serving the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the impartial manner in which you conduct the business of this Honourable Parliament. And I acknowledge my Cabinet colleagues, my parliamentary colleagues on both sides of this Honourable House, the clerk and her staff, the senior leadership of our public service, including Her Excellency the Governor, the Deputy Governor, permanent secretaries, directors in frontline public offices, whose professionalism turns policy into action and vision into delivery. Mr. Speaker, I also thank the teams in the Office of the Premier and Public Policy, the Ministry of Finance, the Budget Office, the Attorney General Chambers, our statutory bodies, and every public servant across these islands. And may I wish to especially thank the team that I am responsible directly for. They do a fantastic job and make my work a lot easier than it would ordinarily be. Mr. Speaker, all of us who serve are sustained by love and support of our families. And I thank my beloved wife, Delphia, who is in the audience today, my amazing children, and my extended family. Mr. Speaker, the Turks and Caicos Islanders at home, at work, and across the diaspora, this budget is for you. Mr. Speaker, as we mark 50 years of ministerial government since 1976, a defining moment in our constitutional journey, we pause to reflect on how far the Turks and Caicos Islands have come. We were then a modest society and with limited infrastructure, narrow economic opportunities, and young institutions still finding their footing. Yet, even then, there was faith. Faith in our people, faith in our potential, faith that these islands could chart their own course. Mr. Speaker, 50 years on, the transformation is undeniable. Today, we stand as one of the world's most coveted luxury tourism destinations. Our institutions are stronger, our economy more dynamic, and our people more empowered than ever before. Mr. Speaker, we built this. We built this. This progress is not accidental. It is the product of determination, of resilience, and the unyielding belief that these islands belong first and foremost to the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. But, Mr. Speaker, let us not be naive. Even at this height of achievement, there remain foreign interests, well-resourced, well-connected, and deeply interested in maintaining a status quo that does not serve our people. So, Speaker, they are content for Turks and Caicos Islanders to exist at the margins of our own economy, surviving on crumbs from tables that we helped to build. They resist our efforts to empower our people. They resist policies that expand ownership and participation and opportunity for our citizens. And in some instances, they go further, seeking to destabilize our political environment, to sow division, and to frustrate progress. Worse still, Mr. Speaker, they do not act alone. They are aided, whether knowingly or otherwise, by internal political agents, those willing to place narrow interest above the national good. But I say to this honorable House and to the people of these islands, do not fall for it. Do not be distracted. Do not be divided, and do not be deceived. Because we have come too far, sacrificed too much, and achieved too greatly to allow our future to be undermined by those who do not share our vision or our destiny. Mr. Speaker, this land is ours. It is our legacy, and we will never stop, never relent until every Turks and Caicos Islander fully benefits from its bounty. This is our duty. This is our purpose. And that, Mr. Speaker, is our resolve. As we celebrate this milestone, Mr. Speaker, we must remember, though, the wisdom of Scripture in Psalms 127, verse 1. Except the Lord build a house, they labor in vain that build it. So, as we continue the work of nation building, we do so with humility and with purpose, mindful that our progress must be guided by faith, stewardship, and responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the theme of this budget is strong today, secure tomorrow. It reflects both the progress we celebrate today and our commitment to safeguard the future of our nation for generations to come. Strong today means a country that is fiscally disciplined, economically stable, and socially functioning, able to fund essential services, protect public safety, and respond to shocks without panic or recklessness. Mr. Speaker, Secure tomorrow means a country that invests deliberately in people, in infrastructure, institutions, and the natural environment, so that prosperity is not temporary and growth is not fragile. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, that future generations inherit opportunities, not risk. Strong today, secure tomorrow is about sustainability. Mr. Speaker, this means an economy that keeps more of the money in the pocket of our people. A society where working families have the opportunities to live a productive life. And a country whose natural beauty we protect because it is the source of our prosperity. Each financial decision, policy direction, and resource allocation is made with Vision 2040 in mind. Mr. Speaker, under this Progressive National Party government, we have delivered real progress and tangible results. We have strengthened the safety and stability of our country. Major crime, including murders, has fallen to over 55%. And overall crime already down by 61% so far in 2026. Mr. Speaker, the Turks and Caicos Islands has gone 5 consecutive months without a homicide. Thank the Lord. Amen. This is a huge win for national security, a win that we thank the Lord for. And so I will speak on this later in more detail. Mr. Speaker, a successful security strategy makes us strong today, secure tomorrow. We have also strengthened economic growth and opportunity. Nearly 2 million visitors came to our shores in 2025, which we secured $1.27 billion in development agreements signed that will deliver over 1,000 new hotel rooms and more than 2,000 permanent jobs. Our economy has almost doubled in size since 2021. The GDP is projected to be up to $1.7 billion in 2026. And Mr. Speaker, this is a country that is growing. Everywhere we look, there is new construction. Digitization is moving at a good clip as we modernize and create new opportunities to cap the services already on stream. We launched e-pay rather, click, don't queue. This secure online platform allows residents to pay government fees online in real time. Public sector and minimum wage earners have seen substantial increase in their pay, and we are doing even more to reform and improve the service delivery and efficiency of our public service. Mr. Speaker, more people are working in better paying jobs, and the National Insurance Board increased pensions and other benefits to all beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, we are building a more modern immigration system supported by new technology and our border force. Mr. Speaker, we are also investing in the foundations of our communities. We are improving solid waste management with the completion of the weight bridge at the landfill in Providenciales. And Mr. Speaker, we are expanding school facilities across the country, including at Raymond Gardner High School, and we have secured critical social services, including the purchase of a fully equipped polyclinic and a home for at-risk boys. a promise delivered. Mr. Speaker, the Citizens' Guide to the Budget, released today gives every citizen a clear view of how public funds are managed. I suggest that you pick up a copy, read it, so you can ask cabinet members and other parliamentarians the difficult questions that you may have after reading it. But a serious attempt has been made to do a comprehensive provision that focuses on the critical needs of our Turks and Caicos Islands, focus on developing the Human Development Index so that the quality of life and the standard of living for people of these islands are improved. So if you can't find a physical copy, I suggest you go to the government website, gov.tc, website at gov.tc, and you'll find it. Mr. Speaker, these achievements reflect a government committed to transparency, delivery, and progress. They show what is possible when a country works together with discipline, vision, and purpose. They show a nation that is strong today and a nation that is secure tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the realities are what they are. Despite the incredible gains that we have made over the last 5 years, there are challenges. These challenges are not of our own making, and while we face them head on, we will always speak with honesty and clarity. As a small, highly open, tourism-dependent economy, we remain vulnerable to global shocks, fluctuations in energy prices, supply chain disruptions, and shifts in international travel patterns. Mr. Speaker, according to the international forecast from the IMF, International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank, inflation across the Caribbean is expected to average about 3% in 2026. And Mr. Speaker, that could be changing as we speak today. This is in line with the Turks and Caicos Islands projections, where inflation remains moderate, and I know it's hard to believe, but below global levels. If we think inflation is high here, we should do a research and see where it is in other places. And that is not to provide comfort, that is just to speak to reality. Mr. Speaker, the Turks and Caicos imports more than 90% of its goods. Hence, a significant portion of this inflation is imported. It reflects the higher price from our main trading partners and the global supply conditions. These factors are largely beyond the direct control of the country. And while I would speak to it later, I just want to interject here that your government is taking active consideration as to what the best affordable options will be as we better understand the impact of what is going on. Mr. Speaker, real growth of 3.5% is projected for 2026, supported by tourism, construction, and real estate activity. Unemployment is expected to remain below 4%, perhaps the lowest level in the history of our country, highlighting the strength and resilience of our labor market. All of this comes on the heels of sustained economic growth in 2025, when real GDP expanded by 5.6%. And Mr. Speaker, despite the global challenges, the fundamentals of our economy remain strong: low debt, sustainable cash reserves of $430 million, 23% of our GDP, and prudent fiscal management give us confidence that our tomorrow will be secure. Mr. Speaker, the international financial community continues to show strong faith in our economy. In February of 2026, the Standard & Poor's Global Rating affirmed our A- stable sovereign credit rating reflecting fiscal discipline and tourism-led growth. Guys, that's a big deal. Big deal. Mr. Speaker, in this budget presentation, I will provide the data that supports the fact that macroeconomic fundamentals of the Turks and Caicos today are stronger, better, and more favorable than at any time over the last 50 years. So collectively, Turks and Caicos Islands, collectively, past, present governments, and the people of these countries deserve the credit. Mr. Speaker, our economy has experienced consistent growth since we took office in 2021. And this growth is reflected in increased investment in job creation. Mr. Speaker, per capita gross domestic product, which is a measure of average income, is one of the highest in the region. And in 2024, the Turks and Caicos Islands rated 46 out of 177 countries in terms of its per capita GDP. That is the average GDP for the citizens living in the TCI. 46 out of 177 countries. And Mr. Speaker, while this measurement of average income, Mr. Speaker, while this is a measurement of average income, it is also a powerful signal of our growth. Economic stability is essential to the growth in investment and jobs, which in turn drive revenue. And Mr. Speaker, without strong revenues, we cannot finance public investment expenditure such as police stations, schools, hospitals, roads, and other infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, all of which benefit our citizens over the long term. Increasing the levels of public investment expenditure and economic stability is necessary if we are to improve quality of life and standard of living of our people. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not sufficient to satisfy the needs of our people. They want their issues addressed. So let me be clear about our future economic plan. It is not a plan for growth at any cost. It is a plan for quality growth, growth that supports families. It is more locally rooted and more resilient to shocks, and it is fair. Mr. Speaker, we will build a stronger domestic economy around tourism to provide better opportunities for Turks and Caicos Islanders in supply, services, logistics, such as transportation services, food production, marine services, creative industries, and small businesses. Mr. Speaker, more of what we make from tourism must stay here to benefit our communities and our people. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of our economic strength remains our world-class tourism industry. And despite what may be happening, and despite the detractors and those who may not act in our best interest, I think credit is due to our private investors, the private sector, because tourism is an industry that has to be driven by the sector that is active in it and the sector that probably has the best knowledge of it. But we have put the tools in place at the national level to make sure it is sustainable and that it can grow and that the investment climate is favorable. So in 2025, the Turks and Caicos welcomed nearly, I said it earlier, 2 million visitors, with stayover arrivals approaching 640,000 and cruise passengers exceeding 1.3 million. With the revolution, or with the plans for cruise tourism actively afoot, you will see significant improvement in the years to come in that sector, and that subsector, but also in tourism generally. These figures reflect the resilient and enduring appeal of our destination, even amid global uncertainties. Mr. Speaker, this strength is further evidenced by major private sector investment. While we remain mindful of ongoing international headwinds, including geopolitical tensions and economic pressures in key resource markets, we are confident in the strength of our brand, the quality of our offerings, and the creativity and dedication of our tourism stakeholders. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to promote sustainable tourism practices that protect our environment, support local businesses and employment, and ensure that the benefits of this vital sector reach every island and every family. Mr. Speaker, investments in airport, port upgrades, as well as the aspirational projects, which I will address later in this presentation, will further enhance connectivity, capacity, and the visitor experience. Mr. Speaker, strong today, secure tomorrow means we will safeguard this critical economic pillar while positioning it for ever greater success in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, closely linked to the strength of our tourism sector or industry is the robust performance of the construction and the real estate sector, driven by continued demand for luxury residential properties, resort expansion, and essentially supporting infrastructure. This sector remains a major engine of economic activity and employment across all of our islands. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to improve our food security and boost local entrepreneurship, we are funding a number of agricultural initiatives. Agriculture has made exciting strides in 2025 and continues to build a stronger, more self-reliant food system in 2026. Mr. Speaker, by training and empowering local farmers and introducing smart innovations, these initiatives are increasing access to fresh, locally grown food and creating opportunities for islanders. So, Speaker, we are starting to grow everything here, including strawberries and what else? Strawberries, pineapple, mushrooms of the good kind, and there may be some other things we're growing too that I don't know about. But backyard gardens are on the rise with our homegrown Turks and Caicos campaign. Strong today, secure tomorrow means strengthening food security. Mr. Speaker, our challenge is not a lack of growth, but the structure of growth. The structure of growth. Despite strong tourism receipts, our economy remains heavily import dependent. And In the most recent reporting year, imports exceeded $880 million, while imports remain limited. Now, that is expected because our exports are mostly service. And so that is just a statistics for what it is. Providenciales continue to account for the vast majority of tourism and economic activity. That is why this budget shifts our focus. Say it again. Providenciales continues to account for the vast majority of tourism and economic activity. And that is why this budget shifts our focus. Not just growth, but fair growth. Not just visitors, but value retained for Turks and Caicos Islanders. Not just economic expansion, but long-term resilience. The budget, Mr. Speaker, is built around national sustainability. The economic, the social, environmental, and institutional pillars are treated not as a separate chapter or separate chapters, but as one unified responsibility of government. With faith in God, confidence in our people, and belief in our shared future, I now present the budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027. And I say that this is a balanced budget. This is a practical budget, a people-centered budget, a disciplined budget, not a budget built on borrowing, not a budget dependent on speculative assumptions, but a budget grounded in discipline, realism, responsible stewardship, and fiscal strength. Mr. Speaker, it is about managing success wisely, planning carefully, and ensuring that growth benefits not just today's generation, but the generation to come. Strong today, secure tomorrow. No doubt there will be a lot to criticize in this budget, and hopefully what I will say will preempt some of that. I think we heard in the church this morning about the uncertainty and the instability in the world. The Speaker, Bishop, our chaplain, in his prayer made reference to it. In the prayer at the church earlier, reference was made to it. So the budget has to be built within the environment of uncertainty. And so we've deliberately crafted what I will almost call a flat budget in order to observe what is taking place within the next couple of months, because it is the intention to come back to this House. And maybe the international financial institutions may not consider it the smartest approach to take, but I think flexibility and budget preparation in this environment is critical. And so it's my intention to be back to this House by the end of May, June, with a supplementary appropriation bill where to take into account of all of the more recent happenings that is going to impact our revenue estimates and our expenditure, and maybe some critical issues that we may have to pay attention to as the destabilized world continues as it is. And so, as a warning, I'm just saying that when you look at, to my parliamentary colleagues, when you look at the budget, you may, and I may be helping the opposition here, but I believe in transparency, so I'll put it out there. What I can say to you, when these projections were made in January and February, we did have some concerns about our revenue levels, where we've had the amount of March, late February, March, April have been actually sort of a bumper. We have seen a bumper crop of visitors, and that, I believe, is continuing at the moment. So I think a lot would have been picked up in those last couple of months that may not be reflected here, particularly since government budget is prepared on a cash basis rather than an accrual basis. So I'm prepared to answer those questions, Leader of the Opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, for the 2026-2027 financial year, we project revenue of just over $551 million, a moderate increase over last year. Expenditure is projected at $550.8 million, just over $10 million more than last year. Our recurrent expenditure of $546 million comes mainly from accommodation tax of $131 million. This reflects the continued strength of our tourism product, high occupancy levels, and the sustained appeal of the Turks and Caicos Islands as a premium destination. At the same time, projections remain deliberately conservative, as I've said before, recognizing our exposure to international travel conditions and global shocks. Mr. Speaker, import duties, customs-related receipts together exceed $175 million, driven by construction activity, consumer demand, business confidence. These revenues are closely linked to economic momentum, which is why disciplined planning and infrastructure sequencing matter. Stamp duty receipts of $63.8 million, work permits $57.2 million, ports and sea travel taxes of $12.1 million. I also want to point out that is different from the hotel and tourism tax, $12.1 million from ports and sea travel taxes, mainly from the cruise sector. Fuel tax of $10.2 million, vehicles and driver's license fees of $9.3 million, business banking related receipts of $9.6 million, and other receipts of $77.8 million. Mr. Speaker, our non-recurrent revenues of just over $5 million, including capital receipts such as grants from external donors and earnings from the sale of lands. Mr. Speaker, a lot is happening in lands, and as we modernize the practices there, a significant increase in revenue is anticipated, which we have not taken account of, again, because of our conservative approach to budgeting, and so I think you can watch that spot in the future. Mr. Speaker, strong revenue performance does not remove vulnerability. As a small, open economy, our revenues are exposed to shifts in tourism demand, supply chain cost, and global economic conditions. That is why government strategy is not simply to depend on growth, but to strengthen the revenue system itself. And Mr. Speaker, we're doing that. Some of you would have heard of Operation Dragnet, in order to be able to make sure that we collect every dime that is due to the government. So we're focused on modernizing inland revenue and customs operations through digitization, improving compliance and enforcement, reducing leakage and inefficiency, widening the tax base through better administration, not higher rates, and ensuring that economic growth translates into reliable public revenue. This is how fiscal strength is protected and how today's prosperity is made more secure for tomorrow. And Mr. Speaker, I now turn to expenditure. Mr. Speaker, our projected expenditure is a testament to the government's care for our people. Our recurrent spending of $485.2 million will go towards salaries and wages, as well as goods and services. Non-recurrent $3.4 million will cover one-off expenses. So, Mr. Speaker, we will spend $62.2 million on capital projects, land, furniture, computers, and software. With every dollar spent, we hope to improve the lives of our people, whether it is through salaries, health care, pensions, and gratuity, social welfare, student scholarships, or financial assistance to senior citizens. This government's care for our people is obvious. Mr. Speaker, our disciplined approach allows investment without new burdens on families while safeguarding reserves. Strong today, secure tomorrow is about protecting our people. And so, Mr. Speaker, I turn to the budget priorities. Public resources are allocated to the areas where they will have the greatest impact for our people. Each priority reflects our commitment to address the real needs of families and communities across all of our islands. Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier about the decrease in crime. And so our public order and safety expenditure is projected at $106.2 million. This is the largest allocation in the budget because safety and security are the foundation of a stable and prosperous country. These funds support the Royal Turks and Caicos Islands Police Force, border protection, the courts, prosecution services, immigration management, correctional services, and fire and rescue operations. Mr. Speaker, national security has been one of the great success stories of this administration. Our sustained investment in officers, equipment, and intelligence-led policing is delivering real results. Today, the Turks and Caicos is one of only 3 jurisdictions in the Caribbean with 0 recorded murders in 2026, alongside Montserrat and Aruba. The country has now recorded over 5 consecutive months without a single murder, a milestone not achieved in several years. And then, I think, as the Bible verse said, unless the Lord build a house, we labor in vain to build it. So I don't take credit, and I don't want anybody else to take credit. To God be the glory. Right? And as I said earlier, serious crime declined by 55%, with reduction across several categories. The progress has restored confidence in our community. Residents feel safer, business feel more secure, and investors see a country that is stable and well managed. Improved security also strengthens tourism and economic growth. That is not to say that we should let our guard down. I think we need to be vigilant. We need to know who our neighbors are, who are amongst us, and we need to be inquisitive. I know we already are, but we need to turn some of that gossip into real understanding of our security needs. Residents feel safer, business feels more secure, investors see a country that is stable and well managed. Improved security also strengthens tourism and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, I think we should all basically acknowledge the people at the front line who have, through the will of God, have made some of this possible. And so, Mr. Speaker, we commend the Royal Turks and Caicos Islands Police Force, under the leadership of Commissioner Fitz-Bailey for their remarkable work. Maintaining this progress will require continued vigilance, as I said earlier, especially for a country with a large coastline and evolving security threats. General public service, Mr. Speaker, we're spending just under $100 million, $99.7 million. This allocation supports the core institutions of government, including the office of the governor, the deputy governor, premier, the parliament, and key financial and administrative services. Under the Progressive National Party government, we have advanced public service reform through consultation, careful listening, and a willingness to adjust policies where necessary. Mr. Speaker, the public service roadmap is driving real change. Some of it will be painful. It is aligning people, systems, and technology and governance to give the best outcome to our people. We are also improving communication with the public so that government decisions remain transparent and responsive. Mr. Speaker, digital transformation remains a priority, and initiatives such as the National ID system that will modernize public service, making them faster, simpler, and more accessible for islanders across all islands. We are upgrading the government switchboard. I don't know how many of you have had experiences in the last several months. There have been some unfortunate decisions made and the board wasn't working, making it difficult for people to get through the government. But we are upgrading the government switchboard operations to modern digital systems to make connections easier for our people. In health, $99.3 million. Mr. Speaker, healthcare remains one of the largest areas of spending with $99.3 million. There's a lot that needs to be said about health, Mr. Speaker. A strong nation cannot be secure tomorrow if its people cannot access dependable, affordable health care today. Health care is both a social duty and one of our biggest fiscal pressures. The budget supports a clear objective: build a sustainable healthcare system that delivers more care closer to home. Say that again. The budget supports a clear objective: build a sustainable healthcare system that delivers more care closer to home, reduces avoidable overseas treatment, improves outcomes, and restore long-term affordability. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Turks and Caicos, reform of the healthcare system is unavoidable. Rising international treatment costs, growing and aging population, chronic conditions, and overseas referrals have driven the treatment abroad program from $40 million in 2024 to $61 million in 2025. This is now over 10% of the national budget. Treatment abroad, not total health, just the treatment abroad program. I want this to sink in because there's some of us who want to get on a plane, go treatment every time we have got a cut finger. That is unsustainable. And we understand that people will die, but it is not smart to send people abroad when we know they're dying, right? We want to do everything to preserve life. We want to support families, right? We understand the trauma of illness. We understand the trauma of terminal illness. But we have to be reasonable. We have to know what is reasonable and what kind of pressure we put on the system. And so we will be doing a lot to deal with making sure that our people, when they find themselves in situations where they are ill beyond the ability to get well again. And I know that's a tough call to make, and I don't think I'm suggesting that made without scientific evidence. And I know God, we all are Christians, and we know nothing is impossible with God, but I think God also gives our medical profession the ability to determine when the end is the end. So I think from a cultural point of view, we may need some adjustment there if we're going to protect what we have for the future generations. So healthcare access remains a right for Turks and Caicos Islanders. However, public resources must be preserved for those with a recognized and permanent connection to our islands. National health insurance contributions to provide access to local medical facilities. Let me explain that. We all pay national health, pay contributions to the national health system. That money is paid to support the local medical facilities or to provide care that is available locally. So it's important for us to increase the quality of that care, the availability of it, and the dependability of it, because that is what the national health insurance contribution is made to cover. And so this has become a bone of contention because there are those persons who think national health insurance contributions is to cover treatment abroad. And I want to make it explicitly clear. Treatment abroad eligibility will be and is restricted to Turks and Caicos Islanders and British overseas territory citizens who live in the country. So, and even to those people, overseas treatment will continue for cases where a specialized care is unavailable locally, but it will be managed with a sustainable framework aligned with growing domestic capacity. Let me add to that again. The $61 million that I spoke about earlier comes out of Turks and Caicos Island government coffers. Not a cent, not a dime of that is your contribution. That is Turks and Caicos Islands government contribution. And Turks and Caicos Islands government owes it to provide, that is meant to subsidize treatment abroad for Turks and Caicos Islanders, BOT citizens who are permanently residents in the islands. Okay, so that is not everyone is eligible for that. There are many people who carry additional insurance. And so the people that are non-eligible residents will continue to have access to domestic service, but must secure private medical coverage for overseas treatment. And I make an appeal to large employers to make sure if they want to have a healthy workforce, they should take out major medical insurance to make sure that their employees can access health abroad if it becomes necessary. Treatment abroad is not limited to Turks and Caicos. I think most Caribbean countries, small countries, lack the capacity in all of the various medical conditions to deal with effectively. And so most countries in this region, particularly the smaller ones, have treatment abroad policies. I don't know what they are, but I think ours have been the most liberal. I don't think anywhere in the world you're paying 61% of your entire, 10% of your entire budget for treatment abroad. That number doesn't include the contribution you make, the contribution the government makes to and HIV for indigents, right? So when we look at the entire package, it's actually totally unsustainable. And we have to remake not only the institution, but the policy so that everybody have a fair shot. Because after all, we're talking about fairness, right? The policy will be refined because we also know from a government point of view that we have a significant number of foreign nationals employed by the government. So we also have an obligation to make sure that our own workforce has access to medical care and treatment abroad. So the program is currently evolving, but for the time being, in broad strokes, the eligibility are restricted to Turks and Caicos Islanders and British Overseas Territory citizens. So I hope I've made it lucidly clear, right? To lucidly clear to everyone, because there are lots of people who have been making mischief out of this, right? And trying to insinuate that somehow government is being discriminatory. But this policy somehow inadvertently got changed. And it's not a new policy. It's been before we had the new hospitals. We had treatment abroad program. It's always been there. And it's always applied to those people who are sad. So I hope I've spent enough time on that. The long-term solution is strong local services. And so the budget advances primary health care as the foundation of the system, expanding diagnostics. And Honorable Member for Wheeling and West Caicos, I hope I'm not stealing your thunder, but both you and I have been working for a long time on this, right? And we still have a lot of work to do. The budget advances primary health care as the foundation of the system. Let me just pause for a moment to say, because I neglected to say it. Yeah, I really want to express my thanks to the member for Electoral District Number 1 for the contribution he's made in the cabinet and continue to make to the country and will continue to make as a representative of the people of constituency number 1 So primary health care is the foundation of the system, expanding diagnostic treatment and emergency response capacity, greater access to mental health services, improved nutrition, healthy living, specialist services, and aged care. A key step is converting the recently purchased Family Care Medical Center building in Providenciales into a modern polytechnic with diagnostic and imaging services. This will deliver more care closer to home, reduce pressure on the hospital, and improve patient services. For many of you who've gone to the hospital, particularly what we call baby day, right? And you will see that's the wall-to-wall patients waiting. And just the general waiting areas in the hospital are totally crowded with mostly people seeking primary health care, right? So we made a promise that we'll build polyclinics. We just bought this one. We'll have it operational. And I'm going to say to the honorable member for Blue Hills, the next one is we're working on making sure, because I believe that the facility in Blue Hills at the moment is used, but it's not adequate, and so we have a commitment to make sure that we expand there. Mr. Speaker, we are strengthening financial oversight and timely reporting, digitization of records, e-health system and accountability to ensure value for money and better service continuity. Mr. Speaker, our medium-term vision is a locally managed, globally benchmarked, and resilient system, including stronger domestic diagnostics and specialist care prevention, tighter financial controls, transparent provider arrangements, and sustained workforce development. Mr. Speaker, our goal is better care, closer to home, fewer families forced to travel overseas, a stronger health insurance system, and a more affordable fiscal future. Sometimes we have to speak in professional language, but what I want to do is to take a minute to kind of break this down a little bit for you without getting in too much trouble. It's important that we build a strong domestic healthcare system. And so it's important that part of our referral system eventually includes internal referral within TCI with specialist entities that are already here. We should be encouraging specialist medical people to locate the TCI or to develop our own our own people to do that. So it doesn't mean a referral don't always necessarily mean you have to jump on a plane and go somewhere, right? So, but also I think it's the best kept secret that we are negotiating a transition from the current, potentially from the current, we're negotiating with them, and hopefully can find a way to maybe change our provider. I think the marriage isn't working, let me just say that. And so we may have to do that. And so part of that language you hear there is trying to not make it so transparent or so unclear, but that's part of what that language is meant to cover. Economic affairs, we're spending $89.9 million. Mr. Speaker, this allocation supports balanced economic growth across the islands. It funds major infrastructure investments, particularly on the family islands, and support initiatives such as the operational launch of the credit union, mortgage corporation, digital transformation initiatives, renewable energy development, expansion of financial services, land access initiatives to support employment and development. The proposed Mortgage Corporation Bill 2026 will establish a statutory body that provides long-term affordable financing for home construction, purchase, and renovation. Mr. Speaker, the first reading of the Mortgage Corporation Bill was completed in this Parliament on February 19th, followed by public consultations. Following refinements, the bill will proceed to debate and passage, hopefully, at the next sitting of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, currently high interest rates, let me move this out of the way. Sorry, I don't want to fall in your lap. Mr. Speaker, currently high interest rates and strict lending criteria make mortgage financing difficult for many residents. Once operational, the corporation will provide accessible mortgage loans for building or purchasing homes, promote home ownership, stimulate the construction and real estate sector, strengthen financial inclusion, and reduce long-term pressure on government housing initiatives. It will be capitalized with $20 million startup funding from the National Wealth Fund, and will have powers, well, it's ring-fenced for that, and will have powers to borrow and issue bonds. The corporation is targeted to begin full operation in Q3. Mr. Speaker, home ownership will make our people stronger today and secure tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I know this has been a long time coming, but the Turks and Caicos Islands currently relies on traditional financial institutions that mainly serve higher income clients. This leaves a significant portion of the population underserved, underbanked, or completely unbanked. To address this gap and improve financial inclusion, the government, as I said, it's been a long time coming, is establishing the Turks and Caicos Community Credit Union. The Project Implementation Committee has made substantial progress, including ratification of governance policies aligned with international standards, submission of bylaws, articles of incorporation, and the business case to the Financial Services Commission. Is that true? The project is now advancing toward licensing approval. Once license is secured, key steps such as office space, recruiting staff, and contracting essential services providers will follow. The credit union is scheduled to become operational again in the third quarter of 2026. And it will provide member-focused financial services, promote savings and financial literacy, and ensure broader access to finance across all islands. This will pave the way for a strong today, secure tomorrow. On education, the Honorable Minister of Education is never satisfied. She always wants more. I'll spend the whole budget on education if we're not careful. Education is $66 million. Education remains a cornerstone of national development. This budget supports free community college for Turks and Caicos Islanders, improvements to school infrastructure, expansion of the National Scholarship Program, early childhood education initiatives. These investments equip our young people with the knowledge, the skills, and confidence needed to succeed and contribute to the development of our islands. Sports also play an important role in youth development and national pride. And, Mr. Speaker, we are so proud of all our Carifta athletes who represented these islands with excellence. But we have, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to mention our awesome medal winners, David Hall, who received gold in the under-20 high jump, Herwins Guerrero, who got silver in the under-17 high jump, and Luke Durley, who at just age 13 secured a bronze medal in the 200-meter butterfly. Give them a hand of applause. Mr. Speaker, I turn to social protection, $30.6 million. And so, Mr. Speaker, I didn't use the words, but I meant when I started that this budget speaks to policy, people, and place. Under the Progressive National Party, social protection has been a major priority. Since 2021, support for vulnerable citizens has steadily increased, creating one of the most progressive social safety nets in the region. Our goal is simple: leave no one behind. This budget continues support for programs such as home help and social assistance, public service pensions and gratuities, support services for victims of domestic violence. At the same time, stronger safeguards are being introduced to prevent abuse. A rigorous means testing program will be undertaken. Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that assistance reaches those who truly need it. We understand that the system needs to be scrubbed, and we understand that there may be persons on the system who is not deserving, and we will be undertaking a proper scrubbing to make sure that persons who should be benefiting benefits. And we want to make sure as well that there isn't too much double dipping where people, because we live in a community or in a world where people only think of themselves. And sometimes when you design a program for those people who need it, the first people to come to the front of the line are persons who don't need it. And in that regard, I'm going to appeal to young professionals and other people in this country who are content to leave elderly parents and other persons, other members of their family, to become ward of the state, to live up to your duty, live up to your responsibility, and return the care that you got as a young person from those same people that some of you are now neglecting. Okay? Criticize me for it, but I live here and I know what happens. I see what happens, right? Right. So housing and community amenities, 24.2 million. Mr. Speaker, housing is more than shelter. It is dignity, stability, and security for our families. Housing affordability remains one of our greatest challenges. Left unaddressed, it risks workforce instability, family displacement, and rising inequality. And that is why this budget treats housing and land as essential national infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, why housing is expensive? High land prices driven by scarcity and speculation, costly imported materials, and the expense of roads, drainage, and utilities all push affordability out of reach. Our response, therefore, combines land reform, infrastructure, finance, and fairness. So, Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier, mentioned earlier, Crown land reform. And so we can label this as moving from discretion to rules. So, Mr. Speaker, Crown land is our most valuable public asset, and we are moving from discretionary allocation to a transparent, rules-based system with clearer eligibility criteria, standardized valuations, stronger oversight through the Crown Land Access Support Program, CLASP. The aim is faster, fairer access for Turks and Caicos Islanders. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will no longer simply allocate raw land. Government will deliver properly serviced subdivisions with roads, drainage, and utilities installed so families can build faster and at lower cost. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to anti-speculation because land must become homes. Mr. Speaker, land allocation must create stability, not speculation. We will enforce development timelines, discourage land banking, and apply clawback provisions where communities are not on it. Where commitments are not on it. Let me explain this to you. We have persons who've been holding on to Crown land for 30 years without any development, sometimes without even paying the lease, right? And other people are languishing for a piece of Crown land villa. That can't continue. That's not fair, right? So we're going to have to deal with that too. Right, so that speaks to that kind of behavior. And so these measures, if it continues, it goes against persons who have an honest desire and ability to use the land to build a home. So our approach to shelter development is to stratified into different groups. There are some people based on their income level or social level will never be able to pay for a home of their own. It's up to the government have an obligation to ensure that everyone has an adequate shelter. And we will focus on developing a shelter policy which makes sure that everyone is sheltered, everyone who has a right to be in this country is sheltered. But it don't mean that everyone has to own a home. If you can't afford it, it's up to the government to ensure that you have a proper shelter. It doesn't help the system where we have unfinished structures or people forced to hold on to a piece of property in the hope that one day they will be able to build on it. And that is partly why we have setting up the Mortgage Corporation, and we'll have other programs to provide assistance to persons who are in need of a proper shelter. So, Mr. Speaker, we introduced clear rules to keep more affordable land and properties available to Turks and Caicos Islanders while still welcoming, and I'll tell you what this is about. A few months ago, Cabinet passed a policy decision that aims at protecting affordable homes for Turks and Caicos Islanders by making the decision to put in what we call a defined threshold below which a foreign person will not be provided to buy residential land. Because part of the problem we have at the moment is people are buying residential lots, speculating, and then it's pushing out the cost of land ownership and home ownership to the people who live in the country. And it's our obligation to deal with that kind of situation. And it's not just happening here, it's happened in other places as well. So when we talk about a defined threshold that's what I'm referring to. We're introducing clear rules to keep more affordable land and properties available for Turks and Caicos Islanders while still welcoming investment in higher value segments. This stops speculation in the low-cost market, stabilizes communities, and ensures growth is shared. So earlier in my speech, I mentioned the structure of growth, and everything that I've said about growth speaks to that structure of growth. Government, of course, we all know that there's a government first offer safeguarding strategic land, which again, our policy decisions seem to be moving faster in the development of our policy documents, because in the last term of this government, I think we agreed on what we call as safeguarding strategic land policy, which require strategic land for housing and infrastructure and national needs. We decided will not be lost by default, and we're advancing a government first offer mechanism for certain transactions above the defined threshold, allowing fair market acquisition in the public interest where necessary. What that means? It means if someone wishes to sell land of a certain size, they should have an obligation to first offer it to government. Because what has happened over the years, we've lost a lot of the land when we didn't think, and I say we, I wasn't there, but I think because when we didn't realize the value of land because the economic conditions at the time was not what it is today. And so I understand that in total, TCIG government owns less than 20% of all the land in the Turks and Caicos Islands, I think. And so we have been making an effort to make strategic purchases of land to be able to make it available for housing and for the future generations. And so this policy is meant to deal with that. So over the next year, a number of these policies that have been passed by Cabinet that would not have been implemented will be implemented as we strengthen the policy unit and as we reorganize the National Land Secretariat. So we're turning land access into ownership. Access to land must be matched by access to finance. And again, that is why we are advancing the Mortgage Corporation to provide long-term, affordable financing for home construction, purchase, and renovation, especially for first-time buyers, essential workers, and young families. We will also support appropriate leasehold to freehold conversions. Mr. Speaker, I know that was a lot, but land is legacy. The government is putting in place the practical tools to ensure that Turks and Caicos Islands can own it, build on it, and pass it on to future generations. And so, as I said earlier, in that vein, Mr. Speaker, the National Land Secretariat is moving to make all land transaction processes faster and more transparent. A new integrated land information system will bring everything, ownership, valuation, and mapping into one place, making it easier for people to get accurate information and complete transactions. Mr. Speaker, the environment, our environment is one of our greatest national assets. Protecting our natural resources is not only an environmental responsibility, but also essential for our economic future. We will protect what feeds us so that tomorrow is secure. Mr. Speaker, our reefs, our beaches, wetlands, and coastlines are productive assets. This allocation supports climate resilience initiatives, coastal protection, sustainable development practices, conservation of marine and natural resources. We are also expanding renewable energy and moving government infrastructure towards solar power. Our national goal is to achieve 40% renewable energy generation by 2040. The Minister for Innovation and Energy will speak more to that when he delivers his address. For defense, we're spending $14.4 million. This allocation strengthens national security and resilience through support for the National Security Secretariat, contingent force, patrol vessels, and disaster response capabilities. Recreation, culture, and religion, just under $1 million. This funding supports youth programs, cultural initiatives, broadcasting, and partnerships with churches that will help strengthen communities and reduce crime. Strong communities help create a strong nation. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to invest millions more in priority areas, including education, healthcare, and national security. These priorities reflect our commitment to build a country that is strong today and secure tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, this is not a boom-time budget. What it is, a conservative budget, it is also a nation-building budget. We are protecting services, investing strategically, and safeguarding the future. Mr. Speaker, I turn for a moment to the public finance management governance. Mr. Speaker, our government is improving the way government money is managed so that public funds are used wisely and transparently. Mr. Speaker, in October, we updated the national budget structure to make it easier to see how money is being spent and to better track the work of ministries and departments. We have also strengthened auditing, financial reporting, and custom systems to improve accountability and oversight. These steps help the government to focus more on results and ensure that taxpayers' money deliver real value to our people. Mr. Speaker, the budget is not limited to a single year. It is anchored in a clear medium-term fiscal and policy framework that looks beyond the immediate horizon and makes deliberate choices to convert today's strength into lasting security. Over the next 3 to 4 years, fiscal policy will maintain strict discipline. Recurrent expenditure will grow no faster than sustainable revenue, preserving operating surpluses and fiscal space. New recurrent commitments will be carefully justified, fully costed, and where necessary, offset. Capital investment will be prioritized, sequenced, and aligned with delivery capacity and national priorities. Mr. Speaker, the expenditure discipline is supported by a strengthened revenue strategy that focuses on compliance rather than new taxes. Mr. Speaker, government is also addressing long-term inefficiency in its own operations. Persistent challenges in securing suitable office accommodation have led to fragmented services, high rental cost, and we are therefore advancing plans to convert a sustainable portion of current lease expenditure into long-term value. What I mean by that, this will be done through structured public-private partnerships that will deliver modern, energy-efficient, and resilient government facilities, life cycle cost, and improved service integration. In other words, it's time for the government to have office facilities that is modern and that it can be proud of. Right. On the investment front, the Turks and Caicos Islands continue to attract strong foreign direct interest, not only in Providenciales, but increasingly in the Family Islands. Proposals in Grand Turk, South Caicos, North and Middle Caicos, and Salt Key are aligned with our spatial development policy and focus on sustainability, sustainable, appropriately scaled development in hospitality, fisheries, ecotourism, and heritage-linked projects. This reinforces our commitment to balanced national growth. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, capital investment will be delivered through a balanced framework that combines cash-funded projects with carefully targeted borrowing reserved exclusively for transformational capital assets. Mr. Speaker, this medium-term outlook is guided by 5 interlocking pillars: disciplined expenditure, resilient revenue, targeted capital investment, prudent borrowing, and institutional reform. Together, they ensure that we manage growth without recklessness, invest without excess, and protect today's stability while expanding opportunity for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, success can be a double-edged sword. While the economy is strong at the national level, many households are still under strain. Strength at the national level does not erase struggle at the household level. Tourism, our lifeblood, brings money into the country, but it also makes living costs higher for our citizens. Across our islands, many households continue to experience the pressure of rising living costs. The price of food remains elevated, driven largely by our dependency on imports and global supply conditions. The cost of electricity and fuel continues to weigh heavily on families and business alike. We see it in the mother stretching her budget to feed her children. We see it in the small business owner affected by production cost. And we see it in the security guard who works hard but still unable to afford rent. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to expand and modernize the pillars that reduce vulnerability and broaden opportunity. Strengthen and grow financial services while maintaining regulatory oversight. Mr. Speaker, just to back up a second with my last statement about the rising cost of living. Again, as I said earlier, we are looking at what kind of adjustments that will be necessary so that the gains that people might have gotten by recently increased wages is not eroded by the additional, by inflation and increase in cost of living. But I want to speak about the resilience of our economy. And so, Mr. Speaker, we continue to expand and modernize the pillars and reduce vulnerability and broaden opportunity. And so I have here a number of pillars that we will do. Strengthen growing financial services while maintaining regulatory oversight. Digital economy built on modern platform and efficiently public services. Our investments are paying off. In the first few weeks, our secure online platform, which allow its residents to pay government fees, process 2,100 transactions worth $1.6 million. Again, you would note that we do have in this government put emphasis on innovation and technology by having a minister or a ministry with responsibility. So no doubt he will provide more details. Renewable energy and energy efficient initiatives to lower long-term costs and strengthen resilience are important planks for long-term economic and national security. The renewable energy legislation is currently before Cabinet and is targeted for passage by the end of June. This framework will regulate the existing monopoly in power generation, set clear standards, and, Mr. Speaker, identify crown land across our islands for alternative energy sites and enable private entities to enter into power purchase agreements to attract investment. Mr. Speaker, our future economic growth is anchored in infrastructure that makes our economy easier to operate and more competitive. We are building more reliable ports and logistics because an import-dependent country must fight costs at the dock. Mr. Speaker, everyone can see and feel the transformation of our ports. While Phase 1 completed and Phase 2 of the South Dock redevelopment underway, we are moving Turks and Caicos from bottleneck to efficiency. All shipping is moving to the new dock, which has already reduced vessels' waiting times and boosted customer satisfaction. Mr. Speaker, for 26-27, $30 million will fund Phase 3 and 4 of the South Dock. This will finish the dock master plan, adding 2 new container yards with better lighting and drainage, a secure interchanged zone with modern cargo scanning, lower costs for business and families by reducing how long cargo sits at the dock. Mr. Speaker, this is not all. $22 million is set aside for the fuel discharge mooring system. This will speed up fuel delivery and help keep our waters pristine and safe from pollution. Mr. Speaker, while South Dock is the main hub, every island will see improvements. Additionally, we are spending $1.1 million to extend the main berth's life to keep trade flowing. And Mr. Speaker, get this, all shipping transactions will be digital. And new systems will cut red tape, lower fees, and make TCI a leader in smart port technology. Mr. Speaker, the budget is about making the island stronger. By investing in ports, we secure food supplies, protect the environment, and keep Turks and Caicos secured for years to come. And Mr. Speaker, I will speak briefly to airport. And I know the minister will, I hope I don't cut into your rain on your parade, but I was told that your intervention is different from mine. So. Mr. Speaker, we are taking a pragmatic approach to airport expansion. In my State of the State address, I announced an important shift in the approach to redeveloping the Howard Hamilton International Airport in Providenciales, our main gateway to the world. Mr. Speaker, after reviewing bids for a large-scale public-private partnership, the government decided to take full ownership of the project. This ensures that revenue generated from aviation stays in Turks and Caicos Islands and is reinvested directly into modernizing the airport for the benefit of our people. So, Mr. Speaker, rather than pursuing an overly ambitious and costly mega terminal, the focus is now on practical phased upgrades with up to $30 million allocated in this current budget. Key improvements include construction of a new 30 to 40,000 square foot arrivals hall to separate arriving and departing passengers, reducing congestion and adding more check-in and secure lanes. Conversion of the existing terminal for departures only with enhanced aesthetics and functionality. Expansion of the aircraft apron and improvements to taxiways to handle more and larger planes. These target enhancements will ease pressure during peak periods, improve passenger flow, and deliver a smoother, more welcoming experience for both visitors and islanders. Mr. Speaker, this measured approach reflects the government's commitment to responsible budgeting, delivering high-impact infrastructure that support tourism, the heartbeat of our economy, without overextending public finances. And Mr. Speaker, by keeping the project under direct government control, we maintain flexibility, control costs, and ensure that benefits flow back to Turks and Caicos Island residents through better facilities and sustained economic growth. Mr. Speaker, better airport infrastructure means quicker processing times, increasing capacity to tourism growth, more jobs in construction and related sectors, and a stronger first impression of our beautiful by nature islands. These upgrades are a clear example of how, is somebody not listening to the speech? I'm calling my phone.
Yes, excuse me for a minute.
Can I take it from?
I don't know whose phone it is, but it was your phone. Okay.
Sorry about that.
I was just about to throw somebody else out on the book for a minute. Okay. Thank you.
I should have been listening earlier when I say listen to the speech, right? Mr. Speaker, by keeping the project under direct government control, we maintain, I read that before, better airport infrastructure remains, quicker processing times, increased capacity for tourism growth, more jobs in construction and related sectors, and a stronger first impression of our beautiful country. These upgrades are a clear example of how the 2026-27 budget turns revenue into real practical improvements that will serve our people today and prepare us for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak for a second on public transportation. Mr. Speaker, mobility is opportunity. Reliability, well-regulated, and affordable transportation is essential to connect our islands and ease daily life, support economic growth, and enhance public safety. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at this from all angles. Address the current problems possessed by illegal jitney operators while working to create a suitable system. Mr. Speaker, we invite our private sector, particularly employers in the hospitality sector, to provide bus service in the interim for their staff. We are willing to offer duty concessions to private transport suppliers who will create a service that is safe and reliable. These measures will reduce congestion, facilitate access to housing, health services, and jobs, support tourism, trade, and disaster resilience. By building a modern integrated transportation network today, we secure safe and secure movements of our people. Mr. Speaker, roads and supporting infrastructure. So, Speaker, we are investing in stronger roads, better drainage, sidewalks, and resilient infrastructure to spur growth across our islands. Mr. Speaker, I will not go into the granular details about projects because the Minister will do so in their various presentations. But, Mr. Speaker, my government has undertaken unprecedented but prudent steps of introducing a temporary pause on certain developments in Providenciales. This is to ensure that future growth is properly planned, sustainable, and aligned with the long-term interests of our country. Mr. Speaker, this is what balanced development looks like. Growth that reaches beyond Providenciales, infrastructure that supports daily life on every island, and capital spending that reflects our belief that every country matters, every community matters. Because strong today, secure tomorrow means ensuring that every island share in our progress. I believe the minister, when he speaks, will speak to the allocation of parts of the budget and the impact on the different islands. But let me try to explain what I just said a while ago about the ensure that future growth is properly planned, sustainable, and aligned with the long-term threats of the country, aligned with the long-term interests of our country, and that growth goes beyond Providenciales. Currently, including $1.7 million that I spoke to earlier, I think we have something like over $4 billion in the pipeline, all for Providenciales. And I am told that in the last couple of months or week since this policy was announced, we probably have another couple of $100 million proposals. Providenciales is at a point where the infrastructure, unless it is expended, cannot take any new development. And so it will be irresponsible of the government to continue to press to allow sort of uncontrolled physical development without ensuring that the physical and the social infrastructure is in place to support it. So we've come up with a policy that's titled Sustainable Tourism and Spatial Development Policy, because it's important that the development is spread through the rest of the island chain. By my reckoning, over the next 5 to 10 years, we will need over $700 million in infrastructure investment in Providenciales alone in order to maintain the level of project proposals that we have at different stages of development. So we're taking the responsible position to limit new projects, and where they are allowed, they will be costs will be fully internalized. In other words, zero concessions. And we will have to now look at putting in place environmental levies because at some stage, and I've spoken to this before, the traditional approach to tourism has been discover, explore, exploit, and decline. That is not the kind of vicious circle we want to build. We want to have a virtuous circle where tourism is sustainable. And so in order to do that, we have to, that's why the airport needs to be expanded soon, because it will, if it stays the way it is for much longer, it will degrade the experience of people who are using it. The same thing with the roads. Getting to work in the morning has become extremely difficult. Getting home in the evening is taking longer than it should take. Processing services is taking longer. We are building, the rate at which we're building schools to be able to accommodate children that are basically mostly the children of expatriate workers who come to work in Turks and Caicos. We have to get our arms around all these problems. if we are to leave a secure country for the next generation. Otherwise, we will be building an economy where the expenses of running the economy becomes more than the money we're generating from the economy. So this is not aimed at any one group of people. It's not anti-development. It is progress. It is actually making sure that high value rather than quantity, or quality rather than quantity, is maintained. So I'd just like to explain that for if there were any concerns about what I was saying. Mr. Speaker, this is something that I am personally very proud to speak to, and that is the acquisition and development of the Kung Farm property in Long Bay, Providence. Some people may not know what the history was, so I'm not going to delve in that, but our local water sports people have been complaining about a proper place to moor their vessels or to operate from. A lot of them have gotten into trouble because they've used other people's private property. And so the government has making the strategic decision to acquire the Kung Farm, which consists of 12 acres of land and about another 1,200 acres of water, of seabed. And just so that no mischief is created, we've paid somewhere around $12 million for this property, and it will be, the intention is to assign it to the port to build a proper, have an additional port of entry, but also to have a proper facilities from which our own water sports young men can operate from. So this is a strategic acquisition to strengthen the rapidly growing marine and water sports sector. This project will create a safe, clean, and well-managed public marina dedicated to local operators. Mr. Speaker, so many of these operators are young Turks and Caicos Islanders who have turned to self-employment since the COVID of 2019. By providing affordable regulated launch facilities, the new marina will boost operational efficiencies for local businesses, improve safety and service standards for visitors, and create sustainable revenue for government through docking fees, licenses, and rentals. It will also create space for small vendors and related services such as boat maintenance and transport, delivering a strong multiplier effect across the local economy. Mr. Speaker, this initiative empowers our young local entrepreneurs, formalizes economic activity, and protects the marine environment by reducing unauthorized operators. But, Mr. Speaker, best of all, it ensures that the benefits of our booming tourism industry are retained right here in the Turks and Caicos communities. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak for a little while about prudent borrowing, investing without burdening the future. Mr. Speaker, it would be neither honest nor responsible to suggest that all of the infrastructure requirement to secure long-term development can be delivered from annual cash budget alone. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is why my government has taken a deliberate policy decision to advance a prudent medium-term borrowing program, which is not in this budget. It is front-facing, and that is one of the reasons why it would be important to get back here before the end of June. It is strictly for capital purposes and fully aligned with the Constitution, the Public Finance Management Framework, the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility, and agreed assurance mechanism. Mr. Speaker, the program is being designed with clear safeguards. It will be limited to capital investment only, with no borrowing for recurrent expenditure. Be structured for affordability with projected operating surpluses. Preserve strong cash balances and prudent debt service ratios, and comply with all statutory, constitutional, and approved requirements. And, Mr. Speaker, be phased over time to match project readiness and delivery capacity. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the focus of this program is to borrow with purpose and for critical priority projects. And let me tell you what those projects are. You might have already guessed based on what I've said before. They are for healthcare, sustainability, and system reform. Just to give you an idea, we operate 2 hospitals. The one in Provo in Grand Turk has 20 beds. We have 10 additional beds. Some of those beds have been taken for a long time, occupied by persons who are should really be in a what you call it, in a hospice, right? Which means that they're occupying space that would be far, far more expensive if they were in a hospice. But also, when I speak to the Treatment Abroad program, we're sending people abroad because we don't have an ICU. So people, if we did have an ICU, we can probably observe people a little longer before we put them on a plane to send them to Colombia or the Cayman Islands or wherever we send them. So that's all costing additional money. But we're also looking, as I said earlier, in transitioning into new management or a new arrangement, which give us an opportunity to go to the market, not only for funding to make the transition, but to improve the facilities, potentially by opening up the extra 10 rooms in Provo, and by putting in at least a single, if not 2, ICU units, and providing a hospice facility so that we can free up the beds. So this is the thinking that's into this additional expenditure for healthcare, sustainability. We're looking at and putting in additional polyclinics, looking at finding a way to support training of our young doctors, and all of those issues. And then affordable housing and service land infrastructure. And I don't remember the components of the amount, but the intention would be to focus on providing additional funding for the mortgage corporation and for service lots, as I spoke to earlier. And a critical road drainage and resilience infrastructure. Again, as I indicated earlier, we will need the next 10 years or less, over close to $1 billion in infrastructure improvements. And so some of that funding will go here. And of course, solid waste management and environmental services, and government accommodation services, which I spoke to earlier, which I expect we can do through public-private partnership. So that would be the purpose. And again, we are at a stage where we are looking to employ a professional debt service advisor in order to be able to take this project forward. And therefore, it's necessary to program it towards the end of May, June, in order to be able to deal with it. And so borrowing will be used only as a tool for transformation to close long-standing infrastructure gaps, reduce structural costs over time, and support productivity and resilience. Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that the burden of repayment does not fall unfairly on future generations. And in fact, the program, the calculations show that will be significant savings as a result of this. Our well-chosen capital investment will deliver cost avoidance and efficiency gains over time by reducing expensive emergency repairs, overseeing service cost, duplication of systems, and long-run operating pressures on the public purse. Mr. Speaker, No borrowing will be executed without further capital approval of final terms, detailed project framework, and compliance with all assurance and oversight requirements. This approach ensures transparency, discipline, and accountability at every stage. Any borrowing will not be departure from fiscal prudence, but an extension of it. And Mr. Speaker, we are using today's strength responsibly to build tomorrow's capacity. And of course, any borrowing will have to come back to this House. Mr. Speaker, this budget builds on the sustained progress we have already delivered together. Since taking office in 2021, we have nearly doubled the size of the economy. In the first fiscal year, we welcomed nearly 2 million, in the last fiscal year, we welcomed nearly 2 million visitors, secured development agreements worth $1.27 billion that will create over 1,000 new hotel rooms and more than 2,000 permanent jobs. Reduce major crime by over 55%, including the last 5 months without a murder, maintain one of the lowest unemployment rates in our history, advance digitization with the launch of ePay, increase pay for public sector and minimum wage earners, raise NIB pensions and benefits. And Mr. Speaker, we have made tangible investments in community foundations, from solid waste management, improvements and school expansion, to the purchase of a polyclinic and a home for at-risk boys. The forward movement continues with our commitment to an agile and efficient government. This is why, Mr. Speaker, this budget advances ongoing reforms in revenue administration and compliance to ensure fairness for every taxpayer, digitization of public services to reduce bureaucracy and improve accountability, and speed, and a modern fiscal framework fully aligned with Vision 2040 and our medium-term economic strategy. Mr. Speaker, our plan is rooted in our people because people are the foundation of our economy. We will continue to invest in skills development, technical training, educational pathways, and genuine opportunities for our young people. The surest way to keep prosperity at home is to ensure that Turks and Caicos Islanders are equipped to lead and own the next chapter of our economy. Mr. Speaker, importantly, this budget does not start from zero. It scales the reform program already in motion, including the National Housing Policy, energy and utility, monthly breadbasket price monitoring, strengthening disaster management, and better use of social and gender data. Mr. Speaker, every major decision in this budget is guided by 4 clear tests that ensure our strong today choices will stand the test of secure tomorrow. These tests, Mr. Speaker, the household test. Does this lower pressure on working families and ease the cost of living burden? That's the first test of this budget. The household test. Does this lower pressure on working families and ease the cost of living burden? The second test is the island test. Does this benefit every habitable island? The resilience test. Does this prepare us for economic shocks, climate risk, and external vulnerabilities? And finally, Mr. Speaker, the fairness test. Does this ensure that Turks and Caicos Islanders benefit directly and equitably from our nation's progress? Mr. Speaker, because strong today, secure tomorrow means putting Turks and Caicos Islanders first in all ways. This budget passed all of these tests. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I return to the theme that has guided every choice every allocation, and every decision in this budget. Strong today, secure tomorrow is not merely a slogan. It is a standard for governance. It is a test of leadership, and it is a solemn promise to the people of these islands. Strong today, secure tomorrow means we will not squander today's prosperity at the expense of our children's future. We will not chase unchecked growth without discipline, and we will not borrow recklessly against tomorrow to solve today's problems. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we choose wise stewardship, converting the strength that we have built into lasting security for the next generation of Turks and Caicos Islanders. And so, this budget protects stability now. It eases the pressure felt most keenly by working families. It invests in safe communities, stronger services, modern infrastructure, and a more resilient economy. This budget remains the fiscal discipline that makes compassion sustainable. And so, Mr. Speaker, I invite this honorable House to debate vigorously and scrutinize carefully, always guided by one shared duty, the national interest. With faith in God, confidence in our people, and belief in our shared future, I commend this budget to this honorable House. May God continue to bless these beautiful islands, our people, and keep us strong today, secure tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, for your budget presentation. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I know that you are anxious to bring your response, but seeing that we are very close to our break time, I'll give you a little more time to prepare for your response. And so, therefore, I would like to now suspend this Honorable House until 2 p.m. This Honorable Parliament is hereby suspended. All right.
Country we declare this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
For 50 years, decisions have shaped who we are today. But today, the questions are changing.
What opportunities will I have after graduation?
What will my future look like? What are we doing about the cost of living?
Understanding the budget helps us understand our future.
We need better roads so everyone can get where they need to go. We are building today for tomorrow.
Where will we live?
Welcome to the Turks and Caicos Islands 2026 budget debate. Welcome! Be strong today, so we will be secure tomorrow.
Strong today, secure tomorrow. 50 years strong. The next 50 starts now.
Turks and Caicos, I am pleased to speak with you today about a program that is shaping the future of tourism in our nation, the Tides Initiative. Together, individuals delivering excellent service. The needs for Tides is clear. As our tourism industry continues to grow, so does the demand for well-trained, knowledgeable, and culturally aware professionals who can deliver exceptional service and represent our islands with pride. You may ask, why Tides? Because it's more than just training, it's a movement. Tides equips our frontline staff with the tools to confidently answer guest questions. They share our rich heritage and they create memorable experiences that keep visitors coming back.
Tides is a one-day biannual tourism ambassador program, conducted face-to-face or virtually. The program trains and certifies individuals dedicated to delivering top-notch service in the Turks and Caicos Islands tourism sector. Achieving Tides certification not only improves your professional skills, but also contributes to the overall excellence of the destination. Why participate in Tides training program and certification? It helps you distinguish yourself as a certified service professional, showcasing your commitment to excellence in the hospitality sector. It will enhance your skills and provide invaluable training in customer service, health and safety, and local heritage and culture, equipping you with the knowledge to deliver unforgettable experiences. The program boosts your career opportunities by opening doors to exciting career advancements, allowing you to explore new horizons in the thriving tourism sector. Through our program, you can join a community of dedicated professionals committed to upholding the highest customer standards, positively impacting our destination's reputation.
The benefits are far-reaching. Businesses see improved customer satisfaction, stronger team morale, and a deeper connection between staff and the destination they represent. The impact is not only economic, it's cultural and personal. I encourage all stakeholders to support and participate in this transformative program. Together we can elevate the standard of service across the entire Turks and Caicos Islands. Thank you.
April is Autism Acceptance Month. This year, we are focusing on one powerful goal: changing the attitudes towards autism. Autism is not something to fear. It is not something to fix. It is something to understand, to support, and to accept. Across our islands, families are raising incredible children who see the world differently and beautifully.
I'm so happy you're here today. In this class, we learn in different ways. When you need a break, we take a break. When you need help, we help. You belong here.
Today, we're sharing their voices because acceptance begins with listening.
Acceptance for our family looks like celebrating all of the Kai's strengths without comparing him to his two younger brothers that are not on the spectrum. So having a child with autism, especially him being the oldest, if the Kai learned how to ride a bike at the age of 10 instead of knowing how to do it at a younger age compared to his two younger brothers, we would celebrate him a little bit more because his strengths are also some of his biggest challenges. And once he's gotten through that and master it, I think those are the moments in life that he knows he does not have to be normal or a regular child. He can definitely be himself.
So one myth about autism that I wish people start believing is that people with autism, like they don't have any feeling, they don't have any empathy, or like they are cold. You know, people with autism, you know, they have their own special needs. They lack some social skills, you know, that can be expressed properly. But you know, they do have their deep emotions and their deep feelings. And I think, you know, because they can't express it clearly, it leads to misunderstandings. And
what stands out most is his resiliency. He has been brought into a world that has placed limitations on him when God himself has chosen him to stand out. And he has proven time and time again that he is an individual, and autism doesn't define who he is.
So my child has taught me, outside of patience, just to consider many perspectives. And so we all have a cookie cutter way as to how we think things work and how people communicate. So she's just taught me to look at the bigger picture. Don't focus so much on what is said, but pay attention to cues and comforts and gestures. So it's about seeing the bigger picture.
Autism acceptance is more than awareness. Awareness says, I know autism exists. Acceptance says, you belong here. In the SENS department, we are committed to early identification, inclusive practices, and ensuring that every child has access to education that meets their needs. Changing attitudes begins with education, but it continues with compassion, patience, and partnership. When families, teachers, and communities work together, every child can thrive.
Early identification makes a difference. Through developmental screenings, assessments, and collaboration with educators, we work to understand each child's strengths and needs. Autism is a spectrum, which means no two children are the same. Our goal is not to label children, but to support them. When we identify early, we can intervene early, and that changes outcomes. But just as important as services is acceptance. A child who feels understood is a child who can grow.
Changing attitudes starts with conversations like these. It continues with open hearts, and it grows when we choose acceptance every single day. This Autism Acceptance Month, let's move beyond awareness. Let's build a community where every child is seen, supported, and celebrated.
Autism Acceptance Month 2026, changing attitudes, building belonging.
What is the National Budget Debate? The National Budget Debate is when members of Parliament or MPs discuss the government's financial plan for the year. Here's how it works. The government explains how they plan to raise money and how they want to spend it. MPs from both the government and the opposition discuss whether they agree with the government's plan. They can ask questions, suggest changes, or criticize parts of the budget they don't like. MPs vote on whether to approve the budget. If they approve it, the budget will go through to passage. So why is this important? The debate is a way to ensure the government is using the people's money in the right way, and it gives MPs a chance to represent their communities and make sure the budget is fair for everyone. That's it for this segment of Budget Made Simple. Join us as we bring you more coverage of the national budget.
Before the headlines, before the numbers, there is a system working every day to protect our borders, support our people, and keep our country moving. Across the Turks and Caicos Islands, that system is being strengthened deliberately, strategically, and with purpose.
The Ministry of Immigration and Border Services continues to play a vital role in safeguarding our borders, supporting economic growth, and delivering efficient and modern services to the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Over the past financial year, we have delivered meaningful progress, and in the year ahead, we are advancing key initiatives that will further strengthen our systems and national resilience.
This past financial year, the Turks and Caicos Islands Border Force achieved a major milestone with the execution of our Digital Borders project, marking the beginning of a comprehensive transformation of our border management systems. In the new financial year, Border Force will advance a global risk management framework and introduce key enforcement policies and undertake the upgrade of the Sectoral world, strengthening intelligence-led operations and enhancing our national security.
During the past year, the Employment Services Department successfully implemented and expanded the application processing system, improving efficiency, transparency, and processing timelines for labor-related applications. In the year ahead, the department will further strengthen this system while introducing standardized procedures and enhanced case management processes to improve accountability and service delivery.
The Customer Service Department made notable improvements to service delivery by reducing wait times through enhanced workflows and operational coordination. Looking forward, the department will introduce an immigration consultancy policy and certification framework, establishing clear standards and strengthening the regulation of immigration services.
And this is what progress looks like, not just in policy, but in action, not just in systems, but in service, and not just for today, but for the future of the Turks and Caicos Islands.
In every corner of Turks and Caicos Islands, there are heroes amongst us. They serve, they lead, they inspire. Now, it's time to recognize them. Nominations are now open for the National Honors and Awards Program. Celebrate those whose dedication and achievements have made a lasting impact on our nation. Submit your nomination by May 15th, 2026. Apply online at tcinationalhonorsandAwards.com or drop off your form at the Office of the Premier or your nearest District Commissioner's office. Nominate today. Celebrate excellence. Honor greatness.
What is the Appropriations Committee? Ministries and departments within government, as well as statutory bodies, submit their funding requests outlining their needs for the upcoming financial year. This submission will include projected costs for priority projects and day-to-day expenditure. The government then creates a proposed budget, which includes projected revenues, how much money the government intends to collect, and planned expenditures, how the government plans to spend. Once the budget proposal is complete, the Minister for Finance will lay the budget estimates before the House. An Appropriations Committee meeting is then called for members to review and scrutinize the revenue estimates and planned spending carefully. Once this review is complete, the committee will make recommendations to Parliament. The committee can make recommendations but cannot dictate amendments. The committee is composed of at least 3 members of Parliament appointed by the Speaker of the House. Ministers cannot be members. At least 1 opposition member. The committee may also co-opt up to 2 non-Parliament members and is supported by the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Finance and committee staff. That's it for this segment of Budget Made Simple. Join us as we bring you more coverage of the national budget.
The overall assessment of this budget is, it is much to do about the same. It's more about catching up. It doesn't move the needle in any way for our people. You just look at the numbers, look at the programs, look at the projects. There's nothing to get excited about. And surely some people will make themselves excited about the budget, but they look at the numbers and you'll see there's nothing to get excited about. Look at the projects, look at the programs in place, and ask yourself, okay, well, the minister said they're going to do this. Where is the funding for this? And that is my job. You can come and say, oh, I'm going to build a road to Soul Key. Okay, that is good, but there must be funding. There must be consultancy. There must be funding for construction. Where is that? So no matter what you say, if it doesn't back up with the funding, it's not so. So this budget is a lot more to do about catching up than moving our country forward. When it comes to welfare benefits, more welfare benefits are increasing while training is staying the same. Scholarships, external scholarships staying the same. Healthcare staying the same. The level of projects staying the same. So it's not addressing the needs. Anything that is good for the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, I'll be the first to support it. It's not about politics. It's not about gaining favor. It's about being right and doing right for the people.
We salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos. Our country firm and free, our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet. Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties great. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and ocean sea, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos,
and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south,
Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged a plan with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos.
Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south,
Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet, surrounding sands and hills of glee, a pristine beauty see. Our people forged and planned with multiplicity of race and kind and creed and tongue, united by our goal.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand.
Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos,
Our country firm and free. Our allegiance,
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm.
our allegiance, Turks and Caicos.
For 50 years, decisions have shaped who we are today. But today, the questions are changing.
What opportunities will I have after graduation?
What will my future look like? What are we doing about the cost of living? Understanding the budget helps us understand the future.
We need better roads so everyone can get where they need to go.
We are building today for tomorrow.
Where will we live?
Welcome to the Turks and Caicos Islands 2026 budget debate.
Be strong today, so we will be secure tomorrow.
Strong today, secure tomorrow. 50 years strong. The next 50 starts now.
The overall assessment of this budget is, it is much to do about the same. It's more about catching up. It doesn't move the needle in any way for our people. You just look at the numbers, look at the programs, look at the projects. There's nothing to get excited about. And surely some people will make themselves excited about the budget, but they look at the numbers and you'll see there's nothing to get excited about. Look at the projects, look at the programs in place, and ask yourself, okay, well, the minister said they're going to do this. Where is the funding for this? And that is my job. You can come and say, oh, I'm going to build a road to Soul Key. Okay, that is good, but there must be funding. There must be consultancy. There must be funding for construction. Where is that? So no matter what you say, if it doesn't back up with the funding, it's not so. So this budget is a lot more to do about catching up than moving our country forward. When it comes to welfare benefits, more welfare benefits are increasing, while training is staying the same. Scholarships, external scholarships staying the same. Healthcare staying the same. The level of projects staying the same. So it's not addressing the needs. Anything that is good for the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, I'll be the first to support it. It's not about politics. It's not about gaining favor. It's about being right and doing right for the people.
Oh, we salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties grand. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos. Our country firm and free, our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and south, our banks and oceans meet. Surrounding sands and hills of glee.
Honourable members, this Honourable House now resumes its sitting. Pray be seated. Honourable members, prior to our break, the Honourable Premier had given his budget address, and we'll now hear from the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for his response to the budget. The Chair now recognizes the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin and delve
deep into the numbers. Let me first give thanks to God Almighty for having each and every one of us here today. It's just through His grace and mercies that we move on in this life. Mr. Speaker, let me also send greetings to my parents, Mr. Speaker. Without them, I wouldn't be here. Mr. Speaker, my siblings, even though during this budget debate, they are on the opposite team, but your big brother still loves you all. Yes. Mr. Speaker, also let me send words of greeting to that great constituency of Grand Turk South and Salt Cay. Without them, my presence here will not be a reality, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank them each and every day for giving me this opportunity to be a steward for the finances and the progress of our people here in the Turks and Caicos Islands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank all the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, those who support me, those who challenge me, those who agree with me, those who do not agree with me. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank them all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague here in the House of Assembly, the member from the Bight. Thank him for his support, for his strength, for his unwavering commitment to the people of the Bight. You know, I'm so proud, and I know the people of the Bight are so proud of you. They have such a strong representative in the House, in the Parliament, not House of Assembly anymore. Not knocking on anyone else. The other ones may be strong, but I can say that you are even stronger. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all my colleagues here. I want to thank them all. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate them all. The honorable member from South Caicos, you are a light. Both of you here are lights inside this Parliament. And many of us, we can leave knowing that our Parliament is in good hands, people who represent for the best interests of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate every one of the ministers across there, every one of the backbenchers, members of Parliament. You know, they challenge me, we challenge each other. Mr. Speaker, I always like to remind people, we both want what is best for the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. They put their vision forward, we put our vision forward. The people choose which vision they want to follow. And Mr. Speaker, that is the people's priority. And they choose the vision of the Progressive National Party, Mr. Speaker. And we cannot be mad with the people. You are here to represent the people, and they choose us to hold them in account, Mr. Speaker. And I am going to do my best to hold them in account, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on a lighter note, we want to congratulate all those who are successful in sports, all those who have anything to celebrate throughout the Turks and Caicos Islands. We want to mourn, we want to send condolences to all those who are bereaved, the bereaved families of the Turks and Caicos Islands at this time, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the budget presentation. And just a side note, Mr. Speaker, and it's amazing how your experiences in the past prepare you for what you face in the future. Mr. Speaker, I am one of them who always, as an athlete, as a performer, always loved to go and play in a hostile environment. I enjoy going to South Caicos where the crowd is booing me, booing me out of love. They don't hate me, but they're just cheering for their team. I enjoy going to North Caicos as an athlete, competing, going to Provo, competing. I take joy in silencing the home team, Mr. Speaker. And so today, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take much joy in silencing this room, silencing the home team. Mr. Speaker, one of the best things for any basketball, football team, when you go into a country, you're in an arena, and you are the visitor, and if you can get everyone in those stands out by halftime, Mr. Speaker, you know you have done your job, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to do my job, and hopefully I can get everyone out here, and we'll just have quorum, or me, you, and the members on right here, Mr. Speaker. And I know I have done my job well, Mr. Speaker. And I love it, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to cry at the home crowd today, Mr. Speaker. We're going to cry them today, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the budget that has been presented for this year, a document that proclaims balance, a document that proclaims prudence and forward-looking investment, yet with any mandate dressed in fine words and catchy slogans, we must examine the fabric and the veneer. Mr. Speaker, the public deserves nothing less than a candid assessment of where the money is coming from, how the money is being spent, and whether these choices will actually translate into improved outcomes for the people we serve. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, if this budget is truly about delivering tangible relief and real opportunity for our people, then the questions must be explicit, persistent, and the questions must be unflinching. Why are promises from last year, the year before, 2023, 2022, 2021, the citizens' contract not realized, Mr. Speaker? Why do courts continue to crush ordinary households? Why do local-owned businesses and local entrepreneurs lag behind the rhetoric? Today, I put forward a people-first interrogation of the 26-27 budget, as you have never seen before, Mr. Speaker, demanding concrete answers and measurable actions. Mr. Speaker, our people need to know, how is this budget directly reducing monthly expenses for their households all across the islands? Where is the transparent, itemized plans that show step-by-step how we're going to lower energy costs, that show step-by-step how we're going to lower food costs, that show step-by-step how we're going to lower housing costs? And, Mr. Speaker, we need to show step-by-step how we're going to lower the health care costs of the country. Mr. Speaker, before I delve deeper into the allocations of this year, I will demonstrate proof to you and those listening a pattern of non-performance, chronic delays, misprioritization, and cosmic reforms by the Honorable Premier and his government. Mr. Speaker, let's just look back to 25-26. Mr. Speaker, this is the Citizen's Guide to the Budget. Have a very handsome man on it, dressed elegantly, but inside, Mr. Speaker, unfulfilled promises. Unfulfilled promises, Mr. Speaker. The slogan last year was, keeping our promises, building prosperity and security for our future. So, Mr. Speaker, let me ask the Premier and his ministers directly, did you keep your promises? That's a yes or no. Mr. Speaker, let me ask the Premier and his ministers directly, did you build prosperity and secure our future, the future of the Turks and Caicos Islands? Mr. Speaker, I would put it to you that the answer is no. No in keeping their promises, no in building prosperity, and no in securing our future. Mr. Speaker, some 340 days ago, the Honorable Premier stood right there and said, this year's budget is anchored in long-term strategies, a plan focused on diversifying the economy. Again, this year's budget, 25-26, is anchored in long-term strategies, a plan for diversifying the economy. Well, let's test this, Mr. Speaker, and ask the necessary questions. I put it to all of you that this bold assertion was never attempted and never achieved. Just words on papers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, claims about long-term diversification requires rigorous scrutiny. A government Diversification plan must be concrete, accountable, and resilient to shocks. So let's ask the Premier and his cabinet these questions to identify the burden of proof that they have diversified the economy. Mr. Speaker, which new sections were created that targeted diversification of the economy? If you can tell me, because I haven't seen them, I searched high and low, Mr. Speaker, what new sections were created? And what were the milestones that defined their success? What data is there to support the projected outcomes, jobs, GDP, export diversification, sustainable tourism, green energy? How was the progress to be measured? What risk exists? Did you place an accountability steps? Mr. Speaker, I have asked all 9 questions, 9 critical questions about the diversification of the economy. And Mr. Speaker, I can say that the answer to all 9 of those questions is no. No, Mr. Speaker, the Premier and his cabinet, they didn't do it, Mr. Speaker. 9 no's, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Premier and his ministers, from that, they have a bold talk, Mr. Speaker, but such a weak walk. Such a weak walk, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look for diversification. Please tell me one new area. Please show me, indicate to me one new area where you diversified the economy, one new cost center, one new revenue stream. Please show it to me. Mr. Speaker, in the Citizens' Contract in 21, speak to diversifying the economy. Citizens' Guide to Budget 21-22, diversifying the economy. An economy that works for all, diversifying the economy. Delivering on the Citizens' Contract from 21, diversifying the economy. Delivering more in 24, I can remember that one very good. Diversifying the economy. Mr. Speaker, and today, and last year, keeping our promises, building prosperity and securing our future, diversifying the economy. And what it is today. Strong today, secure tomorrow, diversifying the economy. Where is the proof, Mr. Speaker? Where diversification took place, Mr. Speaker? None. Over a 6-year period, Mr. Speaker, there haven't been any hurricanes, there haven't been any natural disasters, there haven't been any man-made disasters, Mr. Speaker. Nothing but smooth sailing and blue skies, Mr. Speaker. Something that no government has ever experienced in the Turks and Caicos Islands. 6 years of plenty, Mr. Speaker. 6 years, almost going on to 7 years. And we know the story, Mr. Speaker. What happens after 7 years of plenty? What comes next, Mr. Speaker? Life has its ebbs and flows, Mr. Speaker. Did we build, did we diversify the economy in these 6 years of plenty, Mr. Speaker? And the answer is no. Mr. Speaker, we see what is going on in the world. Can we continue to rely on tourism, Mr. Speaker? Where most of our tourists come from North America. When North Americans stop traveling, Mr. Speaker, what is going to happen to us? Where is the diversification in the economy, Mr. Speaker? They say strong today. So what? Strong today, secure tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. But I say here today, go on tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we see on the capital projects that's supposed to bring that change, Mr. Speaker. And I cannot take credit for this one. I have to give it to the member from the bite. Here today, supplementary tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Here today, supplementary tomorrow. Critical projects that I want that the member from the Bight want, that the member from South Caicos want, that the member from Blue Hills want, all the constituency members wanted, the member from Gwentuck North want. Here today, supplementary tomorrow, gone, under, rescope, re-advertise, recommission, reorganize, refiltered, all the re's in the English language, Mr. Speaker. Never to return, many never to return, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me inform them. Sound planning secures tomorrow. Transparent decisions secures tomorrow. Measurable results secure tomorrow. Action today secures tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, and so, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the opposition, the People's Democratic Movement, and the people we represent, and on behalf of all the free-thinking people in the Turks and Caicos Islands, PDMs, PNPs, independents, non-affiliated, you name it, Mr. Speaker. We ask simple but serious questions, Mr. Speaker. Is our nation truly becoming stronger today? Mr. Speaker, I want to look around, and if you feel that we are truly becoming strong today, just keep your head up and look me in the eye. I'm looking around to see who all can look me in the eye, my eyes, and say, we are truly becoming strong today. I see a few people, Mr. Speaker, a few people. And I'm happy for them. But sadly, for the rest of us, we don't feel so. Mr. Speaker, there will be some amongst us who will say, this budget will allow us to live our best lives. Sorry, the Honorable Minister isn't here. Who will say that? There will be some. There will be some who say, this is the best budget ever, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there will be some who say, this is a historic budget. This budget is a big deal, Mr. Speaker. There are some who will say, Mr. Speaker, this budget is expanding revenues, accelerating our major infrastructure projects, and taking decisive actions to resolve long-standing issues in our healthcare system. The same thing that was said in the failed budgets of the last financial years. Same words. Best budget ever. Big deal. Historic budget, Mr. Speaker. But was it historic for the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, Mr. Speaker? Or is it just historic for the Premier and his team, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, some will say the honorable leader of the opposition is delusional, incorrect, unproven, misleading, deceptive, and deceiving. Mr. Speaker, others will always persist in saying things different. But, Mr. Speaker, the true test is always the five senses. What are you seeing happening in your country? That's the sense of sight. What are you hearing from our people? Second sense. What pressures you are feeling from our society? Sense of touch, feel. What are you now able to taste on your tables? What are you able to eat? How far is your money going? Can you afford to buy the same level of food to eat out like how you did before? Sense of taste. When you move around in our neighborhoods, some neighborhoods are better than others. Is it a winter fresh, spring clean? What are you smelling? Sense of smell. Mr. Speaker, all five of our senses has proven that the last 6 budgets have not been working for our people. Mr. Speaker, I am cognizant that before you judge a situation, the situation is neutral. It is not good, it is not bad, it is just raw data. As this budget is raw data, Mr. Speaker, the Premier gave his interpretation of the data. Mr. Speaker, ministers will come after me and give their interpretation of the data. MPs will come after me and give their interpretation of the data. And now I will give mine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me illustrate this to you very quickly. Imagine it started raining, Mr. Speaker, all of you inside here. Imagine it started raining. Person A is a farmer from North Caucasus, experiencing the drought. It haven't rained in North Caucasus for a while, and it started raining hard, nonstop. He will look at the rain, and he will project blessings, money, relief, euphoria, happiness. Same rain. Now person B, a bride about to get married at one of our hotels. Everything is set up outside. Cheers are there, decorations, flowers, everything is outside. Food and catering is outside. And it started raining very hard. You know, when it rained in North Caucasus hard, probably get a lot of rain too. What will person B think? Will she be thinking blessings, happiness? No, she will be thinking disaster. Her reality will be depression, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the same rain. It is the same water coming from the same clouds, Mr. Speaker, but different reactions based on their internal definitions. And that is why I said that, because it's okay for you to have different interpretations from me. The same budget, the same rain, but depending on where we're coming from, depending on what are we experiencing, we will feel different. As it goes to the people in our country, some people may be benefiting from this budget. Some people may truly be living their best lives because they're getting contracts after contracts, jobs after jobs. They can move from one job to the next job to the next job, while others begging, hoping that they get a handout, a contract, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are some hoping that they can get on a good job. There are some who hoping that they can be as fortunate, Mr. Speaker. Same rain, different experiences, different ways of looking at this budget. Speaker, let's look at a reality behind the promised progress. Mr. Speaker, we have heard repeatedly from the Premier and his government that progress is steady, progress is ongoing, progress is being delivered across the length and breadth of the Turks and Caicos Islands, but across communities, across our neighborhoods, across where our people live, under the trees, in the entertainment rooms, and across the length and breadth of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Many people continue to ask a different question. They ask, when will the promised progress reach us? I know a lot of people in Grand Turk are asking that. When will the promised progress reach us? People in Salt Key asking that. Thankfully, people in South Caicos, Honorable Member, you have some, and I know you want more, Mr. Speaker. The people in North Caicos, Middle Caicos, and some people live in the southern areas and Providenciales, Mr. Speaker. When will progress reach us? When will the promises become our reality? When will improvements be visible in the places we live, where we work, and where we raise our families, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, they say progress is steady, but the people say progress must be felt. Felt in the cost of living, felt in access to opportunities, felt in the confidence that tomorrow will be better than today, and today will be better than yesterday. Mr. Speaker, real progress is visible. Visible in improved services, Real progress is visible in stronger communities. Real progress is visible in expanded opportunities. Mr. Speaker, progress should not be hidden in silence. It should shine so bright that every island can see it. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, this progress light is only shining on one area in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Not even one island, Mr. Speaker, one area and for one group of people. Mr. Speaker, one area and one group of people are seeing the light of progress, while the rest of us live in perpetual darkness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is said that the true measure of progress is not whether you add more to the abundance of those who have much, but whether you provide enough for those who have little. That was Franklin D. Roosevelt, Mr. Speaker. The true measure of progress is not whether you add more to the abundance of those who have much, but whether you provide for those who have little. Mr. Speaker, ever too often, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing budgets being passed in this House, but Mr. Speaker, all they are doing is adding more to those who have much, and the people who have little get nothing, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget proposed a total expenditure of $550 million, Mr. Speaker, a modest 5% increase over the unactual outturn for the preceding year. Mr. Speaker, a 5% uptick sounds very good. But, Mr. Speaker, as with everything, and as I illustrated before, context matters. A figure that is modest in its face can mask inflammatory pressures. Those figures can mask rising service costs. Mr. Speaker, those figures can mask hard times for our people. Mr. Speaker, the budget is advertised by the Premier as being balanced, with a small surplus of $0.4 million and a closing cash balance of $243 million. Sure, when people hear that closing cash balance, they get excited. $243 million. But let's look again at context, Mr. Speaker. This framing presupposes that the revenue assumptions are robust and resilient. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we have to ask, what in the macroeconomic environments have softened? What if revenue streams fail to materialize as projected? Mr. Speaker, we are seeing what happened in the world. What if our macroeconomic environment soften and we don't realize that money? What if other revenue streams, tourism, import duties, do not materialize, fail to materialize due to economic pressures? What? That goes right back again to diversification from 2021, which I alluded to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the revenue projections directly. The assertion in this budget that it is fully funded from existing revenue streams, and this warrants rigorous scrutiny, Mr. Speaker. If revenues are projected to total $551.2 million, and expenditure to run to $550 million. Mr. Speaker, that margin is thin, very thin. Revenue $551.2 million. Expenditure, $550 million. But we're saying this budget is a big deal. This budget is awesome. Very thin margins. No room for error. No room for external shocks. No room for wars. No room for blockades of oil ships. No room for tourism downtown. No room for a decrease in import duties, Mr. Speaker. No room for a decrease in visitors' arrivals. So, Mr. Speaker, this so-called modest substance-level revenue measures, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at those lines. Business licensing rate. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at climate resiliency and environmental levies. That is what we're hearing about, Mr. Speaker, environmental levies. I don't even know what is an environmental levy. No, and that is not signed, as people in disaster maybe know, or building. I mean, Mr. Speaker, and we hear about the improved collection. There was a term that the Premier used, and I was trying to catch it down. It's some dragnet, Mr. Speaker. We hear of this dragnet, Mr. Speaker, this long line fishing, this dragnet to catch government revenues. Mr. Speaker, what is the elasticity in these measures? Mr. Speaker, I am concerned. Mr. Speaker, a climate-resistant levy. Again, you do not want to use the word tax. You do not want to use the word fee. So now we're down to levy. What else is we're going to go to a donation? So we don't want to say tax, so we say a climate-resistant levy will be in place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how is this levy calibrated? How will it be administered? Who will it be administered on? Hotels? Tourists? Someone building a home? That I have to pay a climate resilience levy? Mr. Speaker, the emphasis, the expenditure, composition, also have in it staff costs. Mr. Speaker, recurrent expenditure dominates at $485 million, leaving capital investments at $62 million. Mr. Speaker, this is a heavy tilt towards current costs. And this begs the fundamental question: are we ensuring durable, long-time capital projects that improve productivity and resilience? Or are we perpetually sustaining the status quo? Mr. Speaker, staff costs amounts to $180 million, representing 35% of the budget. Staff costs, $180 million, representing 35% of the budget. And we are hearing of 61 new positions announced. Mr. Speaker, are we to get excited about that? Mr. Speaker, non-recurrent revenue is a modest $3 million. Sorry, non-recurrent expenditure is a modest $3 million. Mr. Speaker, why so low? What is going on here? What is the explanation? Mr. Speaker, where are the buffers for contingencies, for climate-related disruptions? Mr. Speaker, we haven't had any major hurricanes, and God forbid we have any. But where are the contingencies? For cyber attacks, Mr. Speaker, I am concerned. Mr. Speaker, we see the external shocks that are going on in the world now. And a lean, non-recurrent line can translate into higher costs in the future years when deferred needs crystallize, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifices we're making today, the cuts we are making today will truly impact tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, as we look through the numbers, we see cuts throughout the budget, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering how ministries will survive, but I will get to them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to turn our attention to what was said by the Premier in terms of governance, implementation, and accountability. Mr. Speaker, a budget that is described as fully funded from existing streams must match by credible governance, transparency, and delivery. Without these, the numbers risk becoming a fiction rather than a map. Speaker, we're hearing this about this roadmap. What safeguards exist to prevent revenue leaks? Mr. Speaker, the dragnet do not stop revenue leaks, Mr. Speaker. It is only for catching that which has already been lost. Mr. Speaker, how will these 61 positions impact government? 61 positions. Is this ad hoc? Is there a plan? Are these positions, 61 new positions, in the right place for the right reason? Doing the right function, Mr. Speaker? What performance indicators will accompany them? How will the public be informed about their progress and their impact? Mr. Speaker, if mid-year variances arise, and we know they always do in terms of supplementaries, what contingency frameworks are in place? Mr. Speaker, let's go directly to the staff enhancements. Healthcare received 19 positions. These are in behavioral science, emergency medical technology services, plus a pathologist. The stated aim is to localize pathology services to improve delivery timelines. While localization and enhanced responsiveness can be realized, we must ask, are these roles aligned with measurable service targets, Mr. Speaker? When healthcare get the staff, will we see decreased wait times, better diagnosis, better patient outcomes? Mr. Speaker, as a government, as cabinet members, as the responsible minister, you have to ask these questions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, national security got 13 additional staff for the contingency military force to support operations of the newly acquired vessel. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that will strengthen border force and marine surveillance. But, Mr. Speaker, when we give the military service support, is there a robust manpower model that demonstrates how these roles translate into enhanced security outcomes, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we keep on doing things, but we have no plan, no purpose behind them. Not because someone say, I need. You have to examine why you need, what is the impact, how will we monitor if this have been impactful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, social development, 10 new staff. And the Department of Rehabilitation and Community Services to operate the at-risk boys' home, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked a lot on that, Mr. Speaker. and definitely will come to that, and social services. But 10 new staff for the at-risk home, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, land management, 8 new positions for the National Land Secretariat after restructuring. Mr. Speaker, I have to point out this. There's a pattern here, and you'll see it. The government put in a structure, and they sell it to us. This is the best thing ever. This is going to make your life better. This is going to perform the best. Example, Experience TCI. And then we come back, Mr. Speaker, and we hear this whole department have to be scrapped, rebranded, reconfigured, reorganized, Mr. Speaker, restructured. What is going on, Mr. Speaker? 5 additional positions for the National Audit Office. Mr. Speaker, that is welcome, Mr. Speaker, with the amount of accountability and audits that need to be done within the Turks and Caicos Islands, Mr. Speaker. The 5 additional staff allow them to fill that need, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's go directly to what was said about health and social commitments. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to prioritize health care with $70 million allocated for NHIP and hospital charges alone, representing 15% of the total budget. $70 million for NHIP and hospital charges alone, Mr. Speaker. The subvention excluding NHIP, totals $43.3 million, or 8% of the budget. Mr. Speaker, how are these monies being realized? Are we getting money, value for money? And Mr. Speaker, we're hearing about, for lack of a better words, the scrapping of NHIP, the reorganization, the reconfiguring of NHIP. Yes, Mr. Speaker, something has to be done, but we have yet to see a plan. What is going to be in place? How is this going to look in the future, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I say the government do things without plans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to see these plans. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the capital investment. And first, Mr. Speaker, when I look to capital investment, I have to first ask about my constituency. What is in here for Grand Tex South and Sewell Key? Mr. Speaker, after asking about my constituency, I must ask about what is there for Grand Tucker on the whole. Secondly, what is there for Grand Tucker on the whole? Mr. Speaker, after asking about Grand Tex South and Sewell Key and asking for Grand Tucker on the whole, personally, I must turn my attention to the Oswald's native land, Middle Caicos. What is there for Middle Caicos? Mr. Speaker, what capital projects are here for Middle Caicos? After asking about Grand Turk South and Sewell Key, Grand Turk, Middle Caicos, I have to represent my grandma and the member here. What more is there for South Caicos, Mr. Speaker? My people of South Caicos need. Are their needs being filled? Mr. Speaker? After moving from South Caicos, Mr. Speaker, I must ask about our family islands in North Caicos and Providenciales and all our constituencies, Mr. Speaker. What is for the people of North Caicos and what is for the people of Providenciales that will make a difference in their daily lives, Mr. Speaker? Yes, there are things that may happen, but we know if they survive the cotton block, and we know the cotton block is sharp with this government, Mr. Speaker. What is there for our people that will impact their lives? And Mr. Speaker, I have to give credit where credit is due. In asking what is there for Grand Turk South and Sewell Key and having extensive talks with the minister responsible for PPID and the Member of Parliament for North Caicos, he has assured me that there is something for all islands, and there is something for Grand Turk in terms of roads for Grand Turk South and Salt Key. And Mr. Speaker, you know I give credit where credit is due. And Mr. Minister, when I see asphalt, people will see me and you out for dinner. I promise you I will take you out for dinner for that entire week when you're here. Mr. Speaker, we will thank you. We will thank you. We will thank the Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that we had to be patient. We know that in the first term of the government, they're going to take care of their constituencies. That's okay. But this is your second term. And we know we didn't have no draw in that ASU at first. But I keep on telling them, there are people in every constituency that vote for every party. So, you know, you're not just spiting me if nothing happened in that constituency. Every party has supporters in every constituency, and you must service our supporters. Many persons voted for you at large candidates. Even though you didn't win the constituency seat, many persons voted for different people, Mr. Speaker, and they must be served, Mr. Speaker. I was going to look in the audience and point out people, but I'll leave that alone and say their needs must be served. All I'll say, these people's needs must be served because they have supported this government, and in their areas and their constituencies, they want their needs served. Okay? This is your second term. Let's get it fixed. So, Mr. Speaker, the capital investment of $62 million, or 11% of the total budget, focus on infrastructure and long-term priorities. Key projects that we heard include refurbishment to the halfway house, upgrade to the primary clinics, secondary roadworks, phase 2, and 10 classrooms at Clement High School, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's consider these questions. Will these projects be on schedule as planned, Mr. Speaker? Or will we see some 25 projects at the end of the financial year, the last week of the financial year, the last month of the financial year just being advertised, just the last week trying to be noted in the cabinet? After 11 months and so much days, after 51 weeks, the last week in the year, the last month, these projects have to be rushed through cabinet, rushed through procurement. Will we see that? Or will there be a change this year, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, will these projects that we're going to hear all the ministers bragging about, will they survive the carbon block? The slogan, here today, supplementary tomorrow. No, strong today, supplementary tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, will they survive the carbon block? Mr. Speaker, I turn to what was said about integration, accountability, and transparency. Mr. Speaker, these allocations are spread across a number of ministries, a number of departments, which include health. Mr. Speaker, we heard much about the purchase of the polyclinic, which I'll get to in health, Mr. Speaker, and I want to delve deep into that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but with these projects, what performance dashboards will there be published? That the public, bring the public along, that the public know what is going on with these projects. Instead of just hearing about it when we come into the House of Assembly, this project is canceled, this project is not on time, this project is being rescoped, this project is being delayed. What are we communicating to our public? We don't get that out of the cabinet minute, Mr. Speaker, that cabinet decide today to cancel this project. I never see a cabinet minute say that, Mr. Speaker. Cabinet decide today to rescope this project, to reorganize this project. Mr. Speaker, the people only hear about these projects when they reach in the people's house. And just to stick a pin here, Mr. Speaker, we had an occurrence in the Appropriations Committee meeting. And I won't say which department it is. It is a very critical department. Very critical department, Mr. Speaker. They came here and we asked about a particular project. And they say, oh, well, that project is not there. You don't have to ask us about that. That project was canceled. We said, no, that project wasn't canceled. That project is in your budget. They say, no, no, no. We get the emails here that this project was canceled. We say, well, sorry or happily to inform you that this project is in the budget. It's like, excuse me? The project is in the budget? Yes. The project have been restated inside the budget. And you know, you can look at the look on the face, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of people don't want to embarrass the government inside here, so they say very little. But your expressions and your face says it all, Mr. Speaker. Your body language. They were so embarrassed that a project that they asked for, that they plead for, that the people needed, Mr. Speaker, of national importance, was taken away from them. And it was stated back in the budget without them knowing, Mr. Speaker, without they knowing that this project was back in the budget. A critical error, Mr. Speaker, a critical error to our national security, and the persons who are supposed to have carriage of that project did not know anything about it, Mr. Speaker, that it was placed back in the budget. How can that happen, Mr. Speaker? And as the video showed, and I'm going to use from the video, shame on you, Mr. Premier, shame on you. Yeah. No, it's not my contacts. I don't mess around with stuff like that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that cannot happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this day and age where it's so easy to communicate, how can one department come here thinking that their project was canceled, and their project is right there, money's allocated, already being costed without them knowing, already being scoped without them knowing. They didn't know anything about it. How can that happen, Mr. Speaker? And those listening, who listen to the Appropriations Committee, you all know which ministry that is. But for national security purposes, I won't say. And I won't say what project it was, Mr. Speaker. I cannot cut off my nose to spite my face. This is my country too, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the allocations for professional services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that professional and consultancy services in this budget amounts to some $25 million, Mr. Speaker? Professional and consultancy services in this year's budget, 26-27, accounts to some $25 million. Is it that the government, the cabinet is afraid to make a decision? The people hire us to make decisions. Why do we have to consult on everything? I know consultancy is needed, you need to check people. But at the sum of $25 million, Mr. Speaker, professional and consultancy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's so easy to do research now, Mr. Speaker. So easy for officers and government to do these things, Mr. Speaker. So easy for people in the Turks and Caicos Islands to do these things, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I must say, in digging deep into the professional and consultancy numbers, you say, well, it's for airline. Also, in addition to the fees paid to the whoever the possible vendor, it is airline tickets, hotel costs, transportation costs. So you have to ask, so this professional and consultancy isn't local? This is external professional and consultancy. That's why the numbers are high, so high. $25 million. And we have to ask, people in Turks and Caicos Islands can consult? People in Turks and Caicos Islands are professionals? Why does this have to be so high, Mr. Speaker? You know, we have $25 million spread across our constituency, spread across needed ministries, departments, units, manpower increases, Mr. Speaker, salary increases where there are discrepancies, 25, even half of that. Let's take 12.5, even if we cut professional and consultancy in half, $12.5 million spread across our communities. What a difference that can make, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a problem area for me, Mr. Speaker. $25 million, and 99.5% of that is external consultancy. We are consulting on everything. You want to move a light board? You got to consult. You want to build this park? We have to bring in an external consultant. You say, well, we've been building these parks for years. Why we need to bring in an external consultant, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, I can give you one example. I don't know which party it was. I don't care who was in power at the time. When they were rebuilding the seawalls in front of here, they brought in these fancy professionals and consultants, paid them hundreds of thousands of dollars to consult on the design of the seawall. Now, the old design, for those growing up in Grand Turk, you know, it had a nice little curve. You could have walked under it. But these highly paid professionals and consultants came to the island of Grand Turk and say, no, we do away with the curve. We're going to put on a straight ledger and just a little lip. And Mr. Speaker, what you think happened? Why do you think all the buildings on here get so destroyed and so run down, Mr. Speaker? The sea hit and the sea splash over. We see when the northwesterly winds come, how it is, so you cannot pass Front Street. All the seaweeds, all the water inside the road, Mr. Speaker, all from professional and consultancy, thinking that our local knowledge is not superior to the external knowledge. You see, the local knowledge knew that when the wave hit, if you get a curve, the energy will come and go back out. The wave will come and go back out. But these highly paid consultants, no, we got to do it different. These people in Turks and Caicos Islands didn't know nothing but design that time. They don't know anything. We're going to build a big solid wall. And we are suffering for it today, Mr. Speaker. Front Street being destroyed, eroded. The roads being eroded because of poor professional and consultancy, Mr. Speaker. I say that to say the point that government, cabinet members, you do not always need to bring in external consultants. Consult with our people. Consult with the professionals in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Let some of that money stay here. Imagine if you give a local consultant company $1 million to come up with a plan. Mr. Speaker, that is easy for them. If they don't have the knowledge, they can hire, they themselves can hire the actual expertise to come and work on their project. But all I'm saying, give our people a chance. Let them be the boss. And any extra person that they need to come in, bring them in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to address it later, but that just brings me to the next point where we see so much people in the civil service acting for years, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to touch it later on, my power, but I cannot lose it right now, Mr. Speaker. So much people acting for years. They have been doing the job of 2 and 3 people, Mr. Speaker. But we feel, no, this position, we need to bring in somebody from the outside, Mr. Speaker. We always feel that person have to come in from the outside. What? The health department? We can't have a director of health services from Turks and Caicos. We need an external. Mr. Speaker, only after we prove ourselves, year after year after year, the hospitals finally get a local director. That knowledge was always there. But we had to prove ourselves year after year after year after year, Mr. Speaker. We have to get away from that. And we as a government have to lead by example, Mr. Speaker. We can't have people in these acting positions doing 2 and 3 and 4 jobs. And when the job come up, we think that somebody from the outside have to come in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I'm a good manager, why can't I manage the hospital? That doesn't mean I need to know how to do brain surgery. All I need to do is be able to manage the person that do the brain surgery. I don't have to be the brain surgeon. I'm the manager. You can pay me for the manager and be the manager. And if we need any technical capabilities, bring them in. But I am still the manager, Mr. Speaker. Give our people the chance, and if we need the technical competencies that we do not have, you bring in that technical person. But let our people be the manager, if they are qualified, Mr. Speaker. We have to get away from this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's look at what is being said about border control and digitization, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, digitization was a promise from the citizens' contract, Mr. Speaker. 6 years later, how much of government has been digitized? 6 budgets, 6 record-breaking budgets. If we start counting them up, 500 million, 520 million, that's 1 billion, 1.5 billion, 2 billion, 2.5 billion, 3 billion, Mr. Speaker. Over $3 billion in budgets. What have we digitized? Police records? $3 million and $3 billion. And all we get to show is digital police records? With my nephew and 4 on his computer could do, Mr. Speaker? $3 billion, and that's all we have to show. Shame on you, Minister of Innovation. Shame on you. Mr. Speaker, we heard about the mortgage corporations and finalizing and the formation and all the finances thereof when it comes to housing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government promised to build 600 homes in the next 5 years. I think it was I don't have the campaign book, Mr. Speaker. Last year campaign, they said 600 homes in that term, Mr. Speaker. Well, 1 year have passed, Mr. Speaker. 600 homes, that's an average of 120 homes a year, Mr. Speaker. I put it to you, you're already 120 homes behind. 120 homes you have to catch up with just for last year alone. Are you able to do that? And if they say yes, Mr. Speaker, I say, point to me in the budget. How are you able to do that? Don't just say it, Mr. Speaker. Point it out to me, Mr. Speaker. 600 homes in this year, this term, Mr. Speaker. And not a home built yet. Nobody have gotten the keys, anything. Foundation done, nothing. Mortgage corporation in place, we passed the legislation, nothing have started, Mr. Speaker. We keep on hearing that it's coming, it's coming. Mr. Speaker, it will come too late for some of our vulnerable people, Mr. Speaker. 600 homes, 120, you're already coming behind. You're already 120 homes behind already. And when will these homes start? I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, none of these homes will start in the first quarter. I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, none of these homes will be started building in the second quarter, Mr. Speaker. I almost could guarantee none of these homes will be for the year. But I have little faith. And they say, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, that's how small my faith is in this government, Mr. Speaker. So I'll just give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe by some chance, that some brilliant civil servant, that some brilliant PS or department head can get them to at least build one home. So I know it ain't to be you. I have to look at them. One of y'all will do it for them. And I'm cheering for you. I'm hoping that it's done, Mr. Speaker. One of you will have to do it for them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot about tourism development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, are we developing our product? Or is our product running on autopilot, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, I'll say the latter. I will say our product is running on autopilot, Mr. Speaker. What exactly are we doing in tourism that is developing our product? Tell me exactly. Don't say we developed the product. Okay, yeah, you're developing the product, but what exactly are you doing? Oh, well, we're putting in this legislation, this and this. Yeah, but what exactly are you doing to develop the product? You know, Mr. Speaker, I want to know the exact things that is being done. Mr. Speaker, we the people want to know. Mr. Speaker, our tourism product sadly is being driven by outside influence, Mr. Speaker. It is being driven by outside influence. And when I go to the numbers and experience TCI and the new formation, We will address that some more, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget claimed to be balanced and fiscal prudent with targeted modernizations, Mr. Speaker. Let's interrogate this. Mr. Speaker, the 4% allocations for those initiatives isn't enough. And Mr. Speaker, it will not demonstrate the outcomes that we need, Mr. Speaker. We do not see any plans, Mr. Speaker. We do not see any performance indicators. We go through the KPIs and we go to KPIs. We try to match numbers with what you're saying you're trying to do, Mr. Speaker. The KPIs and the numbers most times do not match, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're saying, Mr. Speaker. Governance, accountability, and transparency. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this $25 million in professional services, how will these governance and oversight of these professional services be conducted? Who looks at these professional services and say, we are getting value for money? Is there any overall budget? Is there some point person in cabinet, someone who say, let me look at all the professional and consultancies that was given out? What did they yield? You came in and you consulted on this. You're supposed to be a professional in this area. What results did it yield for the people, Mr. Speaker? We are the measures, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our duty to our people is to ensure that the realism translates into tangible benefits for our citizens, that it withstands scrutiny, and that it guarantees accountability, it guarantees value for money, and measurable improvements in public service delivery, Mr. Speaker. And I sadly to say, we do not see that accountability and we do not see the value for money. If we pay $25 million in consultancy, Mr. Speaker, what value for money are we getting? What value for money are we getting from these projects? Mr. Speaker, let me turn directly to national insurance, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to start there because most of what I said before was under the Ministry of Finance, and national insurance is under the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the national insurance commitments include social protection expansions, compliance modernization, and the status, and we want to know what is the status of the shared services that we hear so much about. Mr. Speaker, let's scrutinize these statements, Mr. Speaker. Let's scrutinize these numbers for national insurance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the total benefit expenditure for 26-27 for the national insurance is estimated at some $60.3 million, up from $44 million in 25-26, reflecting a 5.9 increase. Of this, pensions are estimated to be $44 million. Mr. Speaker, is this overall expenditure growth aligned with our demographic trends, inflation, and projected demands for the benefit, Mr. Speaker? Are our people living longer or retiring earlier, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, how do these projections interact with the board's revenue projections and contribution incomes, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the 11th actual review informs that benefit increase for pensioners awarded before April 1st, 2024. We see that minimum pensions and grants were increased, Mr. Speaker, those over 24. Mr. Speaker, what assumptions and safeguards ensure the ongoing affordability of these increases? And are there triggers points in the demographic or economical condition shifts. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the demographics of Turks and Caicos Islands. Look at the demographics of Providenciales. Is it a younger population? Is it an aging population? Look at the demographics of Salt Cay. Not a young population. Look at the demographics of Grand Turk, South Caicos, Middle and North Caicos, Mr. Speaker. Is the scheme benefiting the people the right way, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the expansions of benefits for self-employed people and product diversification, we heard about that during their submissions. The self-employed persons, Mr. Speaker, now have access to unemployed benefits and employment injury benefits. Mr. Speaker, this broadens social protection coverage. Mr. Speaker, can the fund afford this? Mr. Speaker, what are the eligibility criteria, the contribution rates, funding implications for extended coverage of self-employed persons? How will this affect the fund in the long run? Mr. Speaker, we heard about shared services with the NHIP. Mr. Speaker, we heard about that for some time. What is going on with the shared services, Mr. Speaker? Not in place as yet, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have heard that from NHIP that social protections have advanced beyond traditional benefits, and they are now exploring options to expand the benefit suite. Mr. Speaker, what specific expansions? Options are under consideration. Mr. Speaker, those things have to be asked by the minister. What specific expansion options are under consideration? It's a policy question. And the reason why you're going to see a lot of questions that I ask in this speech is because we were told over and over again that a lot of our questions are policy questions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we look at compliance, Mr. Speaker, compliance remains a key focus for the NHIP, with plans to roll out new compliance strategy based on a risk-based approach, supported by new compliance module, a new compliance module in development. They stated that they have a new compliance module in development, Mr. Speaker. How will this new IT system and automation translate into tangible compliance improvements? Because I want to know, okay, if you have a new system, how will that increase compliance? What mechanisms are there for this system to increase compliance? Mr. Speaker, it's not clear, Mr. Speaker. How will one thing lead to the next? Mr. Speaker, there must be a reason, and we the people want to know why the shared services initiative did not progress as hoped. What were the barriers to the progress of these shared services? The shared services between NIB and NHIP, which is supposed to cut down costs. Was it Cabinet just decided we're going to go in a different direction? Was it Cabinet deciding that the cost is too high? Was it that because the governance couldn't be in place? Was it because the marriage didn't work and couldn't work? And what corrective actions will take place now, Mr. Speaker? Are we going away from moving to the shared services as advertised? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NIB commitment to expand social protections and modernization of compliance, Mr. Speaker, they are commendable in principle, but they have to translate into durable outcomes. So, Mr. Speaker, we the people request of the Premier and his cabinet and those working in the NHIP clear interim and long-term financing plan that show how benefits, expansions, and administration enhancements will be funded without compromising the sovereignty, Mr. Speaker. How will they be funded, Mr. Speaker? Detailed implementation roadmaps for those self-employed benefits, Mr. Speaker, included timelines, Mr. Speaker. We hear about it, Mr. Speaker, but we do not see the roadmap, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the health and the environment budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the figures for health shows a modest minimal increase, Mr. Speaker, but there's no transparency on real-term growth after inflation, demographic shifts, and rising service costs, Mr. Speaker. Do they take into consideration persons moving between islands, Mr. Speaker? Do they take into consideration aging populations, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the purchase of the polyclinic was good, Mr. Speaker. And we just hear about 10 staff. And they said the polyclinic is fully furnished, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that is correct. Mr. Speaker, is this polyclinic fully furnished? Well, maybe, Mr. Speaker, when I thought about it, I said maybe this is a play in words. With the Premier and the Cabinet saying it's fully furnished. Yeah, it may have furniture, a bunch of chairs, fully furnished with chairs, but is it fully furnished with diagnostic equipment, Mr. Speaker? Do they have the right equipment inside of this polyclinic to carry out their primary health care mandate, Mr. Speaker? Or is it, again, just smokes and mirrors where you say the clinic is fully furnished and we expect them to go in there and see MRIs, CAT scans, laboratory equipment, analyzers, and when we say, wait a second, Cabinet members, I thought you said this was fully furnished. Where is this? Where is that? Where is this? Like how the clinic get? Say, well, when we say fully furnished, we mean all the chairs are here, all the desks are in place. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe they're not misleading the public, Mr. Speaker. But is this fully furnished with the necessary equipment for primary health care and preventative medicine, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, and I say no. I look in the budget. I say, where are the equipment upgrades for the polyclinic? Okay, you have getting staff. Where is the security? You're going to open a building, you don't have security? I say, where's the domestic staff? Where are the cleaners, Mr. Speaker? Where are all the things that make the clinic run? Where are the consumables? Where's the budget for the consumables? They say, well, that is inside of the ministry's budget. I say, yeah, but we don't see increases here in these line items. Very little increases in their line items for materials and supplies and laboratory equipment, Mr. Speaker. So how are you going to run the clinic? You're going to have 10 staff just sitting up and there looking at each other all day, Mr. Speaker? Where are the necessary things to run a clinic? Okay, you're going to open up a new clinic building. Where is your increase in electricity costs? Oh, you're going to use candles? Okay. Okay. No electricity costs. Where's your increase in running water? Oh, you're going to dip water, okay? No running water. No charges. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you're going to run a clinic, Mr. Speaker, you need to have everything in place to run it. You cannot tell me that you're opening a clinic. It sounds good, Mr. Speaker. You cannot say we're opening a clinic and we have the staff and it's well furnished. To the trained ear, that means nothing, Mr. Speaker. To some, that may be, oh, yes, clinic, we're well furnished and everything. But to the trained ear, Mr. Speaker, we know better. Electricity costs have to go up in the Ministry of Health Primary Care budget. Water costs, security, materials and supplies, laboratory upgrades, computer upgrades, the like, equipment. replacement of equipment, replacement of technology, Mr. Speaker. Waiting times, reconfiguration, because what is good for a private clinic isn't good for a primary health care clinic, Mr. Speaker. They are two different animals, Mr. Speaker. A primary health care clinic is different from a private facility, a private clinic, Mr. Speaker. Waiting room areas are different. Treatment rooms are different. The treatment room accessibility, all that is different, Mr. Speaker. Yes, to the untrained ear, it may sound good. But, Mr. Speaker, I put it to you, there are no funds inside of this budget for the proper running of this clinic, Mr. Speaker. No increases across the primary health care lines to encompass the running of this clinic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's look at waste management. You know, we have the figures here for health promotions and advocacy. Mr. Speaker, we have $500,000 for waste management consultancy. $500,000 again for consultancy on waste management. Mr. Speaker, how many times are we going to consult about garbage? Literally, how many times are we going to consult about garbage, Mr. Speaker? Technical, proper term, let me be politically correct. How many times are we going to consult about waste management, Mr. Speaker? Consultancy after consultancy to tell us the same thing. We heard about a recycling program. We heard all these things, Mr. Speaker. Why is the government spending year after year after year on the same consultancies? You go to some departments, they can pull out file after file. Consultancy on this, consultancy on that, consultancy on some of the same things. Where are the implementation plans, Mr. Speaker? Now, what is this consultancy really supposed to tell us that we do not know right now, Mr. Speaker? And, Mr. Speaker, if they talk about progress, every year the amount of houses, hotels, and the like in Providenciales has increased. Wastes have increased. Yet, Mr. Speaker, monies for collections remain the same. Monies for managing the site remain the same. That's like this government isn't thinking. You know all these increases. You know all these projects taking place. Things going to the dump every day, all day. New homes being built. Garbage coming in all day, every day. What monies are there? But you care to spend that money on $500,000 on consultancy to tell you the same thing about the same garbage, rather than spend that on increasing collections, increasing the terms of the contract of the waste management, because again, the tonnage are increasing day by day. Properties on construction site, bringing all kinds of waste there all day, every day. But there are no increase in the lines for these, for the waste collection and the waste management, Mr. Speaker. No increases. And this, what do they call it? Securing today. What's the slang? Let me look for the slang right now. Strong today, secure tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, how are we strong today if we're not even increasing garbage collection? With all the increases in house, and the Premier said it himself. Everywhere you look in Providenciales, you see homes buildings going up. And we're not increasing waste collection? Something fundamental and simple as waste collection we're not increasing? They cannot see the need for an increase in waste collection? Mr. Speaker, that can't be right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we the people demand a consolidated health system reform blueprint, Mr. Speaker. We need to see where are you going with the health system. We're hearing that you want to get away from the contract, Mr. Speaker. We're hearing that you want to bring in a new provider. Bring it all together. We're increasing primary health care. We hear about your current treatment abroad. We are hearing all these disjointed things happening. Bring it together, Minister of Health. Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong place. Minister of Health. Bring it together, Minister of Health. We are hearing too much things from too much different people. You know, one person is saying the contract will be finished. One person saying we're bringing in this person to manage the hospitals. One person saying we're expanding primary health care. One person talking about the wonderful things in the polyclinic. All these things happening in health. One person talking about work permit holders cannot access NHIP. No, not NHIP, it's the Ministry of Health Treatment Abroad. It's not an NHIP program. Treatment Abroad program is for local. We're hearing all these things, but nobody is bringing them together. We do not see a comprehensive roadmap for health, the direction that health is going in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Mr. Minister, please try to bring it together for us. I know you can. I feel you can. Try to bring it together. Let us understand where's the direction for health? Where are we going, Mr. Speaker? And what is the plan to service our outer islands, Mr. Speaker? What are we doing about the Soul Key Clinic? What expansions are we doing there? Is it fit for purpose, Mr. Speaker? We had some work done on the dental office, Mr. Speaker. What about primary health care in Grand Turk? People have been asking to make sure that maybe it's time we pull out of that facility too. What are the plans? I don't know. What is Cabinet doing? The officers that appear before us, they cannot answer those questions. Rightly so, these are policy questions. These are direction questions. So we couldn't pressure them, because some might say, well, you had the people before you, you had the accounting officers before you, why didn't you ask them? They were here to account about the numbers. But the direction, these questions I'm asking, is solely on the front bench and one in the back, solely on you. What is the direction for health care? The Speaker, I had 063 behavior health services, 200,000 for treatment and care activities, with a plan to add 2 mental health officers, 2 community mental health nurses, 1 nurse supervisor, and 1 psychiatrist. Again, how are we expanding mental health in the Turks and Caicos Islands? What provisions are there in Providence Islands where we have the majority of our population? People in South Caicos may have mental health issues, and we're not saying crazy. Sometimes mental health doesn't mean crazy. Mental health, you can be overworked, you can be feeling frustrated. There are a lot of mental health issues. You might be depressed for some reason, loss of a loved one. There are a lot of mental health disorders out there. You may not want to eat. There are a lot of things, Mr. Speaker. How are we servicing the mental health needs of our people, and particularly our young people, Mr. Speaker? Are we strengthening mental health in our schools? How are we doing that? Show me how we're doing that. Show me the numbers. Jerry McGuire, show me the money. Show me the money. I'm not seeing the money for these programs. How are we strengthening them? What are we doing, Mr. Speaker? Mental health is a serious thing, Mr. Speaker, and we need not take it lightly, Mr. Speaker. Mental health is a serious thing, especially amongst our youth. We live in a different age and time. We didn't grow up with all the social media pressures and everything. You know, we didn't grow up in that environment. They are being bombarded with information all day and every day. Some find it hard to even concentrate. You ask a young person to sit down and watch a movie, it's like torturing them, just to be still and just to watch one scene without being able to flick. Next. It's difficult for them, Mr. Speaker. And this is something that I have observed, Mr. Speaker, is different. Just to concentrate on one scene without flipping. Constant stimulation. Our people are overstimulated these days, Mr. Speaker. Too much information, too fast. The load of information that we are bombarded with all day, every day, just information. No time to process, no time to integrate the information. As soon as you receive one, you get a next one. But you haven't received the first one. You haven't integrated that just yet, Mr. Speaker. Mental health challenges, Mr. Speaker, but I'm not seeing the challenges here. I'm not seeing the increases. All I'm seeing is dealing with the outcome, the end phase, when it's too late, when the persons probably go over the edge. Yes, we're dealing with that part. But we all know prevention is better than cure. But what is there to prevent people from reaching that stage? Why is there to have those hotlines that people can call their psychiatrist or a counselor and just talk? You know, sometimes you just need to get it out. We're inside the government. I can go and lay on a couch after the premier and the minister stress me out and say, you know, Doc, they do me bad. Doc, they ain't taking care of the people. I'm pressured, you know, I'm pressured. I feel bad. Where can I go and do that, Honorable Minister? Our people need those outlets, Mr. Speaker. Our people need those outlets. So don't just spend all your money on the end care, the end result, the facility, the nurses and stuff and the staff in the facility. We want you to spend the money so that we won't have to reach to the facility. That is what we're asking for in 26, 27 budget. And that way we'll be strong today, secure tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. But I don't see these things in the budget. And that's why I tell people I'm not being critical for critical sake. I'm not seeing these things, Mr. Speaker. Oh, wow. Look at this one, Mr. Speaker. Head 072, Governance and Administration, $1,515,000. $1,515,000. And you know what they say? Largely for consultancy on new drug and medicine line items to be onboarded by the national pharmacists. Largely for consultancy. Largely for consultancy. Not improvements, consultancy. $1,515,000, Mr. Speaker. Consultant again on drugs and medicines. I saw sure something is needed, but do we need to spend $1.5 million of the people's money on that consultancy? Couldn't we just phone somebody who knows? Somebody in Kaffa, somebody in Carrick? Couldn't we send them an email and get that information for free? Mr. Speaker, I know I'm oversimplifying it, Mr. Speaker, but that's just to draw a reference. $1.5 million on consultancy, where we can ask one of our brilliant young people, hey, go and research this and tell me the best way forward to deal with this. The government want to achieve this. We have this money. This is how much we want to spend on it. You go and do the work. Tell us the best way to achieve it. Not spending $1.5 million of the people's money on these consultancies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was happy to see the pathology services being increased. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? The people in the courts knew very little about it. The police department knew very little, if not anything, about the pathologist that is going to be onboarded by the government. And I have to ask, do the ministers talk to each other when you're in cabinet? Do you say, well, my department is getting this, I'm doing this, this is how it will influence your area that is under you? How can the Ministry of Health be bringing on a pathologist? The courts do not know anything about it. The police do not know anything about it, Mr. Speaker, until they see in the numbers. Mr. Speaker, something is wrong with the system. There are gaps in the system. There are blocks in the system. Mr. Speaker, this shouldn't be happening. Thank you very much, Thank you. There are gaps, Mr. Speaker. Something is wrong. Ministers, you have to tell your colleagues what you're doing. It isn't trading company secrets. Mr. Speaker, all government departments must work together. Mr. Speaker, this is a good thing. Pathology, we do not have to wait months, weeks, families waiting weeks on pathology activities so that they can bury their loved one, Mr. Speaker. Going into months where we don't have the pathologist yet. We can't release the body to you, Mr. Speaker. Those things shouldn't be happening in this day and age, Mr. Speaker. Ministers, please talk to your colleagues, not just idle talk. I know you all get along good, you all a lot of idle talk, but talk about the real things that matter to our people. Discuss the plans that you have in your ministries, how it impact each other, how it interrelate, how it correlate, how it work together. Work together, ministers. If one thing you take from my budget presentation, Ministers work together, integrate and correlate with each other, please, for the betterment of our people. Not for me, for our people's sake, for the people who elect you, for all the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Mr. Speaker, the aged care and rehabilitation get $135,000. And this $135,000 is to support the health aging policy. $135,000 again, Mr. Speaker. Where is it going for? That is course signed out 089, $135,000 to support the healthy aging policy. Mr. Speaker, do we truly need to consult on a healthy aging policy? Mr. Speaker, I know experts in the Turks and Caicos Islands who can come up with a healthy aging policy. Some of them will probably do it for the government for little as nothing. Just give me some allowance, give me some gas I can run around, give me some paper, give me access to a computer and a printer, and I can get you a policy. It will be well known, you can test it, it can be peer reviewed, it will stand the test of scrutiny. But we prefer to spend $135,000 of our people's money bringing in an external consultant when our people can do that work. There are probably people in the ministry that can do that work, that consultancy work. We're going to pay you overtime. You come in the afternoons, Fridays, Saturdays. We're going to pay you overtime for this month. You and your team, you all come up with this. Make some extra money. That's simple, Mr. Speaker. Empower our civil servants. Don't be afraid to pay them overtime, Mr. Speaker. Tell them do the work. Form the teams, Mr. Speaker. But sadly, $135,000 going out to support healthy aging policy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was happy, very happy, to see my foundation, the Public Health Lab, receive a $210,000 increase for in-country testing capacity. Mr. Speaker, I always say it's sad that what we had happened with the Public Health Laboratory. Mr. Speaker, we are just hearing them trying to get up to ISO 5,000, 7,000 testing. Mr. Speaker, I can say, and I can call names, Ran Tanya Parker, Carol Mills, all of us were there. The lab was bypassed that long time, Mr. Speaker. We was already certified to do so much tests, ISO 7,000. We were already past that. And sadly to see that some 20 years later, we're just getting back there. Mr. Speaker, we had a public health lab that could have done drug testing for the police, water testing for any, for the clinics and for the government. And we asked the people, how do you test your water? Well, we have some kids and stuff, and we asked, okay, do you test for heavy metals? Do you test for Salmonella and Shigella? Do you test for this? No? No, we don't, but we have this, we have this, we have that. Mr. Speaker, we have a government public health laboratory that can do these testings. Again, Honorable Minister, talk to them. Let them know that you have the capabilities under you. Give you the money and you can develop it, that you can do testing for the water testing for the whole of government. You can even do it for the private sector. They pay you to do water testing, heavy metal testing. We have a public health laboratory. Let's get it moving, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the Contracts Management Unit got $1.6 million in relation to arbitration with InterHealth course, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, sadly to say that this is something that I probably have to take some of the blame for. Because at that time, I was pushing this arbitration. Because at that time, in 2020, before the pandemic, and I think the limits of statute probably pass on that, Madam AG, I could talk about it. TCIG was saying, InterHealth Canada, you owe us a certain amount of money. And the Health Canada was saying, no, we don't owe you money, you owe us money. They say, no, but according to our records, you owe us money. And it's going back and forth. And again, Mr. Speaker, I'm simplifying the whole thing. You know, they're saying, well, we're not going to do this until you pay this money. And we're saying, if you're not going to do this, we're not going to pay you the money. And it's going back and forth. Mr. Speaker, where are we? Who owe who? At what level, Mr. Speaker? That's what was started in 2019, 2020, before COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. So it's sad to see that in 2026, we're still paying $1.6 million of the people money for arbitration costs. And I want to know, I don't know if I can get the answer, why after 7 years, 2020, that this arbitration, this dispute between TCIG and InterHealth Canada isn't settled. For the life of me, this is just about doing an audit and see who actually owes who what, and at what level. And did you live up to your end of the contract? Yes or no, Mr. Speaker? And let a court decide that. But 7 years later, Mr. Speaker, and we're taking $1.6 million of the people's money to pay for arbitration costs again, and we don't know when it will end? Is this the final round? Honorable Minister, I mean, you can indicate, you can blink to me and, do nod like we in the option, nobody else got to see, pull that ear and stuff, I wouldn't say nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. Is this the final round? Are we at the end of the line, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, and I have to stop here also. I heard this Premier talk about all the things that will happen in the polyclinic. But Mr. Speaker, anybody who knows that InterHealth Canada contract knows that it prohibits the government of the Turks and Caicos Islands from introducing certain services for the benefit of their people, which is so wrong, Mr. Speaker. It actually prohibits the government from introducing certain services that can take care of their people. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. So, if we want to do this in the clinic, we have to first check the contract. Can we provide the services for our people? If the contract say no, it is no. Our people won't get it, Mr. Speaker. This is how this contract have us. And I heard the whispers, we're getting rid of it. Mr. Speaker, we asked the question, how long is left on this deal? We were told some 7 to 9 years, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering, if we are getting rid of this contract, how much do we have to pay the shareholders of InterHealth Canada to get out of this contract? Don't hide that from the people, let us know. If we are getting rid of this contract, how much we have to pay to get out of it? Is it in the people's best interest to get out of this contract or ride it out and build our facilities as we go? Do we have to pay $500 million? $400 million? Because I put it to you, if for the get out of a 7 years additional project and we have to pay some $400 million, no thanks. We'll develop this in our country. We'll do this in our islands. No thanks, we'll ride it out. But we'll make sure that these other things are taken care of. Okay, we can't do this, well, let's do that. We can't do this, that's what we want to know, Mr. Speaker. But sadly, those things are hidden from us. We don't know anything about it. We hear talks about getting out of this contract, but how much is it going to cost the people? Tell us. I'm sure we have some figures somewhere. How much is it going to cost the people to break this contract and get out of it? And Mr. Speaker, that isn't the only cost. If you get out of that contract, you have to pay them, buy out that contract, and you have to pay the new person to run it, whoever you're bringing it. So that's double licks that TCIG, the people of the TCIG getting. Speaker, so we need to know. Or is it the government wish that we're going to run the hospital? Now again, if we're going to do that, the cost must go up. Right now we're paying some 20-something thousand for the staff costs and all the other extras, 20-something million. Are we going to increase the Ministry of Health budget by that same amount, that 20-something, 30 million to run the facility? Will we see those increases coming in the next budget if we get out of the project? So, Mr. Speaker, again, to the untrained ear, that may sound good. But to the enlightened, to the learned individual, many of us know better. We'll stop. Hold on. Well, wait a second. This 2 plus 2 actually adding up to 7. This ain't adding up to 4, Mr. Speaker. How much do we have to pay? That's a simple answer. And if anybody have it on the other side, because people are sure we're getting out of this contract, tell the people, how much of their money do they have to pay to get out of the InterHealth TCI hospitals, whatever name, contract, Mr. Speaker? if that is what they decide how much of that money. And after you get out of the contract, what plans do you have for the facility? Are you going to bring in a next service provider? And if so, how much you're going to have to pay that service provider? So paying this to get out of the contract, how much we got to pay that service provider, Mr. Speaker? We need to know. And I hope to God that you have thought about this before we start announcing these things. I pray, I know the Honorable Premier, I know he's a smart man. Mr. Speaker, I pray to God that we have considered all these things, Mr. Speaker. And how will it work? What staffing level? What things will be offered? Mr. Speaker, I heard about the ICU. Mr. Speaker, I hear about that, Mr. Speaker, to cut down treatment abroad and everything. But Mr. Speaker, again, ICU, you need ICU doctors, you need ICU staff. Okay, if you bring in the ICU, where are the other things? Mr. Speaker, you can't just come to people and just say that. Some people will just take that and run, but where are the other things to run an ICU? Where is the ICU 24 hours, 7 days a week staff? Mr. Speaker, I don't see it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing other training inside of the department, Mr. Speaker, and just to let persons know, as I sit on the Appropriations Committee, I have a lot of numbers from the presentation, so I can say emergency medical service staff, they get $110,000 for training, the new manpower, 1 deputy, 4 supervisors, 6 EMTs. I can go in all those details, Mr. Speaker, but the people are more concerned about the big ticket items, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we look at health emergency, Mr. Speaker, we are bragging about a $10,000 uptake in supplies for health emergency. That deals with all the disasters, health disasters, natural man-made disasters. And we have to brag about a $10,000 uptake, Mr. Speaker. That is not right, Mr. Speaker. That is not good. Mr. Speaker, aged care, $2 million for a capital project for the aged care facility. Mr. Speaker, many of us do not know what's going on with that. Mr. Speaker, what expansions? What new facility? Which island is that? Give us some more details. When will this looking to commence? Will this be in this year? Will it survive the supplementary cuts? Will it survive the reorganizations, the reconfigurations, the rescoping? Will it survive that? Who is it to benefit? What population? Is this in Salt Key? And how much persons you looking, patients, clients you looking to have it there in Salt Key? Is it for North Caicos? How much patients are you expecting? Is it in Provo? How much patients are you expecting? Is it fit for purpose? These things we do not know. The ministers, you have the answers. You have to tell the people what is going on. You can't just put the numbers here and put the project here and don't give us no information. We're not that naive. We, the people, want to know how our money is being spent. This $2 million on aged care facility, where is it? When do we expect it to be completed? Will we see staff in the next budget? Of course, with that, we got to see increases in staff, electricity, some consumables, the whole works. Mr. Speaker, it's not alone, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Environmental Health Department got an additional $730,000. Mr. Speaker, for equipment and infrastructure. Primary health care get the $1 million, Mr. Speaker. And that is said for clinic upgrades, digital health fleet, etc. Mr. Speaker, again, we wanted to know, is this the clinical upgrades in terms of the fully furnished polyclinic that was purchased, or is this for clinic upgrades for our existing clinics throughout our islands, Mr. Speaker? How will this $1 million in primary health care be used, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, we want We want primary health care to really focus on prevention. Mr. Speaker, I look at the programs. What money are we spending on prevention? Where are the program increases on prevention, Mr. Speaker? How are we preventing our people from getting sick, Mr. Speaker? I don't see the monies being spent on preventative care, Mr. Speaker. Direct programs that will help make our people healthy, Mr. Speaker. The outcomes, what are we expecting? We are spending this amount of money, we want to see a reduction in this by this time. Simple. That's all we the people are asking for. We're spending $500,000 on this program, we're expecting to see a decrease in this, and we're expecting to see it by this time. And this will benefit our people by X so. Just let us know, communicate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's now turn to Ministry of Tourism. Mr. Speaker. Speaker, for 26-27, the Ministry of Tourism speaks about strong, sustainable, tourism-led paths and a unified national development vision. Let's interrogate that. A unified national development vision, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in presentations, we saw highlights from the Ministry of Tourism and their departments, legislation reforms. They spoke about climate resiliency, marine planning, sustainable livelihood for fishing, agriculture expansion, digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, again, no concrete information, no details about timelines, outcomes, value for money. What are the specific targets? What are the baselines? What are the timelines for each of these priorities, Mr. Speaker? For example, Mr. Speaker, what are the legislated when and what are the legislative reforms that are expected? And when do we expect them to be enacted and operational, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, what are the qualifiable targets for sustainable livelihood and fishing in the fishing strategy? You talk about the fishing strategy, but what are the qualifiers? What are the targets? Your fishing strategy is to do what? That persons can have an additional fish to sell, or to take home, or to put on the market, or to export. What is the strategy, Mr. Speaker? What are we trying to do in the fishing industry? How big do we want it? How small do we want it? What islands are we going to focus on? All? Some? One? Mr. Speaker, we do not know. The Ministry of Tourism have to come with more, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing about the Q Agro Park? We hear about that, Mr. Speaker. What are the plans? What are the goals? What are the production targets, Mr. Speaker? What expansions? When we get to Agro Parks, who will be invited to to join? What are the entry requirements? What are the barriers to entry? All those things, we do not know. Where can we get the fund? Will it be from the grant? Will the grants increase? Will we see more agriculture grants or the same at a higher level? What will be done differently, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we hear the promise of inclusive, sustainable growth. And we must ask, Mr. Speaker, how will the ministry ensure that growth benefits are distributed amongst our communities and our islands that depend on tourism, Mr. Speaker? How will these benefits be distributed? Sustainable growth. Are we just talking about sustainable growth in one island? Are we just talking about sustainable growth in the cruise sector? What is sustainable growth? In 26 and 27, we don't want to hear these just phrases and terms, Mr. Speaker. When you come to us with sustainable growth, tell us exactly what do you mean. And if I ask anybody, sustainable growth, yeah, we hear it all the time. But anybody can point, what is the government doing in terms of sustainable growth? And most people can't, Mr. Speaker. Well, the government is concentrating on sustainable growth. Yeah, okay, what does that mean? Yeah, you know, growth to be sustainable. What does this mean? Mr. Speaker, nobody cannot tell us. What do you mean by that? What are your plans for each island? How are we going to grow the tourism product of Salt Cay? What are your specific plans for Salt Cay? How are we going to enhance the experience in South Caicos? How are our people benefiting from tourists coming to South Caicos? How much young people are moving back to South Caicos and creating businesses? And if people are moving back to South Caicos, what about the schools, the teachers? Increasing schools, increasing services, increasing medical services. How much new doctors are there in South Caicos? How much new nurses? We have more tourists coming there. More possibilities of accidents and emergencies, but yet I see no increase in the manpower for South Caicos. No increase for the manpower in South Caicos. International airlines coming to South Caicos, Mr. Speaker. More people on the roads. More people who never drove in the Turks and Caicos Islands on the roads. People moving up and about. People coming there with probably preconditions. If something happened, if there's an emergency, have we dealt with the staff of South Caicos? This is Tourism and Health again talking. Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Health have to talk. And that correlates with Home Affairs, the DC, the representative, all us have to talk. So you're talking about sustainable growth. South Caicos is moving, but we have not done anything. And again, Mr. Speaker, I can even circle around. Did we put extra police in the budget for South Caicos? Speaker, I don't think so. I don't know if we saw, I haven't seen no extra police in the budget for South Caicos, Mr. Speaker.
You're not done.
You see, save me the trouble, eh? Mr. Speaker, all that we have to consider. We cannot do things in a vacuum. Mr. Speaker, everyone over there are professionals, Mr. Speaker. Ministers run your ministry, Mr. Speaker. Do not do things in a vacuum. Mr. Speaker, South Caicos is moving. We have to all in the Turks and Caicos Islands want South Caicos to succeed. If South Caicos succeed in the tourism product, we all succeed. And other islands can say, we're next. We're happy. Okay, South Caicos is done. Salt Cay can say, yes, we're next. You know, Grand Turk can say, okay, we know we're coming up. Our number being called, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, show us the numbers inside of the budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, tie sustainable growth together. You talk about expanding maritime governance and the like, all the implementation programs, Mr. Speaker. I won't get into their programs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they talk about bringing on digital platforms for climate and coastal initiatives. Mr. Speaker, again, I have to stop here, Mr. Speaker. Every department, every ministry, every unit is bringing on digital platforms. And they're not cooperating with DETI. They're not cooperating with the Ministry of Innovation. What is going on? Why are we not talking? Mr. Speaker, I would think before you even think about bringing on any digital platform, any system, you should be first clearing it with DETI, first clearing it with the Minister of Immigration and his Innovation and his team, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't seem like those talks are happening, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere we in government, we hear the onboarding of systems. For the 2 weeks we were in appropriations, every department, every unit talk about the onboarding of some system or the next, Mr. Speaker. And we have the Ministry of Tourism here talking about onboarding systems too, also, Mr. Speaker. Digital platforms. Minister, I hope you can verify whether or not you had a talk with your colleague. Better not, like the Italians would say, your people talk to my people. Has that happened? Did your people talk to his people on the onboarding of this to make sure that it is successful, that we don't have one government system doing this, requiring this, the next one doing this, requiring this, and nothing cannot communicate. All individual systems in government, but nothing central, nothing communicating with each other, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard about the maintenance of our brand. We heard much about that, our high-end brand, Mr. Speaker. And we have to ask ourselves, you know, I'm coming to experience TCI, and they said over the past couple of years, to put it in a nice way, they say we have seen others, not just the high-end people coming to the Turks and Caicos Islands. We have seen the other end of people coming to the Turks and Caicos Islands. And I want to ask, is that a good thing or a bad thing in terms of the government strategy? Are we solely going to be based on high-end, the wealthy? Is that the lane that we're going to keep in? Or we can say, okay, you're worth $300,000. You have $500,000. You have a good job. You're a professional. Turks and Caicos is the place for you. Or we're going to say, no, this is just the playground for the wealthy. Like the Havana, Cuba back in the days, 1920s, 1930s. The playground for the wealthy people from the north. What lane, Honorable Minister, are we keeping in? What lanes are we going to expand, Honorable Minister? Are we looking at the others? And I can say, I don't know, persons may feel different. For recently, I have seen more Caribbean-originated Americans, African-originated Americans coming down instead of just simply the European-originating Americans. Mr. Speaker, is that a good thing that we are expanding, or is that a bad thing? Do we desire the others, or we want to keep in one lane? I think if I expand on that, I might say some things that's borderline racist, so I'll just leave it like that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we need to know, where's the direction? Mr. Speaker, we hear just pieces, snippets about what is going to be done for the cruise sector, Mr. Speaker. And Honorable Premier, I don't know if it is because you cannot talk more, but we, the people of Grand Turk, want to know, how are we going to develop further the cruise sector? You know, let us push to be the #1 cruise destination, island destination inside the Caribbean. Why isn't that an aim for us? Why isn't that a goal? Why are we not saying our goals, our KPIs is to become the #1 cruise destination in this region? Why are we afraid to say that, Honorable Minister? Let us say that. And then let us talk the talk and walk the walk, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we haven't further developed our cruise industry in years. Mr. Speaker, I know some will say, well, you were there, you didn't do nothing about it in Singham. Yeah, we had to build it back and everything, but that's a different story. We're talking about the last 6, 7 years. This is what we're focusing on now, the time of plenty. In the time of plenty, what have we done to expand our cruise ship offerings here in Grand Turk? What new businesses have we created? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just like in Provo and Sapodilla Bay, I see our young people get up from the wee hours of the morning, tow jet skis on the beach and whatever, the boats and anchors, get their boat and salt water in the sun all day, every day. Our people want to work, but they just want to be entrepreneurs. They want to have their own business, and I like that, Mr. Speaker. But what are we doing to enhance their businesses? Well, somebody will talk about the SME program. Mr. Speaker, the SME program gives you $10,000 in capital expenditure, $10,000 for consultancy, and $10,000 in duty allowance. Some programs maybe give you more. So if I'm a young person, I have some jet skis. I barely can bring in one jet ski or one engine for $10,000. So I think it's time that we expand the offerings in the AMS-AME program. We need to pump more money there. And a simple fix, let's take about $5 million from professional and consultancy and put it in the AMS-AME program. We can do that in committee, if you so desire. The AMS-AME program have all the checks and balances in place, Mr. Speaker. Let's make sure that our people can get the funding they need. And the Premier said it himself, that access to capital is a serious thing that is facing our people, Mr. Speaker. Let's give our people, our young people, access to their capital. They already have the businesses. They're already working in the industry. They are already excelling in the industry. They just need to expand their business without having to take on an external partner, Mr. Speaker. That is the main thing that we want, that our people do not have to turn to some foreign investor to say, invest in my company so I can bring in these things. We want these companies to be mostly, if not all, 100% locally owned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the DMO, the experienced TCI, Mr. Speaker, we heard that this is being wrapped up, reconfigured, reorganized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of us saw the flaws. Many of us pointed out those flaws to the government over and over and over again. This DMO arrangement is not fit for purpose. I'm not the only one who said it. Many others said that. We said in this House, we said in newspapers, we said in many forums. But did the government listen? No, because we're a local person saying that they didn't listen, Mr. Speaker. Now that some advisor come and tell them after paying some $1.5 million, $2 million, just for a foreign advisor to come and tell them the same thing that we had told them over and over again. I don't know how much the consultancy was. I may be overstating it or understating it or something, right? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. I'm calling the numbers. But we paid somebody to tell us that this DMO isn't fit for purpose. This experienced TCI isn't working, Mr. Speaker. Advice they got for free, but they did nothing about it. They had to wait until some external person come and tell them. And now we're hearing that the experienced TCI is going to be going back to a statutory body. It's going to be renamed, rebranded, and going back to a statutory body. Doesn't that sound very close to the old tourist board? Going back to the statutory body, Mr. Speaker? Isn't that so? It's no shame in going back. There's no shame in going back. But admit you was wrong, and many persons out there was right. Come to the people and apologize for wasting their money, Mr. Speaker. And if you look inside of the budget, experienced TCI, 3-point-something million, 5-point-something million, 7-point-something million, I think it's up to. We're up to almost 9 million now, Mr. Speaker. And what results we got? All of the staff on the tourist board never amounted to $9 million. Probably even if you add up 5, 6 years, it never amounted to that amount over their time. And we've been paying this ministry, this unit, this DMO debt, $5 million. What results? What were the outcomes? Show me the benefits. Show me the benefits of experienced TCI. Well, let's see what they said. Let me tell you what was said in our investigations and our questioning. Right? The count noted a COVID-era surge that outpaced 2019 arrivals up to 2022. So they said that the surge was post-COVID-19. And there was a modest downturn in 25-26 with, and get this, a 3% decline in stayover arrivals in the first half of arrivals in late 2025. So we had that downturn, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what it's saying, the years of the DMO had resulted in the downturn, Mr. Speaker. Downturn in arrivals, Mr. Speaker. No COVID-19. The country wasn't destroyed by hurricanes or anything like that. But we had a downturn. So what, if any, were the benefits of moving to the DMO? Show me the evidence. Was this positive? Was this value for money? And I can go to the budget book, and probably in committee I'll have that numbers. I should have had it. That I add up what we did for the year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 budget of the DMO. That figure, some 25 million, 15, 20, 25 million. What did we get for that, spending that money in the DMO? We always used to hear of the tourist board being the #1 tourist board in the region and all that. Were we the #1 experienced TCI, DMO type of operations ever? Did we ever get that kind of accolades? Did we ever get some kind of Director of the Year award in tourism like how we used to get before? I don't know. Did we ever get that? Show me if it was so. Tell me. What were the fruits of that labor? That you all came in here, you all beat the tables, you all pound, you all force feed the people this DMO. Force feed it on them. And now, in 26, 27 budget, black eye. Black eye. You have to come back and say, no, no, no. Shame have you that you don't want to go back to the old system. So you say, no, we can't go back to the old system. We got to create a name, new name. Let's call it something different, but it's still going to be a statutory department, and it's going to be run like how we used to run it before, but we can't tell the people it's almost the same thing. So we got to call it something different. Mr. Speaker, that is all they're doing here, Mr. Speaker. Accommodation tax, down by $11 million, Mr. Speaker. Something that we depend on. Accommodation tax is down by $11 million. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. Is that showing that we're strong today? Down. When you're down on your knees, that doesn't project strength. How does being down by $11 million in accommodation thing of tax project strength that we're strong today than what we was yesterday? How does that project strength? And how does that down today secure tomorrow? Now, it's no shame to be down. Show us what you're doing to correct it. That's all. Okay, we're down. We're going to use the people's money, and we're going to benefit you this way. But you're not showing that in your budget. We're not showing the programs. We're not showing how we're going to diversify the product. And I went all about with that. Other forms of tourism. Speaker, we've been talking about medical tourism and sports tourism and this tourism and nature tourism and all the tourisms there is. And nothing never materialized after 7 years of plenty. 6, 7 years of plenty, Mr. Speaker. 6, 7 years of stability in the world, Mr. Speaker. 6, 7 years of stability in the environment. 6, 7 years of stability in the climate, in the country, in our political system. 6, 7 years of stability, and we are done. And after 6, 7 years of stability, the world is changing. The region is changing. What did we do in our time, 6, 7 years of plenty, Mr. Speaker? How are we going to accommodate for this? We have the projections in the budget, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, those of us who watch the news, it's almost like entertainment what we're seeing happening between North America and the Middle East. We don't know what is going to happen there, Mr. Speaker. Where is the resiliency inside of this budget? $11 million down. Honorable Minister, you're a smart man. How are we going to make up for that? Get your team together. Get them in the room. You don't have to bring in no outside persons. Save that consultancy money. Pay some overtime. Get your people there. Set this something. How are we going to accommodate for this $11 million? Minister of Finance, I need you to authorize X amount of dollars out of this. Professional and consultancy was $1.5 million. of this in our ministry. I want $500,000. I'm going to pay my staff to work overtime to bond the midnight oil. I'm going to bring in Turks and Caicos Islanders who work in the industry, who have the experience, who travel around the world, who see what they get, who know what we can implement. I'm going to hire a local person who know about the history, the needs of tourism in Turks and Caicos Islands. Let them develop this. Don't spend all this money on no external consultancy. I want half of this. Let's spend it locally. Let's do that, Honorable Minister. Let's do this. So, Mr. Speaker, as I have said, and this is what also came out in our questioning, and they said the emphasis on positioning the Turks and Caicos Islands as a premier luxury destination for the right audience carries a risk if the current market mix does not yield proportionate spending or visitation without inflammatory market costs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, I want to give the members a comfort break, so tell me when that will be the best time to do it.
Okay, no problem, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield.
You want to do it now? You want to do it now?
Yes.
Okay. Honourable members, we'll take a comfort break here. This Honourable Parliament is hereby suspended for 10 minutes.
All right.
We salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties great. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos.
Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God, we stand.
For 50 years, decisions have shaped who we are today. But today, the questions are changing.
What opportunities will I have after graduation?
What will my future look like? What are we doing about the cost of living? Understanding the budget helps us understand the future.
We need better roads so everyone can get where they need to go.
We are building today for tomorrow.
Where will we live?
Welcome to the Turks and Caicos Islands 2026 budget debate.
Be strong today, so we will be secure tomorrow.
Strong today, secure tomorrow. 50 years strong. The next 50 starts now.
Turks and Caicos, I am pleased to speak with you today about a program that is shaping the future of tourism in our nation, the Tides Initiative. Together, individuals delivering excellent service. The needs for Tides is clear. As our tourism industry continues to grow, so does the demand for well-trained, knowledgeable, and culturally aware professionals who can deliver exceptional service and represent our islands with pride. You may ask, why Tides? Because it's more than just training, it's a movement. Tides equips our frontline staff with the tools to confidently answer guest questions. They share our rich heritage, and they create memorable experiences that keep visitors coming back.
Tides is a one-day biannual tourism ambassador program, conducted face-to-face or virtually. The program trains and certifies individuals dedicated to delivering top-notch service in the Turks and Caicos Islands tourism sector. Achieving Tides certification not only improves your professional skills, but also contributes to the overall excellence of the destination. Why participate in Tides training program and certification? It helps you distinguish yourself as a certified service professional, showcasing your commitment to excellence in the hospitality sector. It will enhance your skills and provide invaluable training in customer service, health and safety, and local heritage and culture, equipping you with the knowledge to deliver unforgettable experiences. The program boosts your career opportunities by opening doors to exciting career advancements, allowing you to explore new horizons in the thriving tourism sector. Through our program, you can join a community of dedicated professionals committed to upholding the highest customer standards, positively impacting our destination's reputation.
The benefits are far-reaching. Businesses see improved customer satisfaction, stronger team morale, and a deeper connection between staff and the destination they represent. The impact is not only economic, it's cultural and personal. I encourage all stakeholders to support and participate in this transformative program. Together we can elevate the standard of service across the entire Turks and Caicos Islands. Thank you.
April is Autism Acceptance Month. This year, we are focusing on one powerful goal: changing the attitudes towards autism. Autism is not something to fear. It is not something to fix. It is something to understand, to support, and to accept. Across our islands, families are raising incredible children who see the world differently and beautifully.
I'm so happy you're here today. In this class, we learn in different ways. When you need a break, we take a break. When you need help, we help. You belong here.
Today, we're sharing their voices because acceptance begins with listening.
Acceptance for our family looks like celebrating all of the Kai's strengths without comparing him to his two younger brothers that are not on the spectrum. So having a child with autism, especially him being the oldest, if the Kai learned how to ride a bike at the age of 10 instead of knowing how to do it at a younger age compared to his two younger brothers, we would celebrate him a little bit more because his strengths are also some of his biggest challenges. And once he's gotten through that and master it, I think those are the moments in life that he knows he does not have to be normal or a regular child. He can definitely be himself.
So one myth about autism that I wish people start believing is that people with autism, like they don't have any feeling, they don't have any empathy, or like they are cold. You know, people with autism, you know, they have their own special needs. They lack some social skills, you know, that can be expressed properly. But you know, they do have their deep emotions and their deep feelings. And I think, you know, because they can't express it clearly, it leads to misunderstandings. And
what stands out most is his resiliency. He has been brought into a world that has placed limitations on him when God himself has chosen him to stand out. And he has proven time and time again that he is an individual, and autism doesn't define who he is.
So my child has taught me, outside of patience, just to consider many perspectives. And so we all have a cookie cutter way as to how we think things work and how people communicate. So she's just taught me to look at the bigger picture. Don't focus so much on what is said, but pay attention to cues and comforts and gestures. So it's about seeing the bigger picture.
Autism acceptance is more than awareness. Awareness says, I know autism exists. Acceptance says, you belong here. In the SENS department, we are committed to early identification, inclusive practices, and ensuring that every child has access to education that meets their needs. Changing attitudes begins with education, but it continues with compassion, patience, and partnership. When families, teachers, and communities work together, every child can thrive.
Early identification makes a difference. Through developmental screenings, assessments, and collaboration with educators, we work to understand each child's strengths and needs. Autism is a spectrum, which means no two children are the same. Our goal is not to label children, but to support them. When we identify early, we can intervene early, and that changes outcomes. But just as important as services is acceptance. A child who feels understood is a child who can grow.
Changing attitudes starts with conversations like these. It continues with open hearts, and it grows when we choose acceptance every single day. This Autism Acceptance Month, let's move beyond awareness. Let's build a community where every child is seen, supported, and celebrated.
Autism Acceptance Month 2026, changing attitudes, building belonging.
What is the national budget debate? The national budget debate is when members of Parliament or MPs discuss the government's financial plan for the year. Here's how it works. The government explains how they plan to raise money and how they want to spend it. MPs from both the government and the opposition discuss whether they agree with the government's plan. They can ask questions, suggest changes, or criticize parts of the budget they don't like. MPs vote on whether to approve the budget. If they approve it, the budget will go through to passage. So why is this important? The debate is a way to ensure the government is using the people's money in the right way, and it gives MPs a chance to represent their communities and make sure the budget is fair for everyone. That's it for this segment of Budget Made Simple. Join us as we bring you more coverage of the national budget.
Before the headlines, before the numbers, there is a system working every day to protect our borders, support our people, and keep our country moving. Across the Turks and Caicos Islands, that system is being strengthened deliberately, strategically, and with purpose.
The Ministry of Immigration and Border Services continues to play a vital role in safeguarding our borders, supporting economic growth, and delivering efficient and modern services to the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Over the past financial year, we have delivered meaningful progress, and in the year ahead, we are advancing key initiatives that will further strengthen our systems and national resilience.
This past financial year, the Turks and Caicos Islands Border Force achieved a major milestone with the execution of our Digital Borders project, marking the beginning of a comprehensive transformation of our border management systems. In the new financial year, Border Force will advance a global risk management framework and introduce key enforcement policies and undertake the upgrade of the Sectoral world, strengthening intelligence-led operations and enhancing our national security.
During the past year, the Employment Services Department successfully implemented and expanded the application processing system, improving efficiency, transparency, and processing timelines for labor-related applications. In the year ahead, the department will further strengthen this system while introducing standardized procedures and enhanced case management processes to improve accountability and service delivery.
The Customer Service Department made notable improvements to service delivery by reducing wait times through enhanced workflows and operational coordination. Looking forward, the department will introduce an immigration consultancy policy and certification framework, establishing clear standards and strengthening the regulation of immigration services.
And this is what progress looks like, not just in policy, but in action, not just in systems, but in service, and not just for today, but for the future of the Turks and Caicos Islands.
In every corner of Turks and Caicos Islands, there are heroes amongst us. They serve, they lead, they inspire. Now, it's time to recognize them. Nominations are now open for the National Honors and Awards Program. Celebrate those whose dedication and achievements have made a lasting impact on our nation. Submit your nomination by May 15, 2026. Apply online at tcinationalhonorsandawards.com or drop off your form at the Office of the Premier or your nearest District Commissioner's office. Nominate today. Celebrate excellence. Honor greatness.
What is the Appropriations Committee? Ministries and departments within government, as well as statutory bodies, submit their funding requests outlining their needs for the upcoming financial year. This submission will include projected costs for priority projects and day-to-day expenditure. The government then creates a proposed budget, which includes projected revenues, how much money the government intends to collect, and planned expenditures, how the government plans to spend. Once the budget proposal is complete, the Minister for Finance will lay the budget estimates before the House. An Appropriations Committee meeting is then called for members to review and scrutinize the revenue estimates and planned spending carefully. Once this review is complete, the committee will make recommendations to Parliament. The committee can make recommendations but cannot dictate amendments. The committee is composed of at least 3 members of Parliament appointed by the Speaker of the House. Ministers cannot be members. At least 1 opposition member. The committee may also co-opt up to 2 non-Parliament members and is supported by the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Finance and committee staff. That's it for this segment of Budget Made Simple. Join us as we bring you more coverage of the national budget.
The overall assessment of this budget is, it is much to do about the same. It's more about catching up. It doesn't move the needle in any way for our people. You just look at the numbers, look at the programs, look at the projects. There's nothing to get excited about. And surely some people will make themselves excited about the budget, but they look at the numbers and you'll see there's nothing to get excited about. Look at the projects, look at the programs in place, and ask yourself, okay, well, the minister said they're going to do this. Where is the funding for this? And that is my job. You can come and say, oh, I'm going to build a road to Soul Key. Okay, that is good, but there must be funding. There must be consultancy. There must be funding for construction. Where is that? So no matter what you say, if it doesn't back up with the funding, it's not so. So this budget is a lot more to do about catching up than moving our country forward. When it comes to welfare benefits, more welfare benefits are increasing, while training is staying the same. Scholarships, external scholarships staying the same. Healthcare staying the same. The level of projects staying the same. So it's not addressing the needs. Anything that is good for the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, I'll be the first to support it. It's not about politics. It's not about gaining favor. It's about being right and doing right for the people.
We salute this land of ours, our country we declare, this promised land with its beauties great. Though small, it is our own. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos. Our country firm and free. Our nations, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. From the east, west, north, and Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. We stand with courage brave to maintain this land of ours, with islands scattered here and there. With trust in God we stand. Turks and Caicos, Turks and Caicos, our country firm and free. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we affirm. Our allegiance, Turks and Caicos, we pledge and we
For 50 years, decisions have shaped who we are today. But today, the questions are changing.
What opportunities will I have after graduation?
What will my future look like? What are we doing about the cost of living? Understanding the budget helps us understand the future.
We need better roads so everyone can get where they need to go.
We are building today for tomorrow.
Where will we live?
Welcome to the Turks and Caicos Islands 2026 budget debate. Be strong today, so we will be secure tomorrow.
Strong today, secure tomorrow. 50 years strong. The next 50 starts now.
Turks and Caicos, I am pleased to speak with you today about a program that is shaping the future of tourism in our nation, the Tides Initiative. Together, individuals delivering excellent service. The needs for Tides is clear. As our tourism industry continues to grow, so does the demand for well-trained, knowledgeable, and culturally aware professionals who can deliver exceptional service and represent our islands with pride. You may ask, why Tides? Because it's more than just training, it's a movement. Tides equips our frontline staff with the tools to confidently answer guest questions. They share our rich heritage and they create memorable experiences that keep visitors coming back.
Tides is a one-day biannual tourism ambassador program, conducted face-to-face or virtually. The program trains and certifies individuals dedicated to delivering top-notch service in the Turks and Caicos Islands tourism sector. Achieving Tide certification not only improves your professional skills, but also contributes to the overall excellence of the destination. Why participate in Tide's training program and certification? It helps you distinguish yourself as a certified service professional, showcasing your commitment to excellence in the hospitality sector. It will enhance your skills and provide invaluable training in customer service, health and safety, and local heritage and culture, equipping you with the knowledge to deliver unforgettable experiences. The program boosts your career opportunities by opening doors to exciting career advancements, allowing you to explore new horizons in the thriving tourism sector. Through our program, you can join a community of dedicated professionals committed to upholding the highest customer standards, positively impacting our destination's reputation.
The benefits are far-reaching. Businesses see improved customer satisfaction, stronger team morale, and a deeper connection between staff and the destination they represent. The impact is not only economic, it's cultural and personal.
I encourage all stakeholders to support and participate in this transformative program. Together we can elevate the standard of service across the entire Turks and Caicos Islands. Thank you.
April is Autism Acceptance Month. This year, we are focusing on one powerful goal: changing the attitudes towards autism. Autism is not something to fear. It is not something to fix. It is something to understand, to support, and to accept. Across our islands, families are raising incredible children who see the world differently and beautifully.
I'm so happy you're here today. In this class, we learn in different ways. When you need a break, we take a break. When you need help, we help. You belong here.
Today, we're sharing their voices because acceptance begins with listening.
Acceptance for our family looks like celebrating all of the Kai's strengths without comparing him to his two younger brothers that are not on the spectrum. So having a child with autism, especially him being the oldest, if the Kai learned how to ride a bike at the age of 10 instead of knowing how to do it at a younger age compared to his two younger brothers, we would celebrate him a little bit more because his strengths are also some of his biggest challenges. And once he's gotten through that and master it, I think those are the moments in life that he knows he does not have to be normal or a regular child. He can definitely be himself.
So one myth about autism that I wish people would start believing is that people with autism...
Honourable members, this Honourable House now resumes its sitting. Pray be seated. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you can now proceed with your budget response.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just for those listening in, when I left off, I was completing the Ministry of Tourism. And Mr. Speaker, I have two more areas under tourism to touch on in detail, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm tired of hearing politicians in the country, whether from my side, from any side, people in the country talking about exploring fisheries, strengthening fisheries, what we're going to do in the fishing industry, Mr. Speaker. But there's a saying, you know, when grass is growing, the cow is starving. Mr. Speaker, as it is good policy talks, good soundbite to talk about diversifying fisheries, expanding fisheries. But what are we doing to the fishermen for the fishermen that are there now, Mr. Speaker? What help increase? What increases do we have for them, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, our fishermen are struggling to make it. You know, fuel costs going up. Mr. Speaker, fuel costs going up every day. And the longer this conflict in the Middle East goes, it's going to get worse, Mr. Speaker. We know our fishermen have to go out farther and farther to catch fish, Mr. Speaker. So it's twofold. They want the department protect the banks, protect our oceans, protect our seas in terms of against tourism, so our fishing stocks won't be depleted in their fishing areas. But also they need help. They need direct help. Same way we help, and I alluded to this, the same way we help the farmers, we need to help the fishermen. That if I have a boat and I need to bring in people, Mr. Speaker, we have a system, a farmer, if he wants to get a work permit, he can get $100, Mr. Speaker, $100 for a work permit for any farmer help, any farm help. What help? What kind of help we're giving to the fishermen, Mr. Speaker? And we like to talk about helping the fisheries, expanding the fisheries industry whenever we go into these international bodies to show that we're doing something for fisheries. Mr. Speaker, I would say that fisheries have been the same. We had the fishing center down in West Road, the place there. Mr. Speaker, we had no programs, no way to run it, no budget for running it. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing to really impact the lives of our fishermen? Mr. Speaker, it is a shame. It is a shame to see that in this day and age, we have to go in our supermarkets and buy. Yes.
Excuse me a second. Honorable members? Honorable members? Please quiet down while the honorable leader of the opposition is making his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I go into shops, and if you want snapper, you want grouper. Mr. Speaker, that grouper comes from outside. Sometimes those same fish are catched in TCI with us, sold outside, and then we pay more, plus import duties to get them in, Mr. Speaker. That ain't right. The fish are here, Mr. Speaker. The stocks are here. That is why our banks are with us, are being poached all day, every day, and we do not have the vessels to protect them. And we're not giving the fishermen the help that they can fish in on that commercial phase, that at least we can sustain ourselves. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be nice if we can say at least every fish that tourists eat in our hotels are caught in Turks and Caicos Islands with her? But sadly, Mr. Speaker, it's tilapia, it's Nassau grouper, it's this, is that from outside. And we have that resource here, Mr. Speaker, and it ties back into diversifying. If we're serious about diversifying, we will give the fishermen money that they can fish in on a larger scale, that they can employ their workers. They can't employ their competition. You know, you have your business, I have my business. We need to be able to get in our workers. Mr. Speaker, we need a program for them, but we do not have none. And we're talking about helping fisheries and expanding fisheries, all the lovely flowery words that we talk about fisheries, but we're not doing anything for that, Mr. Speaker. A packaging plant, too much, Mr. Speaker. We do not have enough to even sustain our local restaurants, and so our local restaurants have to buy imported fish, Mr. Speaker. And for a Caribbean island, that is a shame, Mr. Speaker, on us. After all these years, we haven't given our fishermen direct help. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister, let's see the program, expand that program. Look at what is being done in agriculture. Just down doors from each other, you have fisheries and agriculture out under you. See what is being offered to the farmers in terms of the total package. Business arrangement, work permits to hire help. See the whole package that you are offering to the farmers. Offer that same thing to the fishermen. That is all we're saying. Or something more, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the next thing that came up that I was wondering about, and we heard the ministry talking about group insurance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the barriers to entry into the cruise ship business and the vendors or throughout the country, especially here in Grand Turk, is insurance, Mr. Speaker. Carnival, all of them demand that you have such high level of indemnity insurance or accident and emergency insurance. And that insurance is very expensive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our people can do more business directly with the cruise lines if they had that insurance, instead of just hustling and hoping that people get their service when they come off the boat. Mr. Speaker, this is a good idea, but sadly it's not being rolled out properly. Mr. Speaker, it's not being rolled out with the urgency that is needed. Mr. Speaker, these big companies are growing bigger and bigger here in Grand Turk, and I can only imagine what is happening in Provo. One company, they will start off with 10 Gulf carts, then they get 100. One company, they start off with 10 boats, now they get 50 vessels out there. 10 ATVs, now they get 100 on the road, Mr. Speaker. The companies, they're making the bigger companies bigger. And our people have barriers to entry. And they know one of these barriers to entry is insurance. Mr. Speaker, again, take some of that consultancy money. Take $2 million of that, you know, put that in insurance for our people, Mr. Speaker. It's not for them to spend. It's a safety net for them that they can get the business, that can get that contract. Mr. Speaker, when I saw that, I thought it was a good thing. But sadly, I don't see the advancement, the rollout, the improvement, the funding for this. Let us see the funding for this, Mr. Speaker. And Honorable Minister, I'll be the first to praise you. I'll be the first to support that, Mr. Speaker. Because it's good for our people, it's good for our young entrepreneurs. Let's get that group insurance in place, Mr. Speaker. I know many of our young people, they have their business, they have their ideas, but in order for them to operate, they have to operate under the umbrella of some of these big businesses. And they have to give them their cut. They have to get the cut from Carnival cut. They have to give everybody their cut, Mr. Speaker, because they don't have these insurances. If we can only get this right in this financial year, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, this is a feather in your head. Let's do it for the people who operate on Sapodilla Bay throughout Providence Alleys. Let's do it for the people operating in Grand Turk, the people who want to operate in South Caicos, but they know this is a barrier to entry. That this group insurance, Mr. Speaker, let's get this right in Fisheries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to now turn our attention to education, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, I leave that with the minister. I await his response, and I await the response of your ministry. Don't be afraid to get them in the room, lock them up for the weekend. They have the answers. Just pay them overtime and make sure they have drinks and food sustenance to sustain them. But get them in the room. You don't need that external experience. You have the ideas, you have the experience here. We just need to utilize it. Speaker, turning to education budget, 26-27. And Mr. Speaker, I was happy in this appropriations that I was able to actively participate as the PS of the ministry was out on vacation. So I didn't have to recuse myself. I was at liberty to ask all I want to ask. And Mr. Speaker, the PS of education is no stranger to me and him being on different teams. Him and I being on different teams straight throughout our sports career. So we're used to that, but we still love each other, Mr. Speaker. And so I'll have to touch him up here now, as I always do when we play ball. Give him a few elbows right now, Mr. Speaker. Here it comes. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by stating a fact here, Mr. Speaker. This is the year 26-27. Mr. Speaker, and scholarships have not moved for external scholarships. Mr. Speaker, I said it last year, and I was hoping it would change. I said it the year before, and I hope it would change, Mr. Speaker. Scholarships, external scholarships. I'm not talking to the community college. We have more students, more diversification, so we need these scholarships. The scholarship budget, Mr. Speaker, have been the same 3.6, 3.7 million since pre-COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, anybody who have their budget books can see in 2020, 2021, the scholarship fund was actually a couple of thousand higher than what it is today, Mr. Speaker. And I have the books here, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I said, well, that is 7 years, and the scholarship fund hasn't moved. Mr. Speaker, what was the scholarship fund in 2016-17? When the Honorable Dr. Rufus Ewing left office in 2016, he had scholarships almost at that same level, $3.4, $3.5 million. Mr. Speaker, that was more than 10 years ago. And in 2027, we are seeing the same figure carry on. The exact figure from 2021, 2022, the 3.7 million. Mr. Speaker, right here. And Mr. Speaker, even though that the actuals are sometimes go up, Mr. Speaker, but we are still budgeting the same 3.7 million. 3.7 million, straight across the board, Mr. Speaker. No change. No change. From 2016, it went up by some 200,000. During those years, 300,000. And then after, it stayed at the $3.7 million, straight across the board. Yes, community colleges went up. The actual figure, Mr. Speaker, here I have it, is $3,750,800 $3,750,400 $1,806.15. I don't know where the 15 cents come in, Mr. Speaker. I just put that in. It isn't there. 15 cents isn't there. Mr. Speaker, 3.7 million straight across for 2024, 2025, 2026, project in 2027, 2028, 2029, $3.7 million, Mr. Speaker. No change to the scholarship vote. Mr. Speaker, that isn't strong today. That doesn't signify strong today, secure tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have all professions coming here to the Turks and Caicos Islands. We have great demand for diverse training, Mr. Speaker. And many persons know that the Turks and Caicos Islands do not have these certain skill sets, Mr. Speaker. We don't mind people coming in, Mr. Speaker. Like the Premier and I sure him nor I, we are against foreign people. Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to bring in skills, Mr. Speaker, but we also have to train our people, Mr. Speaker, in those areas that we know our community college do not offer. Honorable Minister, you're not doing that in your budget. $3.7 million for the last 6 years. In time of plenty, Mr. Speaker, in time of no external shocks, $3.7 million. And we're going to hear about the increases to the community college, Mr. Speaker, on comparing apples with apples and oranges with oranges. That is a good thing, and whatever the strengthening of the community college, I'll give you that. There are some strengths there. But, Mr. Speaker, even with that, Mr. Speaker, if you look at when we had the 2+2 program, the enrollment in the community college probably was way more than what it is now. Many of our people went to the community college then. The community college was the place to be, And I think the honorable member from South Caicos, if I'm not correct, you went during that time, You were here, in Grand Turk, attending the community college. And it was the place then. You know how you all felt being a part of the community college. Can we get that back? Can we move forward? Can that community college be strong today so our future can be secure tomorrow? But, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the external funding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who was privileged to be here at the youth debates, we heard them debating the issues, and speaking to the future, speaking to the present, speaking to the past, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is one of the most important areas of our people, our youth and our young people. Mr. Speaker, across the islands, our young people are preparing themselves to lead. That was demonstrated, to contribute, and to build a stronger nation. They are studying they are studying all the digital platforms, Mr. Speaker. They are studying AI. They are studying innovation. Mr. Speaker, they are investing in the future jobs. Mr. Speaker, but what are we doing, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, during the Youth Parliament, they speak to ambition. Mr. Speaker, the young people during the Youth Parliament, they spoke to vision, Mr. Speaker. They spoke to hope, Mr. Speaker. And perhaps what stands out most to me, Mr. Speaker, they describe themselves as the light. This is how they describe themselves, as being the light. A light capable of lighting the future for our country. That is their words, not mine. That is how they look at themselves, Mr. Speaker. This is not symbolic alone, Mr. Speaker. It was meaningful, Mr. Speaker. It was powerful. It was a reminder to all of us in this chamber that the responsibility we carry today shapes the opportunities available for tomorrow. Yes, Honorable Premier, I agree we have to be strong today for secure tomorrow. But is your budget achieving this? Mr. Speaker, because every bright light requires a source. Every bright light requires support. Mr. Speaker, every bright light requires direction. Every bright light requires opportunity. Mr. Speaker, speaking of lights, I recall when I was about 9, 10, 11 years old, somewhere in the 83, 84, 85, someone said that the last person to leave Grand Turk turned off the lights. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker, our own Turks and Caicos Islands people saying that. The last person to leave Grand Turk turned off the lights. Mr. Speaker, the lights are not off, Mr. Speaker. But sadly, I can say the lights in our capital, our nation's capital, are very dim. They are not off, Mr. Speaker. And thank goodness to government employment and the Carnival Cruise Center, our lights are not completely off, Mr. Speaker. Our lights are still on, be it dim. We need a way to brighten the lights, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, without investment, guidance, and without meaningful pathways, the light risks being dim and extinguished rather than stranded. Mr. Speaker, hope alone is not enough. The lights alone cannot shine without opportunity. And so we ask, Mr. Speaker, are we truly giving our youth, living in all of our islands, the tools they need to shine as brightly as they deserve? Because, Mr. Speaker, resources and opportunity create the light. But leadership must turn that light into action. Mr. Speaker, our young people are asking for results. They are asking for fairness. They are asking for opportunities. They are asking for leadership that listens and leadership that delivers. Mr. Speaker, so as we turn to this critical responsibility of every government around the world, ensuring that our young people are not just inspired, that our young people are also empowered. Because the future of our nation will not be defined by speeches or slogans alone, Mr. Speaker. It will be defined by opportunities we create for the next generation. Mr. Speaker, no nation can speak confidently about tomorrow, secure tomorrow, strong tomorrow, if our youth are uncertain about their place today. Across all islands, Mr. Speaker, our young people are doing their part. It's time for the government to match that effort and do their part. Mr. Speaker, these are the concerns that I have, that this 26-27 budget, we do not see the youth empowerment inside of this budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do not see the access to more training, Mr. Speaker. Not just in the scholarship vote, Mr. Speaker. Ministry after ministry, department after department, I asked them about their training, Mr. Speaker. Training line cut over and over again. Access to scholarships externally remaining the same, no movement. Mr. Speaker, we are hoping to see more access to apprenticeship, internships. And Mr. Speaker, we want meaningful employment opportunities for our youth, where they can get that experience that we always ask them to have, Mr. Speaker, and we always say that they do not have. Well, you have the qualifications, you don't have the experience. We need to give them the experience, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us turn our attention to even the younger children, our kindergarten, our primary, and our secondary age children. Mr. Speaker, imagine our islands as a vast classroom where every child sits not to be tested, but to be awaken their potential. Mr. Speaker, if our education system only prizes memory recall alone, we risk graduates with recall, but without creativity and leadership. Mr. Speaker, we cannot depend on a curriculum that only tests for memory alone, memory and recall. Mr. Speaker, I have been in high school. I have been in primary school. I have studied in the Caribbean, and I have studied in the United States and in Canada, and I can tell you there are differences. Mr. Speaker, the smartest children in high school were the ones who can recall the information from the day before. The smartest children in the class wasn't the ones who can create something new. It was simply the ones who can recall, not the creative children, not the children who could listen to a tone on the radio and play it, not the child who can look at someone building something and go and duplicate that. The smartest children were only considered the ones who can recall the lessons, regurgitate it, and write it down on the paper, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we have to ask ourselves, is our education system educating? So some people say, yes, of course it's doing that, Mr. Speaker. So let's look at the word educate, E-D-U-C-A-T-E. So if you just lightly look at the definition of educate, you pull up on your phone, Google, first thing you'll see. To educate means to teach or provide instructions, especially with a formal system like a school, college, or university. How weak, Mr. Speaker. Imagine that. All through the internet, everything. You pull up education. Means to teach or provide instructions. But let's go further, Mr. Speaker. It says to give someone specific information to improve their understanding of a subject or to encourage better lifestyle choices. So weak again, Mr. Speaker, to give someone specific instructions. Any one of you, just pull up on Google, see what you say, what is the meaning of the word educate. But, Mr. Speaker, as some of us like to go beyond what we see, to go further, let's go to the origins and the etymology of the word educate. Educate comes from a Latin word, educor. And Mr. Speaker, you know what that word means? What was the original and the true meaning of educate? To bring up. To educate means to lead out, to draw forth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the original meaning of the word of educate is to bring up from out of our children, to bring out their creativity, to bring out of their understanding, not to force information in. Think about educate, to pull out, to bring up. And I put it to you, our system, our school systems is not doing that, Mr. Speaker. They're testing memory. And I know it's difficult for some people to accept. Many of our people won't accept this, Mr. Speaker. But research the word educate. Just listen to it. Educate. Pull out, to pull out, Mr. Speaker. We're not pulling out. We're not awakening potential. We are only testing memory. I have been in school. We only test memory. The teachers say this, your notes say this, come back and be able to remember everything you read last night. That's what happens. All the exams we subscribe our children to. This is the curriculum, these are the notes, these are the chapters to read. You're going to get tests on the information if you can remember, recall what all is in there. No creativity. No, learn this and now how to apply it, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that was something I was so amazed during my master's program, Mr. Speaker. Well, some of the teachers, we learned the material, but they say, no, we're not getting tested on the material. I want to see how you could apply that material, how you could put systems in place. If you were a manager, this happened, that happened, what would you do? I was like, what you mean, what would I do? No, this is what you're getting tested on. There's no right answer because what he would do will be different from what I would do. So there's no right or wrong answer. I was like, well, this is different from my schooling in the Caribbean All in the Caribbean, they want me to do is study, cram, and remember what they told me from yesterday. But this system was telling me, what would you do? How would you apply the knowledge that you learned, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we are under only test in memory. We need to look at that, Honorable Minister, if we are to be strong today and secure tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I can give you an example from the work program. We had many people. When I was at the lab, when I was in the hospital, many people, you look at their qualifications, straight A student, all honors, 4.0. We get them in the lab, we get other people. They come to the lab, okay? They know everything on paper. But now this patient vein isn't in the center. This patient doesn't have any vein there. You can't feel it. It's there. How are you going to extract? Oh, I don't know. Well, the vacuum suction isn't work. What are you going to do now? The vein on the hand collapsed. What are you going to do now? You see, Mr. Speaker, they only learn the textbook versions in the perfect situation. But when things happen in the real world, they never educate how to figure out what to do, how to feel, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of people here are book smart, Mr. Speaker. Yes, they can regurgitate. They can tell you every word, every number in this book. But you tell them, apply. Apply what you know, Mr. Speaker. And that is where we're lacking at Turks and Caicos Islands, how to apply knowledge, not just to regurgitate it, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we have to nurture curiosity. The people in Japan, they're leading on that. They're leading on that. They want their children to be creative. You'll see the parents put their child in somewhere where they have to figure out how to get over this obstacle. And as much as the child cried, they'll leave the child there. Us, we right quick away. We can't let our baby cry. But they'll leave that child there until the child figure out. And they'll watch them and see, how am my child thinking? Okay, is he trying this way? Will he do this again? Will he do the same thing? They observe that. That is where they are in their education. And we want to talk about world leading, but we're only talking about testing and recall and knowledge recall. Mr. Speaker, we got to move on. If we are truly to be strong today and secure tomorrow, these little changes in the budget cannot work, Mr. Speaker. We got to think beyond that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, something else that, I pressed on, Mr. Speaker, is languages, Mr. Speaker. I have been advocating this for a long time. I couldn't get it when I was in. I was advocating for it that time. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that our young children in kindergarten must be exposed to at least 3-4 languages while they're small. Everyone knows, science, peer-reviewed information know that learning is natural between the ages of 0 to 6. They do not have to learn no congregation, no subject, verb, agreement. They don't have to learn any of that. They pick up languages naturally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we are missing that opportunity. All the children from the outside who have parents whose language is other than English, their children come into our system and know 2 languages from time they're small. They're already one step ahead of our children, Mr. Speaker. We have to give our children all the tools to succeed in this world that they are living in, Mr. Speaker. And you must know a second language, at least, Mr. Speaker. But if we give it to them when it's young, it's play, Mr. Speaker. When they're not being tested, nothing is being drilled in their mind. It's only conversations. When the teachers say the word for ball in English, they say it in Spanish. They say it in French. So the children already know, okay, water, agua, glow, I think I'm correct, glow or so. They already know 3 words for water right away. It doesn't hard nobody have to test them, Mr. Speaker. Why are we not giving our children that opportunity? When they go to apply for the jobs, all the children that have Turks parents that are not English speaking originally, they go on the job, well, I can speak 2 languages. The Turks Islander, he can only speak 1. And he probably can't even speak English that good. But I can speak 2 languages, Mr. Speaker. I can speak 3 languages. Who do you think is going to be hired? Both of them are 6'1". Both of them are nice-looking guys. Both of them dress good. Both of them were valedictorians in the school. But what is the difference? This guy He knows English, Spanish, and Creole. You only know English. Who's going to get hired, Mr. Speaker? All things being equal. Both 261 nice-looking guys with straight A's, go to the same gym, attend the same church, and both of them are dark-skinned, nice-looking brothers like me and the Honorable Minister from North Caucasus, Mr. Speaker. What will be the deciding factor? And this is not just here, Mr. Speaker. You go to Miami, you go anywhere. If you want a job, what is going to differentiate you, Mr. Speaker? And again, going back to my master's training, I had teachers who told us that say, well, everybody got a master's degree, Mr. Hassel, what is going to differentiate you? Everybody been to a nice school. Everybody had a career. Everybody got a bachelor's. What is going to differentiate that we should give you this job over the next man? And Mr. Speaker, if we're not doing this in 26, 27, teaching our children from a young age at least 3 languages, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to do that. Mr. Speaker, I have a daughter who have a Spanish-speaking mom, Mr. Speaker, and it is amazing how my daughter can sit right here, answer her mommy in Spanish, speak to me in English. Spanish, English, Spanish, English, without even self-thinking about it, naturally. Because when she grew up, she spent time with her mother people, and she spent time with my people. She never had to learn any book about English, never had to pick up any book about learning Spanish, Mr. Speaker. Assimilation. First 6 years of life, Honorable Minister. Let's not miss this opportunity. Let's get that program in, Honorable Minister. Let's do this for our people. Let's make sure that our people are strong today, that our future of our country can be secure tomorrow, and not just those with the second and third languages getting all the jobs while our people are on the outside looking in, Mr. Speaker. Let's do it. Mr. Speaker, we can do it. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the capital program for our Ministry of Education, $4.1 million. This is including of new artificial turf, fencing, downtown ballpark, Clement Howell High School, 10 classroom block, Mr. Speaker. We want to know, what are the plans for Clement Howell High School? What is your vision for Clement Howell High School? What is your government's vision for Clement Howell High School? Is it returning to full first to fifth form? What is the vision? Or this just 10 classroom because you need the extra space, you are overcrowding or whatever? Just let us know. We don't know, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we have to approve this in our budget. All of us are sending here this money for Clement Howell High School. But what is the plans? What is the reason? What do we hope to get in return? What is the benefit to the community after we get these 10 classrooms in Clement Howell High School? What is the benefit? Because maybe we might say, okay, I see what you want, but maybe we can get a little bit more. Let's again go back to that consultancy money and cut something off that, cut a few millions off that and get it in Clement Howell High School. So you don't only have 10 classrooms, we can increase that. Honorable Minister, let us know. And we will help you. We will advocate for you. Let us know what it's about. And we will petition. I assure the honorable member whose last name relates to that, I can't call names, but I'm sure he will be one of the first, along with me, because if it's good for the people of Turks and Caicos, you know I will support it, and at least the honorable minister from Blue Hills, honorable member from Blue Hills, at least he will support it. Let's get it more. Let us know, honorable minister. What are you trying to achieve here, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, I believe, is one of the largest employers in government, or the second largest. I think the employment is complement is 569. Mr. Speaker, their manpower, 569. How are you taking care of your workers, Honorable Minister? Are you taking care of them? Mr. Speaker, you see a number of projects, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry also have other departments under them, Mr. Speaker. One of my concerns, I'm trying to flip to the library services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about the library and the funding for the library, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, talking to educators, persons, and provinciales, we know that the library area and provinciales have been closed for some time now, from earlier this year, Mr. Speaker. And we want to know what are the plans for the library, Mr. Speaker, and provinciales. Provinciales needs a functioning library, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what are the plans of this government to put a library in provinciales? Mr. Speaker, you might say people don't read anymore. No, people need the library services, Mr. Speaker. The library here in Grand Turk is fully utilized, Mr. Speaker. The library is for more than just borrowing books, Mr. Speaker. You can have digital library, you can go in digital research. The library needs subscriptions, Mr. Speaker. If I want particular research, peer-reviewed information, I can go to that library. The library can even have information on the history, government in the Turks and Caicos Islands. As we move up to 50 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am greatly concerned. And I look in the budget, why isn't that one of the capital projects? Deal with the library in Provo. Give the people of Providenciales the library. The library, they need it. Printing, binding, research, Mr. Speaker. The community of Provo need that library functioning, opening, and moving. Mr. Speaker, other departments under this ministry. Let's turn attention to culture. Mr. Speaker, culture spoke to about at least delivering 3 training, tides, training, investment with Invest TCI, Mr. Speaker, enriching skills. Mr. Speaker, we need to put more money in culture, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are not investing in culture. Mr. Speaker, I look at what other countries do. Mr. Speaker, we don't have to go far. Look at what our neighbors, our cousins in the Bahamas do with their culture. They do so much until they start poaching Turks and Caicos Islands culture, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not afraid to say it, Mr. Speaker. Their culture department is so far-reaching that they'll pull things that are Turks and Caicos Islands and put their own spin on it, Mr. Speaker. You know, I hear people talk, oh, you know, rake and scrape and all that. We say no. Rake and scrape came from the Turks and Caicos Islands. It was ripsaw. It went over to the Bahamas and become rake and scrape, Mr. Speaker. That was us. They are making millions of dollars off it. They are promoting that as their culture. Something that they know came from the Turks and Caicos Islands, Mr. Speaker. But they don't care. They must be saying, Turks and Caicos, you don't want to do nothing with it. You have this gem, rake and scrape. You're not putting money behind it. You're not advertising. You're not promoting it hard. Give it to us. We're going to show you what we're going to do with rake and scrape. With ripsaw. We're going to take it, just like how you're doing with Experience TCI. We're going to brand it, rebrand it, rake and scrape. Catchy name, you know, and promote it as coming from the Family Islands, the Inaguas, the Cat Island, and so. No, that is Turks and Caicos Islands, ripsaw, that migrated there, that you all steal and you all are enhancing. And Mr. Speaker, I always feel bad when I see the Bahamas promoting rake and scrape so much, and we here get our ripsaw and the dusters. Honorable Minister, we need more money for culture. We need more money in the culture. The regatta, all the national celebrations. Where's the external funding? What is your role? What is your ministry role in all these national celebrations? Do you take ownership of them? Do you fund them? What do you do with our national celebrations? Where's the money? Where's the increases, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I grew up in a time when we had Soul Key Day, AMC Expo, Provo Day. We had everything. We had Carnival here, October 9th to the 13th. Mr. Speaker, some of us my age, we know that date like nothing. October 9th to the 13th was Carnival time. That whole week, Mr. Speaker. We barely have anything in culture. We barely have any of these national celebrations that you know, that some 30, 40 years later, Mr. Speaker, I can still remember that name like that. Float parades, costumes, beauty pageants, the like. That was in the 70s and the 80s. This is 2027, almost 2030. And these things don't exist. Time of plenty, Mr. Speaker. We are regressing in certain areas. Yes, Honorable Premier, we are moving ahead in certain areas, but we are regressing in others. Every time we take 2 steps forward, we're taking 10 steps back, Mr. Speaker. We have to do something. I look at what is being spent on culture. Mr. Minister, it's not enough. It's not enough. We have to take care of our national celebrations. We have to promote Turks and Caicos Islands culture. All the other cultures are coming here and dominating us, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate everyone, Mr. Speaker. I was at the cruise center on Saturday. Mr. Speaker, we saw the foods. We saw the foods. We appreciate everybody, Mr. Speaker, but we cannot let our culture be dominated at home. Mr. Speaker, we have to promote Turks and Caicos Islands culture. Let's do that. Let's get the money into culture, Honorable Minister. Yeah, you see how much we can do with that consultancy, $25 million? How are we spreading that over? We can deal with so much problems if we just cut down that consultancy. Mr. Speaker, in looking at the Turks and Caicos Islands Community College, running through the numbers, last year, 87% utilization of their personal emoluments. Mr. Speaker, they have 11 vacant positions. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that is notable in the community college is the level of outside teachers compared to local teachers, Mr. Speaker. It is a very big discrepancy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering how come we have so little lectures local lectures in our community college, Mr. Speaker. It is a very big discrepancy. And the numbers. Speaker, I know I'll find it for the number very shortly. Mr. Speaker, but it is about 4 to 1 or so. It is a very big discrepancy. The Honorable Minister will have the correct numbers, Mr. Speaker. What are we doing to encourage more local teachers to be employed in our community college, Honorable Minister? Is it salary? Is it opportunities? Why we don't have more local teachers in our college? Why are we solely dependent on external help? And we love our external help. We appreciate people wanting to come here to the Turks and Caicos Islands. But those persons, as they're from other Caribbean islands, they know where their home island, their country, they will say, yes, we need more. If I'm from Trinidad, I would like to see more Trinidad lectures in my university. I don't want to see Turks and Caicos Islanders dominating my Trinidad university. If I'm from Jamaica, our Jamaican people will say, yes, I don't want to see 90% of our lectures in Jamaica from Turks and Caicos. They want to see their Jamaican people, and rightly so. So we can't apologize for wanting to see more of our TI people in our community college, Mr. Speaker. If they need doctor's degree, get the training. Stop cutting your scholarship vote and keeping it the same and get our people trained at that doctor's level. Let our people get these jobs. Train our people. And if you put it out that the Turks and Caicos Islands will give about, community college will give about 10 scholarships for PhD level training, you'll have hundreds of Turks and Caicos Islands applying. I'll probably be one of the first ones, Mr. Speaker. Do that, Mr. Honorable Minister. Get our people involved. Get a niche area. We need scholarships for this. Let's get our lecturers trained at the doctor's level, at the PhD level, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, we're not doing that, Mr. Speaker. So the Turks and Caicos Islands Community College have 39 faculty and 42 vacancies. 39 faculty, 42 administrative, and 11 vacancies. And I have it. See, I know I wasn't going to come to it. And the local to expatriate ratio, they gave me a ratio, is 1 to 7. For each one Turks and Caicos Islander lecture, you have 7 lectures from the outside. And 1 to 2 for administration. For each one Turks and Caicos Islander working in administration, you have 2 persons working from the outside working in administration. And that's the community college. That's the Turks and Caicos Islands Community College. 1 to 7, 7 to 1, foreign to local in terms of lecturers. 2 to 1 in terms of administration staff. Honorable Minister, you think this is good? Mr. Premier, is this strong today and secure tomorrow? Think about your slogan. Think if these numbers represent your slogan. 7 to 1 and 2 to 1 in administration. You see, when they gave me the numbers and the members who were there telling you, I start shaking my head when they say, oh yeah, 7 to 1. I say, okay, cool. That's a good ratio, 70 eyes to every one lecture. That sounds good. They say, oh, no, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. It's the other way around. I was like, what? What you talking about? 7 to 1? And then I say, surely administration now. We don't need to bring in people for administration that much. We could find administrators and administrative workers, dime a dozen in the Turks and Caicos Islands. But it's 2 to 1 in the college. So while good things are happening in one area, Honorable Minister, you have to pay attention to the next area. I want you to pay attention to your staffing in the community college, if you so desire. I cannot tell you what to do, but I want you to pay attention to staffing. We, the people, want you to pay attention to the training needs. Get our people at that level, Mrs. Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, I have a lot on the TCI brand, Mr. Speaker. TCI Community College Brandon. Mr. Speaker, we only hear about the Turks and Caicos Islands enrollment growth, retention, graduates when we come in these forums. And I will put it to the minister that we the people just want to know, Ms. Honorable Minister, just put it out. You know, put out a dashboard. You know, what is the enrollment growth of the Turks and Caicos Islands Community College? What is the retention rates, Mr. Speaker? Graduation outcomes, staff vacancies. Continue to let us know, look, these positions are available at the Turks and Caicos Islands Community College. We have 11 vacancies. So 11 professionals, can you apply? But Mr. Speaker, they said that, no, these are not just for professional people can apply. You need to have a teacher's certificate. And I think by now we should change that policy. At a college, at a university, I'm not dealing with children. I probably teaching people older than me. If I'm an experienced, qualified Turks and Caicos Islands in accounts, and I have my CPA, why can I not teach accounts at the community college without having a teacher's certificate? That doesn't make any sense to me, Mr. Speaker. If it's not so, you can say it's not so, Honorable Minister. We also hear that in the high schools. We ask about teachers coming in, substitute teachers. You know, we say, okay, if somebody is a professional, yes, they got to pass all the background checks. We're not talking about that. We already passed that. But if somebody is a professional, and one of these teachers, like how they usually do on us sometimes, wait until September, and your science teacher decide that they're going to take a job elsewhere and leave our students high and dry come September. Why can't we ask a retired nurse who has passed all the checks, who's very professional, or a retired doctor, look, we just want you to come in and teach biology for a few months until we recruit our teacher. You know what the system's saying? You know what the policy says? No, you can't come in, Mr. Doctor, because you do not have a teacher's certificate. It's like, yeah, but I can teach all your teachers biology and anatomy and everything. I am a professional. I have been a professional. I have been in the human body. So this isn't just buckwalk. I know what happens in the human body. I can teach biology. No, Mr. Doctor, you cannot teach biology because the policies say you must have a teacher's certificate in order to teach in our high schools as a substitute teacher in order to teach at our college. That doesn't show strong today. secure tomorrow. We have to change that policy, and that is a policy initiative, dear Mr. Speaker. The persons before me couldn't answer that, Mr. Speaker, because they're not the policy makers. Mr. Speaker, the policy makers are here. If you truly want to be strong tomorrow, let's make these changes today. These changes are not for me. This is to benefit all our Turks and Caicos Islanders. This is why I'm giving it to you, Mr. Speaker. This is not to criticize the minister. We sit here and we hear from officers and we see flaws in the systems. Mr. Speaker, we have to address, when it comes to human resource, what we can do to stop people from picking up at the 9th hour and leaving our service. But again, that is something under human resource, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, on education. I said it last year, and I say it again. Mr. Speaker, there is a building. Mr. Speaker, during the last days of COVID-19, we got this tender out in 2020. This is for the auditorium/shelter here in Grand Turk, just north of the high school. This was one of the last few projects that we were able to execute during the COVID-19 era. Mr. Speaker, I have been out of government for 7 years now, Mr. Speaker. Many children have come to high school and leave, Mr. Speaker, and that shelter is still not finished. Mr. Speaker, we had PSs, we had directors, we had everyone come here and tell us that this would truly be finished by March, the end of the financial year. Mr. Speaker, it's not open, it's not finished. Children have come and left high school, and after 7+ years, Mr. Speaker, one government project is not finished. Mr. Speaker, that again goes to flaws in the system. 7 years, Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that is the same project that was tendered under me as Minister of Health, responsible for sports, Mr. Speaker. And that project is not finished. We must look at our system. Something is wrong there. To build one building should not pass through 3 administrations. It is 3. If it started in 2020, and we are now in 26, 27, that is 3 administrations, Mr. Speaker. Something is wrong there, Mr. Speaker. Something is truly wrong with our system. Something is truly wrong with the process, the tendering, the project management. And we'll get to that, Mr. Speaker. The project management for that project. And I saw the minister was telling me something. Maybe she's saying that, it didn't come out under me, but then all the notes inside of government can easily prove when that first went out to tender and everything, and you can see the dates for that. So that's a non-point to argue, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we make noise. All of us beat our chests. We jump up, we praise our Carifta athletes. But let's look at sports, Mr. Speaker. What are we doing to really enhance sports? What are we truly doing for sports development? The grants was almost the same again. Some 7 years, 8 years ago, the grants barely moved for sports development and grassroots training, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a time when Turks and Caicos Islands would send cricketers to every test match in the Caribbean. You had people like my big cousin, Oliver Williams, Howard Dickinson, Wayne Williams, police like Dowdy, all of them, they would travel and represent Turks and Caicos Islands in cricket. Mr. Speaker, 2027, those programs are dead, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a time when Turks and Caicos Islands would go to every one of the Caribbean basketball competitions, Mr. Speaker. We would travel around the region playing basketball, CAC, FIFA tournaments, Mr. Speaker. 2027, almost 2030. We were doing that in the 80s, Mr. Speaker. And in 2027, those programs are dead, Mr. Speaker. We are regressing in some areas. Yes, the country is moving forward in one area, but we're regressing in others, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a time it was normal for you to go on the parade Saturday evening and you would hear the South Caicos team is here. Jimbalai, Scratcher, all them is coming up from South Caicos. All these superstars from South Caicos coming up to play against Goldrum and Sparky Dam, Mr. Speaker. We would go out and look forward to that as young people. Inter-island competitions. Mr. Speaker, that was a normal thing. The parade ground packed with cars. Around the basketball court packed with people. People with signs, people cheering, people shouting. Where is that today, Mr. Speaker? We have indoor stadiums. This was on the outside, Mr. Speaker, in the elements, and we had that. Where is sports today, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there was a time many of us can remember when high school sports going on, the whole country shut down. Government literally shuts down when high school sports going on. Everybody would be on the parade grounds watching, cheering. You'll see the police come out to the finish line, move everybody, move the cars, because these athletes are so fast, they're going to jump over the wall and run straight to, at that time, Ms. Batty's shop. They would move the cars, move, because these athletes are coming. 100-meter dash running. Mr. Speaker, that don't happen anymore. In the afternoon when the relays, you have, after every relay, you would have to break up the grounds and stop, because everybody on the parade is running with the team as they come around. Mr. Speaker, we don't see that anymore. High school sports go on and you barely know it's going on. Mr. Speaker, there was a time when you go to North Caicos, it was a big thing. The whole community is out there. I know this firsthand. They're running, they're cheering on their athlete. They know you personally. I have many of my best friends right now from that era who I competed against back then, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's what sports was. We knew who was the fastest person from Provo. We know who was the fastest person in North Caicos from Raymond Gardner. We know who was the fastest person from South Caicos. We cherish those days seeing the Cox brothers come up here and run, Mr. Speaker. We cherish those days. Where is sports now, Honorable Minister? Don't let sports die under you. Honorable Premier, why are we letting sports die? We have to do something more for sports. Imagine where we were, and I paint that picture just to show you, Turks and Caicos, where we were with sports. Where we were with sports. I would go to North Caicos and everybody knew who I was. Oh, you're the Eddie, that's what we've been hearing from Turks, from Grand Turk, from HJ. Well, we get our guy to beat you. We get Lano here to beat you. Delano Smith, my friend, who does AC right here, one of the fastest from North Caicos. You people know me and him still friends to today. That is how we get friends. He being the fastest from North Caicos and I being the fastest from Grand Turk. Mr. Speaker, we don't have that no more. We do not have that no more, Mr. Speaker. What is going on with sports? Let us invest the money in sports. But when our athletes get a medal, we're jumping, we're praising, we're showing up at the airport, we're wearing the shirts, we bring out the Junkanoo band. But what we did to enhance that, what did we do as a government to get that outcome, Mr. Speaker? Show me the outcome, the measurables, the KPIs inside here that say if we do this, we put this money this way, it will most likely lead to a medal in Carifta. Where's the funding that produced that medal, Mr. Speaker? Or we buck up on that by chance? Was that intentional? Were those 3 medals in Carifta intentional? Or we just buck up that by chance by the God-given natural ability of those athletes? But we hear the Premier praising about it. But Honorable Premier, what did you do to enhance that? What was your role in achieving that? Being the leader of the Turks and Caicos Islands for the last 7 years, in the time of plenty, in the time of world peace, in the time of no natural disasters, what did you and your cabinet members do to enhance that, to bring about that medal? And if you did something, I'll be the first to congratulate you. I will be the first to congratulate you. But I put it to you that you cannot show me a program, a funding, anything in any of these budget books going back the last 6 years that you and your government did to enhance, to produce that outcome. But we show up to the airports, Mr. Speaker. We show up, we're hugging, kissing, jumping up, celebrating, posting. But what did we do to enhance that? Show me the numbers. Show me the money in the budget. Show me the increases in sports, those developments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and history have shown that when our athletes are in those first-class programs, like the Delano Williamses, who went to Jamaica and get in the program, we can dominate on the world stage. So simply, why don't you import that here to the Turks and Caicos Islands? So instead of us sending our athletes over there, we can have a camp in North Caicos or Middle Caicos, wherever. It would be nice in North Caicos where we have a 400-meter track and more space down there on the play field, where we can go, our athletes go into the sports camp in North Caicos. And we know we have these world-class coaches and high jump, long jump, sprints, there in North Caicos where we can send our athletes, we have the housing. This is how we got to be thinking in 2027, almost 2030. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, we have regressed. Turks and Caicos Islands have regressed in sports, Mr. Speaker, and it shows for itself, Mr. Speaker. But we have all the sports of the artists, and I don't apologize for saying that. The soccers, they are moving. We send people off to play soccer. That wasn't us. Most of our guys play cricket and basketball. We don't go nowhere. Rugby goes all around the world. The football goes all around the world. But where we were, the places that we dominated, we as Turks and Caicos Islanders, is dead and gone. How many persons under the age of 20 probably can play cricket in the Turks and Caicos Islands? Do they know anything but bat and ball? How many? How many? Honorable Minister, we got to do more for sports. These little increases in the Sports Commission budget, it can't do. You know, like the saying goes, it can't work, Honorable Minister, that can't work. That can't work, we have to do more. And we heard the slogan more in 24, but we didn't get that. Yes. Okay.
Honourable Member, we have reached
Yes.
the 6 p.m. hour, so we'll have to take our evening break.
Yes, and I'm finished with the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much.
All right, so this Honourable Parliament is hereby suspended for 30 minutes.
All right. Turks and Caicos, I am pleased to speak with you today about a program that is shaping the future of tourism in our nation, the Tides Initiative. Together, individuals delivering excellent service. The needs for Tides is clear. As our tourism industry continues to grow, so does the demand for well-trained, knowledgeable, and culturally aware professionals who can deliver exceptional service and represent our islands with pride. You may ask, why Tides? Because it's more than just training, it's a movement. Tides equips our frontline staff with the tools to confidently answer guest questions. They share our rich heritage, and they create memorable experiences that keep visitors coming back.
Tides is a one-day biannual tourism ambassador program, conducted face-to-face or virtually. The program trains and certifies individuals dedicated to delivering top-notch service in the Turks and Caicos Islands tourism sector. Achieving Tides certification not only improves your professional skills, but also contributes to the overall excellence of the destination. Why participate in Tides training program and certification? It helps you distinguish yourself as a certified service professional, showcasing your commitment to excellence in the hospitality sector. It will enhance your skills and provide invaluable training in customer service, health and safety, and local heritage and culture, equipping you with the knowledge to deliver unforgettable experiences. The program boosts your career opportunities by opening doors to exciting career advancements, allowing you to explore new horizons in the thriving tourism sector. Through our program, you can join a community of dedicated professionals committed to upholding the highest customer standards, positively impacting our destination's reputation.
The benefits are far-reaching. Businesses see improved customer satisfaction, stronger team morale, and a deeper connection between staff and the destination they represent. The impact is not only economic, it's cultural and personal. I encourage all stakeholders to support and participate in this transformative program. Together we can elevate the standard of service across the entire Turks and Caicos Islands. Thank you.
April is Autism Acceptance Month. This year, we are focusing on one powerful goal: changing the attitudes towards autism. Autism is not something to fear. It is not something to fix. It is something to understand, to support, and to accept. Across our islands, families are raising incredible children who see the world differently and beautifully.
I'm so happy you're here today. In this class, we learn in different ways. When you need a break, we take a break. When you need help, we help. You belong here.
Today, we're sharing their voices because acceptance begins with listening.
Acceptance for our family looks like celebrating all of the Kai's strengths without comparing him to his two younger brothers that are not on the spectrum. So having a child with autism, especially him being the oldest, if the Kai learned how to ride a bike at the age of 10 instead of knowing how to do it at a younger age compared to his two younger brothers, we would celebrate him a little bit more because his strengths are also some of his biggest challenges. And once he's gotten through that and master it, I think those are the moments in life that he knows he does not have to be normal or a regular child. He can definitely be himself.
So one myth about autism that I wish people would start believing is that people with autism, like they don't have any feeling, they don't have any empathy, or like they are cold. You know, people with autism, you know, they have their own special needs. They lack some social skills, you know, that can't be expressed properly. But you know, they do have their deep emotions and their deep feelings. And I think, you know, because they can't express it clearly, it leads to misunderstandings. And
what stands out most is his resiliency. He has been brought into a world that has placed limitations on him when God himself has chosen him to stand out. And he has proven time and time again that he is an individual, and autism doesn't define who he is.
So my child has taught me, outside of patience, just to consider many perspectives. And so we all have a cookie cutter way as to how we think things work and how people communicate. So she's just taught me to look at the bigger picture. Don't focus so much on what is said, but pay attention to cues and comforts and gestures. So it's about seeing the bigger picture.
Autism acceptance is more than awareness. Awareness says, I know autism exists. Acceptance says, you belong here. In the SANS department, we are committed to early identification, inclusive practices, and ensuring that every child has access to education that meets their needs. Changing attitudes begins with education, but it continues with compassion, patience, and partnership. When families, teachers, and communities work together, every child can thrive.
Early identification makes a difference. Through developmental screenings, assessments, and collaboration with educators, we work to understand each child's strengths and needs. Autism is a spectrum, which means no two children are the same. Our goal is not to label children, but to support them. When we identify early, we can intervene early, and that changes outcomes. But just as important as services is acceptance. A child who feels understood is a child who can grow.
Changing attitudes starts with conversations like these. It continues with open hearts, and it grows when we choose acceptance every single day. This Autism Acceptance Month, let's move beyond awareness. Let's build a community where every child is seen, supported, and celebrated.
Autism Acceptance Month 2026, changing attitudes, building belonging.
What is the National Budget Debate? The National Budget Debate is when members of Parliament or MPs discuss the government's financial plan for the year. Here's how it works. The government explains how they plan to raise money and how they want to spend it. MPs from both the government and the opposition discuss whether they agree with the government's plan. They can ask questions, suggest changes, or criticize parts of the budget they don't like. MPs vote on whether to approve the budget. If they approve it, the budget will go through to passage. So why is this important? The debate is a way to ensure the government is using the people's money in the right way, and it gives MPs a chance to represent their communities and make sure the budget is fair for everyone. That's it for this segment of Budget Made Simple. Join us as we bring you more coverage of the national budget.
Before the headlines, before the numbers, there is a system working every day to protect our borders, support our people, and keep our country moving. Across the Turks and Caicos Islands, that system is being strengthened deliberately, strategically, and with purpose.
The Ministry of Immigration and Border Services continues to play a vital role in safeguarding our borders, supporting economic growth, and delivering efficient and modern services to the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Over the past financial year, we have delivered meaningful progress, and in the year ahead, we are advancing key initiatives that will further strengthen our systems and national resilience.
This past financial year, the Turks and Caicos Islands Border Force achieved a major milestone with the execution of our Digital Borders project, marking the beginning of a comprehensive transformation of our border management systems. In the new financial year, Border Force will advance a global risk management framework and introduce key enforcement policies and undertake the upgrade of the Sectoral world, strengthening intelligence-led operations and enhancing our national security.
During the past year, the Employment Services Department successfully implemented and expanded the application processing system, improving efficiency, transparency, and processing timelines for labor-related applications. In the year ahead, the department will further strengthen this system while introducing standardized procedures and enhanced
case management processes to improve accountability and service delivery.
The Customer Service Department made notable improvements to service delivery by reducing wait times through enhanced workflows and operational coordination. Looking forward, the department will introduce an immigration consultancy policy and certification framework, establishing clear standards and strengthening the regulation of immigration services.
And this is what progress looks like, not just in policy, but in action, not just in systems, but in service, and not just for today, but for the future of the Turks and Caicos Islands.
In every corner of Turks and Caicos Islands, there are heroes amongst us. They serve, they lead, they inspire. Now, it's time to recognize them. Nominations are now open for the National Honors and Awards Program. Celebrate those whose dedication and achievements have made a lasting impact on our nation. Submit your nomination by May 15th, 2026. Apply online at tcinationalhonorsandawards.com or drop off your form at the Office of the Premier or your nearest District Commissioner's office. Nominate today. Celebrate excellence. Honor greatness.
What is the Appropriations Committee? Ministries and departments within government, as well as statutory bodies, submit their funding requests outlining their needs for the upcoming financial year. This submission will include projected costs for priority projects and day-to-day expenditure. The government then creates a proposed budget, which includes projected revenues, how much money the government intends to collect, and planned expenditures, how the government plans to spend. Once the budget proposal is complete, the Minister for Finance will lay the budget estimates before the House. An Appropriations Committee meeting is then called for members to review and scrutinize the revenue estimates and planned spending carefully. Once this review is complete, the committee will make recommendations to Parliament. The committee can make recommendations but cannot dictate amendments. The committee is composed of at least 3 members of Parliament appointed by the Speaker of the House. Ministers cannot be members. At least 1 opposition member. The committee may also co-opt up to 2 non-Parliament members and is supported by the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Finance and committee staff. That's it for this segment of Budget Made Simple. Join us as we bring you more coverage of the national budget.
The overall assessment of this budget is, it is much to do about the same. It's more about catching up. It doesn't move the needle in any way for our people. You just look at the numbers, look at the programs, look at the projects. There's nothing to get excited about. And surely some people will make themselves excited about the budget, but they look at the numbers and you'll see there's nothing to get excited about. Look at the projects, look at the programs in place, and ask yourself, okay, well, the minister said they're going to do this. Where is the funding for this? And that is my job. You can come and say, oh, I'm going to build a road to Salt Key. Okay, that is good, but there must be funding. There must be consultancy. There must be funding for construction. Where is that? So no matter what you say, if it doesn't back up with the funding, you know, it's not so. So this budget is a lot more to do about catching up than moving our country forward. When it comes to welfare benefits, more welfare benefits are increasing while training is staying the same. Scholarships, external scholarships staying the same. Healthcare staying the same. The level of projects staying the same. So it's not addressing the needs. Anything that is good for the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, I'll be the first to support it. It's not about politics. It's not about gaining favor. It's about being right and doing right for the people.
Turks and Caicos, I am pleased to speak with you today about a program that is shaping the future of tourism in our nation, the Tides Initiative. Together, individuals delivering excellent service. The needs for Tides is clear. As our tourism industry continues to grow, so does the demand for well-trained, knowledgeable, and culturally aware professionals who can deliver exceptional service and represent our islands with pride. You may ask, why Tides? Because it's more than just training, it's a movement. Tides equips our frontline staff with the tools to confidently answer guest questions. They share our rich heritage, and they create memorable experiences that keep visitors coming back.
Tides is a one-day biannual tourism ambassador program, conducted face-to-face or virtually. The program trains and certifies individuals dedicated to delivering top-notch service in the Turks and Caicos Islands tourism sector. Achieving Tides certification not only improves your professional skills, but also contributes to the overall excellence of the destination. Why participate in Tides training program and certification? It helps you distinguish yourself as a certified service professional, showcasing your commitment to excellence in the hospitality sector. It will enhance your skills and provide invaluable training in customer service, health and safety, and local heritage and culture, equipping you with the knowledge to deliver unforgettable experiences. The program boosts your career opportunities by opening doors to exciting career advancements, allowing you to explore new horizons in the thriving tourism sector. Through our program, you can join a community of dedicated professionals committed to upholding the highest customer standards, positively impacting our destination's reputation.
The benefits are far-reaching. Businesses see improved customer satisfaction, stronger team morale, and a deeper connection between staff and the destination they represent. The impact is not only economic, it's cultural and personal. I encourage all stakeholders to support and participate in this transformative program. Together we can elevate the standard of service across the entire Turks and Caicos Islands. Thank you.
April is Autism Acceptance Month. This year, we are focusing on one powerful goal: changing the attitudes towards autism. Autism is not something to fear. It is not something to fix. It is something to understand, to support, and to accept. Across our islands, families are raising incredible children who see the world differently and beautifully.
I'm so happy you're here today. In this class, we learn in different ways. When you need a break, we take a break. When you need help, we help. You belong here.
Today, we're sharing their voices because acceptance begins with listening.
Acceptance for our family looks like celebrating all of the Kai's strengths without comparing him to his two younger brothers that are not on the spectrum. So having a child with autism, especially him being the oldest, if the Kai learned how to ride a bike at the age of 10 instead of knowing how to do it at a younger age compared to his two younger brothers, we would celebrate him a little bit more because his strengths are also some of his biggest challenges. And once he's gotten through that and master it, I think those are the moments in life that he knows he does not have to be normal or a regular child. He can definitely be himself.
So one myth about autism that I wish people start believing is that people with autism, like they don't have any feeling, they don't have any empathy, or like they are cold. You know, people with autism, you know, they have their own special needs. They lack some social skills, you know, that can be expressed properly. But, you know, they do have their deep emotions and their deep feelings. And I think, you know, because they can't express it clearly, it leads to misunderstandings. And
what stands out most is his resiliency. He has been brought into a world that has placed limitations on him when God himself has chosen him to stand out. And he has proven time and time again that he is an individual, and autism doesn't define who he is.
So my child has taught me, outside of patience, just to consider many perspectives. And so we all have a cookie cutter way as to how we think things work and how people communicate. So she's just taught me to look at the bigger picture. Don't focus so much on what is said, but pay attention to cues and comforts and gestures. So it's about seeing the bigger picture.
Autism acceptance is more than awareness. Awareness says, I know autism exists. Acceptance says, you belong here. In the SENS department, we are committed to early identification, inclusive practices, and ensuring that every child has access to education that meets their needs. Changing attitudes begins with education, but it continues with compassion, patience, and partnership. When families, teachers, and communities work together, every child can thrive.
Early identification makes a difference. Through developmental screenings, assessments, and collaboration with educators, we work to understand each child's strengths and needs. Autism is a spectrum, which means no two children are the same. Our goal is not to label children, but to support them. When we identify early, we can intervene early, and that changes outcomes. But just as important as services is acceptance. A child who feels understood is a child who can grow.
Changing attitudes starts with conversations like these. It continues with open hearts, and it grows when we choose acceptance every single day. This Autism Acceptance Month, let's move beyond awareness. Let's build a community where every child is seen, supported, and celebrated.
Autism Acceptance Month 2026, changing attitudes, building belonging.
What is the National Budget Debate? The National Budget Debate is when members of Parliament or MPs discuss the government's financial plan for the year. Here's how it works. The government explains how they plan to raise money and how they want to spend it. MPs from both the government and the opposition discuss whether they agree with the government's plan. They can ask questions, suggest changes, or criticize parts of the budget they don't like. MPs vote on whether to approve the budget. If they approve it, the budget will go through to passage. So why is this important? The debate is a way to ensure the government is using the people's money in the right way, and it gives MPs a chance to represent their communities and make sure the budget is fair for everyone. That's it for this segment of Budget Made Simple. Join us as we bring you more coverage of the national budget.
Before the headlines, before the numbers, there is a system working every day to protect our borders, support our people, and keep our country moving. Across the Turks and Caicos Islands, that system is being strengthened deliberately, strategically, and with purpose.
The Ministry of Immigration and Border Services continues to play a vital role in safeguarding our borders, supporting economic growth, and delivering efficient and modern services to the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Over the past financial year, we have delivered meaningful progress, and in the year ahead, we are advancing key initiatives that will further strengthen our systems and national resilience.
This past financial year, the Turks and Caicos Islands Border Force achieved a major milestone with the execution of our Digital Borders project, marking the beginning of a comprehensive transformation of our border management systems. In the new financial year, Border Force will advance a global risk management framework and introduce key enforcement policies and undertake the upgrade of the Sectoral world, strengthening intelligence-led operations and enhancing our national security.
During the past year, the Employment Services Department successfully implemented and expanded the application processing system, improving efficiency, transparency, and processing timelines for labor-related applications. In the year ahead, the department will further strengthen this system while introducing standardized procedures and enhanced case management processes to improve accountability and service delivery.
The Customer Service Department made notable improvements to service delivery by reducing wait times through enhanced workflows and operational coordination. Looking forward, the department will introduce an immigration consultancy policy and certification framework, establishing clear standards and strengthening the regulation of immigration services.
And this is what progress looks like, not just in policy, but in action, not just in systems, but in service, and not just for today, but for the future of the Turks and Caicos Islands.
In every corner of Turks and Caicos Islands, there are heroes amongst us. They serve, they lead, they inspire. Now, it's time to recognize them. Nominations are now open for the National Honors and Awards Program. Celebrate those whose dedication and achievements have made a lasting impact on our nation. Submit your nomination by May 15th, 2026. Apply online at tcinationalhonorsанdawards.com or drop off your form at the Office of the Premier or your nearest District Commissioner's office. Nominate today. Celebrate excellence. Honor greatness.
What is the Appropriations Committee? Ministries and departments within government, as well as statutory bodies, submit their funding requests outlining their needs for the upcoming financial year. This submission will include projected costs for priority projects and day-to-day expenditure. The government then creates a proposed budget, which includes projected revenues, how much money the government intends to collect, and planned expenditures, how the government plans to spend. Once the budget proposal is complete, the Minister for Finance will lay the budget estimates before the House. An Appropriations Committee meeting is then called for members to review and scrutinize the revenue estimates and planned spending carefully. Once this review is complete, the committee will make recommendations to Parliament. The committee can make recommendations but cannot dictate amendments. The committee is composed of at least 3 members of Parliament appointed by the Speaker of the House. Ministers cannot be members. At least 1 opposition member. The committee may also co-opt up to 2 non-Parliament members and is supported by the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Finance and committee staff. That's it for this segment of Budget Made Simple. Join us as we bring you more coverage of the national budget.
The overall assessment of this budget is, it is much to do about the same. It's more about catching up. It doesn't move the needle in any way for our people. You just look at the numbers, look at the programs, look at the projects. There's nothing to get excited about. And surely some people will make themselves excited about the budget, but they look at the numbers and you'll see there's nothing to get excited about. Look at the projects, look at the programs in place, and ask yourself, okay, well, the minister said they're going to do this. Where is the funding for this? And that is my job. You can come and say, oh, I'm going to build a road to Soul Key. Okay, that is good, but there must be funding. There must be consultancy. There must be funding for construction. Where is that? So no matter what you say, if it doesn't back up with the funding, it's not so. So this budget is a lot more to do about catching up than moving our country forward. When it comes to welfare benefits, more welfare benefits are increasing while training is staying the same. Scholarships, external scholarships staying the same. Healthcare staying the same. The level of projects staying the same. So it's not addressing the needs. Anything that is good for the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, I'll be the first to support it. It's not about politics. It's not about gaining favor. It's about being right and doing right for the people.
Turks and Caicos, I am pleased to speak with you today about a program that is shaping the future of tourism in our nation, the Tides Initiative. Together, individuals delivering excellent service. The needs for Tides is clear. As our tourism industry continues to grow, so does the demand for well-trained, knowledgeable, and culturally aware professionals who can deliver exceptional service and represent our islands with pride. You may ask, why Tides? Because it's more than just training, it's a movement. Tides equips our frontline staff with the tools to confidently answer guest questions. They share our rich heritage, and they create memorable experiences that keep visitors coming back.
Tides is a one-day biannual tourism ambassador program, conducted face-to-face or virtually. The program trains and certifies individuals dedicated to delivering top-notch service in the Turks and Caicos Islands tourism sector. Achieving Tides certification not only improves your professional skills, but also contributes to the overall excellence of the destination. Why participate in Tides training program and certification? It helps you distinguish yourself as a certified service professional, showcasing your commitment to excellence in the hospitality sector. It will enhance your skills and provide invaluable training in customer service, health and safety, and local heritage and culture, equipping you with the knowledge to deliver unforgettable experiences. The program boosts your career opportunities by opening doors to exciting career advancements, allowing you to explore new horizons in the thriving tourism sector. Through our program, you can join a community of dedicated professionals.
Honourable members, this Honourable Parliament now resumes its sitting. Please be seated. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you may continue with your response.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And wrapping up Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, one of the last things, as I was talking about sports, I was wrapping up sports. Mr. Speaker, we celebrated the swimmer, Mr. Speaker, but what funding are we doing to get an Olympic-sized pool somewhere in Providence Valleys? What are we doing to strengthen sports in the Turks and Caicos, swimming in the Turks and Caicos Islands, Mr. Speaker? Our swimmers has been repeatedly doing well. Mr. Speaker, what is the government doing? We have the additional land there near the National Stadium. Where's the Olympic-sized swimming pool that our athletes can train? Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if we're doing this good without the proper facilities, how much better our athletes will be going forward if the necessary resources are put in place so that we can be strong today and even better tomorrow in these international competitions. Mr. Speaker, I now turn our attention to the Ministry of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, we have heard a lot about enforcing tariffs, duties, import-export controls. Mr. Speaker, revenue collection, this ministry, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that this ministry, if I'm not correct, bring in the most money. Honorable Minister does. I think your ministry bring in almost the most money inside the country. Accommodation taxes there, but your ministry bring in most of the revenue. So, Mr. Speaker, we're wondering how realistic are the targeted revenue outcomes for this year? And Mr. Speaker, what contingencies are in place if there is a downturn? Mr. Speaker, again, we see what is happening inside the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the main problems that I saw with the ministry and their performance was the staff vacancies and filling those vacancies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year, the ministry had some 24 vacancies. I'm trying to turn to that, some 24 vacancies, Mr. Speaker. And I am concerned, how is the ministry performing, having that high level of vacancies carried for the entire year, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we demand much of this ministry, very much, Mr. Speaker. Customs, immigration, border force, the likes, labor, Mr. Speaker. Carrying 24 ministries for the entire year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a concern. That is not just a concern for this ministry, Mr. Speaker. That is a concern for many departments that we saw here inside this House of Assembly during the appropriations. The level of vacancies that are carried for the entire year. Mr. Speaker, I want to get to the exact figures of the vacancies. Mr. Speaker, I'll come back to the vacancies for the exact figure. Mr. Speaker, the operation expenditure for the Ministry of Immigration and Border Force totaled $26,378,113. This is up from $2 million for last year, 25-26. The breakdowns indicate that increments due to staff, movements, consultancy again, Mr. Speaker, and meetings account for most of that $2 million increase, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, what exactly is driving each of these increases, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we were concerned also, I was concerned about whether or not staff was on any kind of administration leave, where you do not have the staff in the office doing the work, but you still have to pay them, Mr. Speaker. Again, this doesn't directly impact this ministry in terms of their decision. They are the ones who put it in place, Mr. Speaker. But it begs to understand, how is this ministry functioning? And correlating with other departments that came before us. You know, we would ask the Integrity Commission, for instance, if you have any investigations, what is your role in suspensions and administration leaves? Well, the Integrity Commission say, we don't suspend anybody. We don't put anybody on administration leave, because we were concerned, why are people in government on administration leave for some 10 months, 12 months, 15 months, 1 year, 2 years? What is going on there? You don't have the person inside the office, so you're down one man, but you still have to pay them, Mr. Speaker. But we like to say, okay, oh, the Integrity Commission taken, but they say we just provide the information. There are other mechanisms in place in terms of putting people on leave, but it's not them. They don't write to anybody. Honorable Edwin Oswald is being investigated for this. You must put him on administration leave for 12 months. That is not their jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. So I am concerned about what is happening inside this department, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the revenues from this ministry, $287,847,826. $287.8 million is generated from the Ministry of Immigration and Border Services. Mr. Speaker, the troubling part is that one of the primary drivers of this $287.8 million is work permit fees. That is the problem. You see, you look at the $287.8 million and you say, this is awesome. But work permit fees is really driving this, Mr. Speaker. One out of the primary drivers. Speaker, we have to ask ourselves and ask the ministry, what is the baseline for work permit volumes? And what are the expected annual targets? Do other ministries come and say, well, we have this amount of construction going on, so you should see work permit targets at this? How does it work? We would need more information on that. Mr. Speaker, the second is import duties, Mr. Speaker. But import duties for this last year, Mr. Speaker, projected to decline by 265,000. Yeah, the 200 import duties declined last year by $265,000, Mr. Speaker. We would think that with all the construction taking place, that import duties would be higher. So that goes down another area. What kind of contracts, what kind of development agreements are in place? What kind of development agreements have given out that if we have these large projects taking place inside of the Turks and Caicos Islands, and we know we don't produce any raw materials here, no cement, no bauxite, no wood, none of those things, no steel, Mr. Speaker, all those things have to be imported. But yet still, import duties decrease. Mr. Speaker, what is going on there? That doesn't add up to me. How, with all this activity, and the Premier said it himself, everywhere you turn, you're seeing construction, you're seeing development. How come everywhere we turn, we're seeing development, but not development in our import duties a month? Decrease, Mr. Speaker. Import duties decrease. But we saw a $6.3 million increase in labor. Labor and employment services, $6.3 million, Mr. Speaker. What is driving that? Work permit fees increased by $6.3 million. What are we expecting this year? So if we say we are expecting more money, an additional $6.3 million in work permit fees, how much more people is that coming to the Turks and Caicos Islands to work, Mr. Speaker? You see, the numbers tell a story. If we're seeing an increase in work permit fees, that means more people on work permit, more people coming to the Turks and Caicos Islands. How are we benefiting? Is it more people renting apartments? More people coming to the islands? What about our roadways? More cars on the road? More demands in our store? How does these things correlate? This is what we want to hear from the government, Mr. Speaker. These numbers do not exist in isolation. And we are projecting that work permit fees will increase this year, Mr. Speaker. Imagine that, one of our main revenue earners for the Turks and Caicos Islands is our work permit fees. That is where we're making a lot of our money, most of our money from. A great portion, I shouldn't say most, a great portion of our money is from work permit fees. Imagine that. And we depend, and it seems like the government is dependent on work permit fees to increase for more people to come here just to fill the revenue gaps. I could be wrong, but it is walking like a duck. And it is sounding like a duck, Mr. Speaker, that we are hoping that our work permit fees, this line item, increase, that we get more revenue, but at what sacrifice? More people coming in? Does that mean less Turks and Caicos Islanders working? The Labor Department is there. You can tell me. I don't know. I don't have those figures. Is there any correlation that as work permit fees increase, unemployment also increase? Are they directly proportional or inversely proportional? Mr. Speaker, we need to know that. The numbers doesn't tell us that, Mr. Speaker. So how can the government be dependent on work permit fees for revenue to meet that 550,000 and expect to be strong today and secure tomorrow? That we are secure from work permit fees. Half of our security is coming from work permit fees, Mr. Speaker. What happens when the market shifts? When the projects finish, Mr. Speaker? What are we going to say? We're going to bring in labor to work in there, Mr. Speaker? And this is going to forever be up? Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about that. That the government is dependent too heavily on work permit fees, Mr. Speaker. We have to change that. Mr. Speaker, we see again for systems. This department have a lot of systems. And I am concerned that DETI and the Ministry of Innovation, you're not taking hold or carriage or monitoring what these systems are doing. If they can communicate, are you overviewing the systems? Are you in the room with the persons when they're planning, or in the planning rooms? Are you in those meetings? Or a representative? When I say you, I mean you're the ministry, not you physically as the minister, a representative from your ministry. Are you, when the Ministry of Border Control, Border Services are planning their administrative systems, are you in the room? Do you advise them? Do you reach out to your colleagues and advise them on, no, there's a better system, this system won't work here? Or do you leave them in the dark to fend for themselves? There must be communication. Honorable ministers, you have to talk. And when I say you have to talk, that means I'm talking about your ministries have to talk. I know personally you all talk, but you all have to communicate. The Ministry of Innovation have to be in those rooms, have to be in those meetings. What are we getting? Mr. Speaker, we hear about their regional coordination. Mr. Speaker, we see the money for CARICOM. Mr. Speaker, that is a different thing. That is out in the public domain. Some say yay, some say nay, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the capital investment, Mr. Speaker, we see capital investment at $5.9 million for this ministry, with a revised total capital needs of $13.5 million across the listed projects, Mr. Speaker. And I look at the project funding. I see border force tools and equipment, $600,000. Bus for immigration, $300,000. And we asked about the bus and, the rescoping and retendering and why we needed more money. We got the answer, Mr. Speaker. So that is $300,000. Digitization of border services, $5 million, Mr. Speaker. With a revised total cost of $12.6 million. $12.6 million. What are we getting for that? Again, Minister of Innovation, what is your role in this $12.6 million? Are your ministers, are your colleagues talking to you about this $12.6 million in the border service digitization? Is DETI involved, step by step? $12.6 million of the people's money, Mr. Speaker. What are we getting for that? We hear of the electronic gates and all that, but be specific. Let us know exactly how this $12.6 million is going to benefit the people, both now, today, and how it's going to make us strong tomorrow. We just want to know what are we getting value for money, and when can we expect this to be delivered? Mr. Speaker, the ministry had 245 persons last year, their manpower. They're down by 244, Mr. Speaker. And we had a lot of movement inside of the department. Reallocation of staffs. You know, we saw that the deputy secretary role was removed. The PI and communications positions added. Administrative movements across the ministries. You know, what efficiencies are we trying to increase? Mr. Speaker, how soon will we see these 24 vacant positions filled? And how is this impacting your delivery on your KPIs? Because some will say, if you had 24 positions and you did without it for an entire year, you don't need them if you're functioning. If you're not using it, you're going to lose it. But you haven't lost it as yet. So how are you keeping? What roles are officers filling? Are they working overtime? Mr. Speaker, one just have to go into certain offices. We see the backlog. How are we dealing with the backlog? And I'm happy to say that we heard about staff moving around. That was the reason why we heard some of the shifts, some of the movement, Mr. Speaker. But Honorable Minister, your ministry is critical. Honorable Minister, your ministry is critical. We cannot be carrying 24 vacancies for an entire year in the Ministry of Border Service, Border Immigration and Border Services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown of all the vacancies is Border Force 16, and we were told 12 at PAC, 3 shortlisting, and 1 will be re-advertised. Customer Service, 4 vacancies, 3 at PSC level, 1 new position in batch 1 for this year. In the ministry, it's 2 vacancies. Was advertised, unsuccessful last year, and will be re-advertised in batch 1 of this year. Yes, Honorable Madam PS, I was listening. Labor Tribunal, 1 vacancy, awaiting interviews. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister, what are the target timelines for filling your vacancies? Have you gone and said, this is a critical area. We need all our vacancies filled? Have you impressed on the Premier to impress on his colleagues in cabinet that are not ministers, that we need these positions filled as soon as possible? Honorable Minister, this needs to happen. Have you impressed that you need your other cabinet colleagues that are not ministers, that you need whatever discrepancies, whatever administrative leaves, all that to come to an end? Do what you got to do, reinstate, remove, whatever, but do what you have to do. We cannot be carrying these on your books for all this time. You have to deal with it. No. It's just a delayed response. It's just a delayed response. Mr. Speaker, what is this ministry doing differently to secure our borders? What is here inside of this budget that will ensure us that what you cannot stop, you can minimize? Mr. Speaker, we have done so much things. We have said, put in this here, boats still come. We have put in that, boats still come. We have put in this system, boats still come. We have gotten these offices, boats still come. We have gotten this consultancy, boats still come. We have put in this radar on this island, boats still come. We lock down Provo, boats come in North Caicos. Lock down North Caicos, boats come to East Caicos. Lock down East Caicos, boats show up in Salt Key. Mr. Speaker, we have to be proactive. Is this budget truly addressing this? Honorable Minister, are you addressing that key concern in the country right now in this budget? Because we don't see the figures, Mr. Speaker. We look here, what is dealing directly with the plight of illegal immigration and border breaches. So we were looking at the figures. What exactly can you pinpoint and say, you see this number? If we pass this in the budget, this number would directly impact our ability to intercept and deter, Mr. Speaker. But we don't see those numbers. Can you point me to those numbers that specifically address deterrence and interception more, Mr. Speaker, in this budget? Because what we have done in the past, we've seen isn't working. And in fact, we've seen almost the same level or increased level of persons penetrating our borders, Mr. Speaker. And I'll talk to later, surveillance, Mr. Speaker. Police plane. Persons don't like us talk about that. Surveillance plane, Mr. Speaker. Are you, your ministry, are you investing more in clone technology? Drones. I'm talking about clones. Sorry, sorry, Star Wars on my mind. Thank you very much. Drone technology. Where are the pilots? Where are the equipment, Mr. Speaker? If you don't have the planes, if you don't have enough boats, what are we doing? So I'm looking at that, Mr. Speaker. Strong today, secure tomorrow. How are we securing our tomorrow if we're not making those investments today? Where are the capital projects for that? The drones. Where's the training for drone pilots? Where's the promotion in the high schools? Look, the ministry need 5 drone pilots. There's a scholarship awarded, 6 months training here. We'll send you off, you'll get qualifications. There's no paper, it's more physical, it's more technical. Recruiting persons, any young person interested in technology. If you can play video games good and you know Operation Hand-Eye Coordination, this may be an opportunity for you. Apply and see if you can make it. Mr. Speaker, we have to start thinking outside the box, Mr. Speaker. If we don't have the manpower to get the technology allows us to do that. Mr. Minister, put it in your budget. Cut down some of that consultancy you have there. Put that there. Drone pilots, drones, put that inside of your budget. Mr. Speaker, we need to see a change. We need to see the numbers turn around. Mr. Speaker, and wrapping up with immigration. As I said, the immigration, you make most of our money. We expect more from you. You bring in so much money. How are you doing? How are you utilizing what you get from government? Please do not let these vacancies persist over the next year. I think we owe it to those persons and those positions to get whatever it is sorted out. Whatever we're carrying on, insisted that they be sorted out. We cannot have people in limbo. We cannot hold the service hostage. We cannot hold the individuals hostage, Mr. Speaker. We have to deal with that. Persons have to go on with their life. They have to move on, and the ministry have to move on. The ministry need to get these positions filled. Address the backlogs and work permits, labor, and you'll be fine, Mr. Speaker. This is what the people want from the Ministry of Immigration, Mr. Speaker, and Border Services. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Home Affairs. I never turned to the Ministry of Home Affairs, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. One thing before I move to Home Affairs. and I was thinking about the national ID because this covers a number of ministries. And I want to know who exactly have direct carriage for the national IDs. We know funding are in different ministries for the national ID, but who directly? Okay, we'll get to that, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of concerns about the national ID and how it works with everything in labor. Mr. Speaker, what is the marriage between the national ID and what we have, all the other cards that we have? Work permit cards, PRC cards, how does it work with our driver's license? But we'll get to that. But I'm talking about labor, so I'm wondering how does that national ID impacts labor, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, moving on to our next ministry, Home Affairs, Mr. Speaker. One of the big issues in this budget is district administration and family islands. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about the funding that we receive for district administration for North Caicos, South Caicos, Middle Caicos, and Salt Key. Speaker, the officers didn't have to say much. You know, the officers, when they come before us, they don't talk too much. Very few of them say specifically what are the issues and if they need more money or so. But the funding levels for these district administration offices are insufficient. Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that we're getting value for money, that these offices are running properly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make jokes of it, but gender affairs consists of all women, Mr. Speaker, and it's gender affairs. And I asked them, how can women deal with man issues, no matter what? Imagine if you're a lady and you want to talk about domestic abuse and you come and you see a man. Mr. Speaker, are you going to feel comfortable? Yes, we know some departments have more men than women, but when your name is gender affairs, Mr. Speaker, by the name itself, gender affairs, you have to see gender equality at least in gender affairs. And we don't see that in gender affairs. How are you truly dealing with the issues of men and young boys if you don't have a male who can fully understand that? Mr. Speaker, I don't care how much literature I read, I will never understand fully what it means to be a woman. How a woman would feel being verbally abused by their loved one, their husband. Mr. Speaker, I can never understand that. Oh, you say that and you cry for that? Why are you crying for that? I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. Likewise, a woman will never understand what it is to be a man. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have gender affairs being dominated by all women. Mr. Speaker, and I have nothing against the people who work there, but gender affairs cannot be dominated by all women. You need other persons inside of that ministry, males, to deal with male issues. And the females can help, Mr. Speaker. We always know that, Mr. Speaker. You ask your mommy some things when you're 12, 13, hey, go talk to your daddy about that. Simple. My daughter's come through something, no, that's a conversation for you and your mommy. You know, we know that, Mr. Speaker. So let's get this correct. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about citizenship and naturalizations, Mr. Speaker. You know, we need to improve this office, Mr. Speaker, that it function properly. And Mr. Speaker, we want to understand, are there public education on the naturalization process? We are hearing all kinds of things in public. This change, that change, 10 years, 5 years, get this, and then you automatically can go to this. How are we protecting our citizenship? What are we doing? Do we have citizenship by investment? How that program look? Can someone just come in and say, well, let me go to the bank, get a couple of dollars, I'll buy a house, and then I can say, I invest $400,000 in the Turks and Caicos Islands, I can be a citizen. So now I can go and apply for this job, that job, in the A for Resolve category because I invested in the Turks and Caicos Islands and I am a citizen of the Turks and Caicos Islands. How are we protecting our citizenship? What is in place? Is it Investment of $300,000, is it 10 years on PRC, and then on the 11th year, once you get your PRC, one more year and you can go into a citizenship, Mr. Speaker? I know we changed from marriage from 5 years to 10 years, but at least that person is attached to a Turks and Caicos Islander. But when you can just come in and purchase a property and say, now you're entitled to our citizenship, Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with that. At what level? I know many countries do it, but I don't think that's right, Mr. Speaker, right now. Where we are, we need to protect that, Mr. Speaker. And I know some people who come in, and just purchase. They do not care about assimilating into the Turks and Caicos Islands. They don't care about what happens to us. They just want that paper to say they are a citizen of the Turks and Caicos Islands so they can benefit financially. We're not talking about those people who drop anchor here and build a life assimilated in our communities. Yes, we know them. We welcome them. We appreciate them wanting to be a part of us. But we know, Mr. Speaker, some people only want the citizenship for economic reasons, economic benefits. And we have to see how best we can tighten that the best way we can. That these persons, they may have more resources that they cannot compete. They'll go and say, somebody come in and say, well, this is reserved for Turks and Caicos Islanders. I probably need to look for a Turks and Caicos Islander to invest in their company or partner with them. They said, no, you don't need none of those Turks and Caicos Islanders. I have my citizenship. You know, I am a paper belonger, I'm whatever. You don't need none of the native Turks and Caicos Islanders. Me and you from the same place. Invest in my business. Bring your money to me. Don't deal with them. Mr. Speaker, those things happen. These are the realities that we face. It may not mean nothing to some people, some of us, but when that person is competing with your business, with your livelihood, Mr. Speaker, it'll mean a difference. It'll make a difference to you then, Mr. Speaker. So we have to look at what measures are in place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the things I am concerned about in this level, and you always hear me talking about it, about welfare grants, welfare benefits, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we are saying we're truly going to be strong today, every budget for the last couple of years have been increasing welfare benefits, Mr. Speaker. Every budget we see welfare benefits going up, home help going up, 3 million, 5 million, 7 million. Big jumps, Mr. Speaker. What is that telling us? That every year of this program existing, more and more people are progressing where they are on welfare, Mr. Speaker. What is that saying about our country, Mr. Speaker? Are we now moving to a welfare state? How much will welfare benefits be next year? It seems like once you check in, you don't check out, Mr. Speaker. Are we moving people off these welfare benefits? And I'm not talking about the elderly and home care, the people who cannot work or anything. I'm not talking about them. In fact, if we move some of these people off, we can give them more. Because I don't think $1,000 for those persons is enough. With the cost of living these days, I think, persons who the elderly, they should be getting at least $1,500, the least, Mr. Speaker. But in order for you to be able to do that and to have the budgetary cushions, you need to decrease those other social benefits. Mr. Speaker, it's going up. Look inside the budget book how much that is increasing. We need to get people into works programs, Mr. Speaker. Why not take some of that money and develop works programs, Mr. Speaker? That's what I want to see. Take some of that money from the welfare benefits and develop works programs. Mr. Speaker, it'll better off serve our people. These benefits are making our people weak today and unsecure tomorrow because you're dependent on a government for your livelihood, for your money. And then we're going to be singing, those of you who grew up in my era, it's the first of the month, so get your checks and come on. Bone Thugs and Harmony, that our people singing songs, glorifying, getting their welfare checks. It's the first of the month. Will we have our people singing that? It's the last day of the month, so get your checks and come on. Mr. Speaker. We don't want that for our community, Mr. Speaker. Let's see how we can manage this program properly. This is one of the areas there that have to be managed, the welfare benefits, Mr. Speaker. Social enhancement protection, Mr. Speaker. SEA, I think that's the name of it. We have to manage that properly, Mr. Speaker. Get those persons off, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look at the home care. A lot of our people need it, but the Premier alluded to it in his speech, and I agree with him. Many of the people just abandon their loved ones, their elderly parents, don't want to take care of them, put it in the state hand. Again, that is a mindset, Mr. Speaker, and that we have to stop now. Okay, I'm not going to take care of my mommy. Let the country, let the government take care of her. You know, I'm not going to buy anything for her. Let the government take the bill. We cannot let that mind foster, because if it does, we will not be secure tomorrow, and we will not be strong today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we look at foster care, Mr. Speaker, I think we have some 64 persons in foster care. Speaking, the budget is $78,800. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned what is going on there. It's $500 per week that they receive. Mr. Speaker, we need to, what checks and balances are in place to ensure that this money is truly going to take care of these children in foster care. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that persons who apply to the program are bad actors or anything, but if we are spending government money, we have to ensure that those monies we are getting value for money, Mr. Speaker. What checks and balances are in place to make sure those children are getting the best treatment possible with the money that we, the people, are providing for them, Mr. Speaker? I asked about how much money a month go to their well-being, getting toiletries, you know, making sure that their hair cut, making sure their hair braided, all those little things, Mr. Speaker. New clothes, clothes being wear. How is this program really benefiting the people that are wards of state, that are in our country care, Mr. Speaker? We have to put some stronger oversight into these programs and see if we're truly getting value for money, and see if the amounts that we are funding them at is sufficient, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard about the juvenile home and its functioning, that, okay, the home in Grand Turk is for the females and the home in Provo will be for the males. We hear all this and you're trying to get an understanding. So, okay, the home in Grand Turk is for the females and juvenile care, and the home in Provo will be for the males, okay? And we have about 8 staff or so that you're employing for that. Okay, how is this working? So what about rations? Where's the increase for rations? Where are the increases for electricity? Mr. Speaker, we had a home care manager in place, and I was saying, okay, this person being employed for 2 years. So what home are they managing, Mr. Speaker? I don't know the individual. I don't know where they're from or anything. I'm just looking at the numbers and reporting on the numbers. I don't know if it's a male or female Turks and Caicos Islander or foreigner. All I know that the position of this home manager was in place, but we had no home. We have a home in Grand Turk, but in Provo, we don't have any home. So what is this person doing all day, Mr. Speaker? They're receiving, we the people, money. What is this person doing all day? Oh, well, if they're writing policies and everything, well, if is that their job description? Show me their job description. We have them function outside the job description. It must reflect the numbers, Mr. Speaker. Do we have them just filling a place that we're going to keep you on, but you're not doing the work? Mr. Speaker? Okay, we have a home. While you don't have to work here, we have a home here. We'll let you work here until here is ready. That is simple. Why are we not doing that? We'll let you assist here until here is ready. But we hire you to do this job, and since we're not ready for it here, we'll let you work here when we're ready for it, Mr. Speaker. But that is not happening, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about the volumes going, the amount of funding going to the home care, counseling, tutors. Where is that, Mr. Speaker? Or we just want somebody to watch to make sure that The persons are not causing any trouble. Mr. Speaker, we have to go above and beyond that. We have to give these young individuals the help that they need, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we have managers in place, but we need more. And I'm looking at the budget figures. We are not invested in those home care that we can get those children that when they finish with their time in that home care, they can be valuable citizens to our country. We should have tutors going inside there. We should have counselors ready, counselors assigned, that today I'm scheduled for person A, tomorrow I'll have person B with me. I come there to work. Okay, today I'm doing maths with this person. Tomorrow I'm doing geometry with this one. Mr. Speaker, this is what we need at this day and age, but we're not seeing that kind of funding for home care. It's just to make sure you have a roof over your head, somewhere to sleep, something to eat, bathe, and that's it. That's it, Mr. Speaker. We're not impacting the lives. We're just taking them away from the elements. That's all we're doing with this home care. This program must go farther, Mr. Minister. This program is not reaching the desired outcome that our taxpayer dollars require of it, Mr. Speaker. And when we open the one in Provo, Mr. Speaker, we see the staff. I think it's 8 staff or so that are slated for that. But what about everything else? Like I said with the polyclinic, okay, electricity costs. Where's the electricity costs? You open up a home care, people will be there 24/7. Where's the security costs increase? You know? What are the consumables? Rations should increase more than this. Where are the rations? They're going to be eating 3 meals, at least three meals a day. Where's the transportation? You need to have transportation. If you have a bunch of persons there, how are you going to get them from point A to point B? School visits outside. Where's the transportation? Are you truly serious about running a home, Mr. Speaker? Same thing in Granturk. I asked him, do you have a purpose bus? You have a home care for juveniles and you don't have a bus to transport them around? Mr. Speaker, I see some of the people who work there actually transport them in their personal vehicles and stuff. It is commendable, but it's not desirable, Mr. Speaker. Are we serious about these home care, Mr. Speaker? Honorable Minister, we have to look at this. We have to look at the welfare benefits, Mr. Speaker. And we have to look at the outcomes. Mr. Speaker, we noticed even inside this department, we had people acting for a long time, doing 1, 2, 3 jobs. Decide what you're going to do. Get the necessary staff. We have vacancies here, but we're not filling the vacancies. We are dragging our feet and filling vacancies. Mr. Speaker, we had an issue also, and this is the House, this is the People Information Live on radio, that we had an officer appear before us that their tenure, the contract was up. But they were expected to come here and give evidence in the committee. And I asked live on radio, it's public information, I don't think we can compel you to give answers if you don't have a renewed contract or so. And the person, and we were told, okay, we have it. I say, you have it in word of mouth or you have it in writing, Mr. Speaker. And so I had to get consultation from the clerk. Madam Clerk, is this permissible? Can we interview and question and press a person who doesn't have a contract anymore with government? I never faced this before in my time in the House, so I really didn't know. And we had to go to the law and the notes and see if this is permissible and how it is. And I said, well, answer if you want to answer. I cannot compel you to answer because I don't know, Mr. Speaker. But these things shouldn't happen, Mr. Speaker. We should be able, as a government, to sort out these small, minute things, Mr. Speaker. If you can get a contract by an extension by word of mouth, how hard is it for you to get an email sent to you, Mr. Speaker? You don't have to wait for a formal letter, Mr. Speaker. Just a simple email sent to you, signed by the necessary officers. Your contract has formally been extended for X amount of time or so, Mr. Speaker. Come on, Mr. Speaker, this is 2027. Mr. Speaker. And I was so happy that the person, 2026, going 2026, 2027 budget, but it's 2026, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I was so happy that the officer in question put country over self. Honorable members, I don't want the government of the Turks and Caicos Islands to look bad or have any race, so I'll sit here and answer to the best of my ability. Very commendable, Mr. Speaker. Very commendable. And those who are following the appropriations, you know what I'm talking about. But, Mr. Speaker, that shouldn't be the case, Mr. Speaker. That shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't have to reach to that point, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, look at what is going on in your department. It is you who run this ministry through the PS. You know, they like to say, oh, the ministers don't have no power. I always tell them, okay, I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell your boss what to do. You know, I may not can't give you direct instructions, but the person instructing you, I can give direct instruction to them according to the law. So we can do this the easy way or the hard way. I can tell you to do it and do it, or I can tell that person to tell you to do it and then let you do it. So, Honorable Minister, look at what is going on in your ministry. These things shouldn't happen to our people, Honorable Minister. You need to have your fingers on the pulse of what is going on in your ministry. You have to come here before us and answer the questions. So you need to know, okay, this is going on, what do I need to do to fix it? Who do I need to talk to? When I go to Cabinet next week, Wednesday, who do I need to pull aside and ensure that this is fixed? You have the power to fix it. You have the connections. You sit with those in Cabinet who set policy. Honorable Minister, sort these things out. Check in your departments. Do we have persons acting for more than 1 year, 2 years? Okay, is it our intention to confirm them? Why are we acting? If they're doing the job, why can't we confirm them? If they're not doing the job, okay. But if they're doing it, what is the holdup? What is the holdup? Ask those questions, ministers. Yes, we serve at the pleasure of the Premier, but we were elected by the people. Remember that. Remember that. Serve at the pleasure of the Premier, but elected by the people. Let's take care of our people. If it's good for our people, be the first to support it. Honorable Minister, know what is going on. Sort out these discrepancies in your ministry, if you so desire. I cannot tell you what to do, but if you so desire, look at what is going on in your ministry. Look at how the funds are being spent. Call your officers into your meetings. Give me an account for this. Are the children under our care, are they getting value for money? Those children are our clients. Are they getting value for money? Take time and go and talk to them. Just show up. So tell me about your treatment. How has it been for you today? Okay. Did you get 3 meals? Okay, that's good, you know. You know, is there any problems you see? Talk to them. Talk to them. Go and say, I want to visit one of these foster homes. Just show up. Say, take me to one of the foster homes. We're just going to show up and check on what is going on with our young people that our taxpayers, we the people, are paying to take care of. Just show up, Honorable Minister. Hey, how you doing? I just came to check on person A. As you know, they are under our care, the state care, my supervision, I am the minister. I want to see where they're sleeping. Okay, this is their room, this is their bed. Okay, where are the clothes? Where's their lunch? You know, where are the books? Just go and find out. Spot checks, Honorable Minister. Nobody can do you nothing for that. This is your ministry. You have to come and report to the people. So go and get the information. Do those spot checks. Don't just rely on reports coming back. 64 persons, we give them $550. Everybody is okay. It's all good in the world. No. You're the minister. Show up. Go to the home, the house, juvenile house. You know? Say, look here, I want to sit down. I want to just sit down and just talk with the young ladies there. Young ladies, how are you all doing? How are you all being taken care of? What is the situation here? What things do you want to see more of? What things do you want less of? What things can we do? What can I put in this budget to make you more comfortable? What services do you need? What help do you need with schoolwork? Are there any learning disabilities? This is the things that we need to do. If we're talking about strong today and secure tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, we have to go above and beyond. Mr. Speaker, under the ministry, we have the prisons, Department of Correctional Services also, Mr. Speaker. We have community support and the children. There's two different ministries that deal with the social enhancement, and then you have the correctional facilities, Mr. Speaker. And that is the prison, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was trying to find these figures here before I moved to the prison, and I have them. So, up to April 2026, 853 clients. This is the Social Enhancement Program, SEA. 853 clients with a total payment of $757,300. Trying to make sure I have the exact figures, Mr. Speaker. I think I took down something wrong when I was listening there, so I won't quote the figures, Mr. Speaker. But we have some 853 clients, Mr. Speaker, and the total social enhancement program, child care, family thing, and overseas. We have persons overseas also, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so that program is leaking a lot of money. We're spending a lot there, and we have to make sure that we are getting the outcomes that we need, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move on to the prisons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been hearing of some good things coming out of the prison in terms of their farm, their services that are being offered, Mr. Speaker. But I'm wondering, are we truly taking care of those persons that find themselves on the other side of the law and find themselves in the Department of Correctional Services, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the budget there. I see very little increases, Mr. Speaker. And you may ask, why should we increase funding for the prison, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, those individuals a lot of times come out worse than how they went in, Mr. Speaker. We need programs in the prison, Mr. Speaker, and that is what is lacking. Serious programs in the prison, Mr. Speaker, to change behavior. Mr. Speaker, I look for the funding for increased programs. You know, we had suggested some programs that can be instituted, but those programs need funding, Mr. Speaker. We want those persons to be able to, if you have a family, you have a child that at least you can work in the prison, take care of. We have some programs, but it need to be extended, Mr. Speaker. That is what we want to see in the budget, that even those who end up in prison have a chance to rehabilitate properly, that they get anger management counseling. Speaker, we ask, okay, how much counselors do we have placed in the prison? No, they come from the other department, Ministry of Health, and go and visit. We're not talking about people visiting. We're talking about people full-time, Mr. Speaker. We need to deal with mental health issues in the country. Many of these persons need counseling. They need anger management. They need diversion measures to be put in place, Mr. Speaker. But sadly, we're not addressing that in the budget. And we're talking about strong today, secure tomorrow. We have to deal with those persons who run afoul of the law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, moving on, Mr. Speaker, moving on. Mr. Speaker, so the main takeaways there, Mr. Speaker, is do not let our country, the Turks and Caicos Islands, become a welfare state. Get people off those programs who are able to come off. Let's try and enhance it for the people who need more. Give more to those who need more. Try and give more to those who need more.
Let's ensure that the KPIs are being met for those in foster care, that we have the proper outcomes. Let's ensure that we're not just talking about a home, that the home is properly functioning and meeting the needs of those young people. Let's ensure that the juvenile center is just not shelter, but also a place where you can learn and develop, Mr. Speaker. This is what is needed, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, let's advocate for more for these young people. We cannot leave them by the way and just do the bare minimum. These are at-risk individuals and they need more. The bare minimum cannot function for them. It cannot work. Mr. Speaker, there are staffing issues, there are vacancies. Honorable Minister, you have to ensure that your ministry is ticking on all cylinders. Let's go get those vacancies filled. Honorable Minister, you are the one. At the end of the day, they say the buck stops with you. Remember, you are the minister. You sit in cabinet. You set policy. If the policy isn't working, you come to cabinet and change the policy that it works for these people, for these individuals. Mr. Speaker, I encourage you to do your spot checks. I encourage you not just take a report. The report doesn't tell you what is going on. Go and see for yourself the conditions of these young people. And Honorable Minister, you'll then be able to inform the funding. You'll be inside here screaming and fighting for increase in funding because you have seen the conditions and you know their needs firsthand, and you'll be the one fighting inside of here, Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I now turn our attention to the Attorney General Chambers. Mr. Speaker, might be concerned. We have estimated 28 posts in the Attorney General office. In places 22 and 6 vacancies. And most of those 6 vacancies are in areas of senior capacity. Mr. Speaker, these 6 vacancies have been for a while. And I'm wondering, why is it that the AG Chambers, who we ask so much of, not just in this House of this Parliament directly, but throughout government, policies, legislation, consultation, Mr. Speaker, 6 vacancies carrying on for the whole year. Something have to give, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen this in all departments. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a one ministry. As we touch all the ministries, you're going to see vacancy after vacancy, Mr. Speaker. So we have to ensure that these vacancies are filled, Madam AG. We cannot carry on like that, the delivery of your department. Mr. Speaker, we heard of legislation drafting for anti-money laundering and the CFT. We heard of the workshop that's going to take place at a high-level workshop. Madam AG, I'm just concerned about whether that $200,000 that is budgeted is sufficient, the amount for some 200 people that is expected to come to our shores, Mr. Speaker. 200 persons for this workshop to take place later on this year. I am concerned if we're being a little too modest about that funding. I'm looking at the protocols that should be in place, Mr. Speaker. These persons will be persons of a high level, and they'll require a lot of services, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just wondering why the funding for that in the AG Chambers is sufficient. I think it's understated, Mr. Speaker. So the issues there is, and Mr. Speaker, we asked about the level of professional consultancy in the AG Chambers. Still hear that they may have to pay some more for SIP. I thought that was a thing of past. We're still paying professional consultancy for lawyers for SIPT? Mr. Speaker, I was surprised. I didn't know we had to budget any money. Yeah, because, okay, maybe it's appeals or so. I thought that was a thing of the past, Mr. Speaker, and we have seen the millions and millions of dollars that we have already spent, and we have to spend more because we had asked about this consultancy. Why do you need this professional consultancy? Yes. We were told that also that maybe, more works on the airports and so, and we'll come to that later. I don't know about, I'll have some questions about the airport, why we choose one direction over the next. But dealing with the AG chambers, they may have to bring in consultants with that. So we were wondering why the AG chambers have such high level of consultancy if you're the ones we rely on to consult. So our consultants need consultants. So I was wondering about that. So we caught in a jam here, Mr. Speaker. But nevertheless, we were told these were the reasons for consultancy. It's not just external, but it's for the trial, also the SIPT in case they need appeals, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the level of that funding for that conference and the anti-money laundering AML conference, I think, and that is too little. Mr. Speaker, visiting the Attorney General chambers, I am concerned about space. I was in the conference room at one point in time, and all I can see is files, boxes, papers. I don't know if they cleaned it out, if it's a thing of a past. It's cleaned out now, so almost. Speaker, I am concerned about space, Mr. Speaker. And you see, some ministries, we were trying to help them enhance their budget. When we are in appropriations, it's not trying to catch you. We're trying to see if what you have is sufficient to run what we require of you. So that's some of the little things that we point out with the AG chambers, Mr. Speaker. We were told about, the legal advice, how much bills, the 500 bills, regulations, the civil litigations. We had information on all that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to spend much time on the AG chambers. Say that I don't think the training, I don't think we have enough funds for the training that is coming up, especially with all the protocol, all the vehicles that need to be hired, the whole work surrounding that. I think it needs more, and hopefully maybe in committee, or even, like I always suggest, and cut some of that consultancy money, Mr. Speaker. So I will move on from the AG chambers, Mr. Speaker. Because, when in the AG chambers, you have all kinds of titles, FAT, CFAT, that we can get in, but it's not directly moving the needle for our people, Mr. Speaker. So I won't go into all the legal matters that we were told. So I'll move on from the AG chambers, Mr. Speaker. And the next ministry we have up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had already a touch on the National Insurance Board. I'll move on from there. The Ministry of Public Safety and Utilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for policy and administration, they had budgeted some. They have budgets $2.9 million, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, this is the Prophet's Children Home again. It's just I have some figures posted under the wrong ministries, Mr. Speaker. Yes. I think I already deal with the prison, Department of Correctionals. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm just moving on here. That some figures I do not need to get into, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I am now under I think public safety and utilities, and I want to deal, Ministry of Innovation, Technology, and Energy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to jump straight to radio, Turks and Caicos. Mr. Speaker, radio, Turks and Caicos have some ambitious plans, Mr. Speaker. But I don't think they can fill the plans that they have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are hoping they have capital allocation of $500,000, Mr. Speaker. And what they want to do, and RTC reported an annual earnings of $121,990, Mr. Speaker. RTC collected that money, and that is something to be proud of them for, $121,000 in advertising. So if we think people are not listening to the radio and not advertising, RTC is making money. However, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the projects to onboarding of their visual content, that is where the problem comes, Mr. Speaker. And we ask, okay, what it is that you need to onboard your visual content, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they do not have the staff. They do not have the money to really onboard their visual content. Mr. Speaker, to run a whole production, the cameraman, everything associated with it, we were given the numbers. They do not have enough there inside the budget. They rely on external contractors to come in. Their news person, external contractors to come in and read the news, Mr. Speaker. Not fully RTC staff. A lot of the cameramen, external contractors. And RTC, we have been pressing RTC. You have to increase. You have to go to visual services. They have the space. They have the studios. Now fully equipping and staffing the studios. That is the problem, Mr. Speaker. RTC budget, even though they didn't want to ask for much, RTC budget must be increased, Mr. Speaker. It isn't fit for purpose, Mr. Speaker. We are asking them. We want to see the shows. We want you on social media. We want you on YouTube. We want you on Facebook. We want to see what is happening. We want to see these interviews. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not giving them the budget, Mr. Speaker. RTC is one of those cornerstone departments inside of the government, Mr. Speaker. And we need to take care of RTC, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the Office of the Premier, which the RTC is under. Mr. Speaker, sorry. Yes. Okay, I have a note on both Communications Directive and RTC, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, indeed, RTC is under our Ministry of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, one of the things under Ministry of Innovation that we are concerned about is the movement on the fiber optics, fiber cable. What is going on there? Yes, Mr. Speaker, I know who have courage to pay for it. But again, what is your role? Are they talking to you? We know that the telecommunications will do all the groundwork. Where will the budget for this be placed? And this is what I want to know. Will it be placed with telecommunications? Will it be placed with you? Who will lead on the fiber? Is it something physical, technical, digital? Who will be leading on this? And this is what I couldn't understand, Mr. Speaker. Okay, is it with telecommunications? Or what is the role with DETI? And what is the role with telecommunications? One have the money, one deal with the installation. How will this work? And this is what I didn't have clarity on, Mr. Speaker. And who do we hold accountable? Who do we hold accountable for the delays, Mr. Speaker? Why at this day and age, after the hurricanes in 2017, we see what happened, 2021 disturbances, Mr. Speaker, why are the fiber optic, the fiber ring, so delayed, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this is something, a project that we need to move full speed ahead on, Mr. Speaker. Move right away and get this going, Mr. Speaker. But when we have the respective ministries, persons before us, they can probably tell me when they're wrapping up. What is the role? What are the timelines for the fiber, Mr. Speaker? And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, the ministers can enlighten the public what is going on. Mr. Speaker, one of the other things before I move to the office of the Premier that we understand under utilities. Mr. Speaker, we have water undertakings. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they use a lot of power to generate water. Water undertakings is under you? Okay. Okay, you see, sorry, Mr. Speaker, with the shift and run, sorry, I'm being confused because we had some portfolio shift here. Okay, and you know at the time when we did this, they were under different ministries. So that is why the confusion here. Okay, so what are undertakings? Okay. Okay, so sorry I had these on the different ministries. So it's causing disturbance because when I'm talking to one minister saying, no, that's me. I was like, okay, well, I have this under the other ministries, but I understand now, yes, with the portfolio shifts, they are under different ministries. So I'll just speak to them in general, Mr. Speaker. So we have water undertakings and we have energy utilities. Mr. Speaker, energy is saying that, look here, we know that we can save the government underwater undertakings and the running of those machines, some 300,000 to 700,000 in a couple of years, in 2 to 3 years. But water undertakings do not know that, Mr. Speaker. Energy can say, we can tell them what to do. We can tell them what systems to put in place, how to be more energy efficient, how to be clean energy, and we can guarantee that the government will see a reduce in power consumption and see savings by some 400 to 700,000 in 2 to 3 years once these systems get in place, are installed and onboarded, Mr. Speaker. Same ministry, Mr. Speaker, but they're not communicating. This one is just hearing a person, Group A is just hearing about Group B proposal. Group B is just hearing about the needs of Group A inside of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Speaker. So again, if one department under your ministry can save a next department and save TCIG some 700,000, 300 to 700,000 over the span of 2 to 3 years, and they don't know about it amongst each other, Mr. Speaker, that can't be right, Mr. Speaker. That cannot be right. And we have those things happening, Mr. Speaker, that one ministry, one department under the same ministries, now maybe they are under separate ministries, so now it may be difficult to do. But a couple of weeks ago, a few days ago, they were under the same ministry, same minister, same PS. So they could have had those conversations, Mr. Speaker, that could have saved our people thousands of dollars. But they're not talking to each other, much less are the two ministers talking. This is interdepartment communication, Mr. Speaker, and it's not happening. Utilities, energy, and water undertakings, Mr. Speaker. Not communicating with each other. One can help the next, Mr. Speaker, but sadly they're not helping each other, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll move to the Premier's office, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure I'm finished with telecommunications. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Again, with the portfolio shifts, different things are under different ministries. So let me just touch these things these bodies individually. I have to go to mention civil aviation, and civil aviation is, yes, still under the minister, right? Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, we had asked civil aviation about some issues that we see directly every day. You know, we were wondering, okay, why is it that every time American Airlines is coming in, there must be some firemen from Provo jump on the plane, go to South Caicos, and wait for a while until American Airlines go and then jump back on the plane and go back to Provo. I have seen that. So I know the honorable member have seen that many times, Mr. Speaker. And I was like, okay, this doesn't make much sense. How difficult is it for us to get one of those officers who have to travel stationed in South Caicos? Wouldn't it pay for itself instead of moving him up and down? And wouldn't it be better for the government to have South Caicos at that level just by placing one officer there? And we prefer to move an officer back and forth every time a plane comes in instead of putting one officer inside the budget and stationed there? Mr. Speaker, that don't make any sense to me, Mr. Speaker. Place the officer in South Caicos, time and done, under the civil aviation, the fire service. How hard is that, Mr. Speaker? They're being paid anyway. What, we don't want to pay a little more in housing? Why isn't that officer there? They're already on payroll. You're moving them back and forward. That same money for the tickets can go into housing, if that's the reason why. But the officer is already on payroll, but we prefer jump on a plane, the airline's coming in. What will happen if the airline have to stay longer? That officer, if he have young children, so he's there in South Caicos, what will happen in the other flight already gone? Will you have to charter a flight? Charter on a flight, that's the sole housing salary for a whole year. Mr. Speaker, these simple things, Mr. Speaker, these simple things can make a greater impact. You cannot have an officer stationed inside of South Caicos. In fact, you should have two officers. They're on the payroll, Mr. Speaker. Just pay a little bit more in housing. And the airports authority make the money, Mr. Speaker. They make the money. That is a drop in the bucket to do that for South Caicos, our people of South Caicos, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we talk about coming to the Grand Turk experience. Why is it that southern planes cannot land in Grand Turk, or we are told southern planes cannot land in Grand Turk? We hear some reasons. We ask, okay, inter-Caribbean jet, why does that cannot come to Grand Turk, Mr. Speaker? You know, we were given all the technical information, the research, the space at the end of the airport for run off and everything, and whether there's space or not, and the usage, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, it is an easy fix. We just need a policy whether we're going to just go a little bit into the mangroves, Mr. Speaker. That's all. And if you do any consultation with the people of Grand Turk and say, look here, people of Grand Turk, we want to extend this runway, we want to extend the technical word, the RESA, so we can have all these size airlines land right here in Grand Turk. But it will require us going a little bit into the mangroves of South Creek, Mr. Speaker. So it'll be some disruptions to the environment. However, we could commit to replanting, refurbishing any other area, whatever environmental impact. Do the environmental study and see what best way to address it. Mr. Speaker, we are thinking about strong today, secure tomorrow. This is tomorrow for Grand Turk. And these are the fixes. Yes, there will be some capital investment, Mr. Speaker. And I dare to say the money is there. The money is there for that. All you have to do, a few consultancies with the public. We can do this. Some people, environmental people, say, no, leave it as it is. We don't want no planes coming to Grand Turk. We don't want international jets. We love our mangroves. Don't cut down these mangroves. We want them forever. Mr. Speaker, but anybody know we want to be secure tomorrow and strong today. There are some sacrifices. The government can commit to replanting, reharvesting, whatever, just by putting that extra space. Just a little bit into the creek. You're not running like Ambergris Key way out into the water, Mr. Speaker. They just need a few feet more. Mr. Speaker, that's all they need. And Grand Turk Airport will be at that standard, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, are we talking secure today? What? Strong today, secure tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, and the government is not even looking at that for Grand Turk. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Airports Authority, and because this link with the civil aviations, we hear that they have a holistic view for strengthening all the airports together. We are happy for what is going on in North Caicos, Mr. Speaker, but Grand Turk cannot be left out. If we have these simple fixes, Mr. Speaker, simple fixes for Grand Turk, Mr. Speaker, and that can be a big difference. It's called RESA, not IRESA, RESA. That's the type of RESA, that's the name of it, Mr. Speaker. A simple fix. Just require pushing just a little bit into the mangroves, not much. And we will be at that level, Mr. Speaker. And also just get that same fire person that is needed here in Grand Turk. And Grand Turk and South Caicos will be at that level. That is all is required, Mr. Speaker. But sadly, the government isn't thinking that way, Mr. Speaker. There are no talks from the government on that. In order for Grand Turk Airport, the Jakes McCartney Airport, to be at that level, Mr. Speaker. Simple fixes. Yes, this one in Grand Turk will need some money, some surfacing and pushing and everything, yes. The money is there for that, Mr. Speaker, in the Airports Authority. But is the political will there? Is the direction from Cabinet there? Mr. Speaker, I dare to say that is what is missing, Mr. Speaker. The will and the desire from Cabinet to do these enhancements for the people of Grand Turk, that can be difference, the big difference, Mr. Speaker. Even if you don't have any external jets, you can have the regional jets, inter-Caribbean jets servicing here, Mr. Speaker. Before you yourself go outside, you can have inter-Caribbean servicing the people of Grand Turk, increasing the tourism, increasing accessibility, Mr. Speaker. But again, talking about secure tomorrow, and that's not even an afterthought, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if we can get that couple of minutes in the committee, imagine what our cabinet colleagues can get with a proper meeting, the advice that they can receive. You want to fix South Caicos, that we learn, this is what it is. It will cost this extra. You want to deal with Grand Turk, this is what it is. Mr. Speaker, they're not doing that, Mr. Speaker. And that is the issues that I have here, Mr. Speaker. And that's why you see me here making noise so much about this budget, that it isn't reaching, it isn't far-reaching in this day and age, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm moving right on to the Office of the Premier and Public Policy. Mr. Speaker, we know that the head count for the Office of the Premier under head 133, the expenditure is 6.4 million. Policy and Strategic Management Unit, 1.65, Communications Directorate, Mr. Speaker. But what I want to talk about under the Premier's office is the delivery unit, Mr. Speaker. I can get into the details on the other ministries, but the problem area for me was the delivery unit, or the artist formerly known as the delivery unit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have spent so much money in this delivery unit, and I'm always asking, okay, what projects did we get from the delivery unit? But all we get, we can be told, is the projects that the delivery unit worked on. They consulted on a number of projects, some 10, 12 projects that I say, did they make a difference? Their consultation, how did they help the project move along? Did we really need them to consult on them, this unit, for all those years, taking all this money to consult on the projects? And Mr. Speaker, I don't know the people inside the delivery unit. I do not know them, Mr. Speaker. I don't know who the consulting company is. But what did the delivery unit deliver? Show me what something that they moved from start to finish and deliver. Were they just for consultation to say, okay, you need to hire X amount of people, you need to do this? What was the functioning of them? What actual consultancy did the delivery unit give to these projects that we couldn't find inside of the ministries? That the PS and their team or the statutory, the directors and their team couldn't do or couldn't find? Why did we need a whole unit to do this? And then after spending so much money on the delivery unit, we're here, it's not fit for purpose. We're going to change the name. Just like Experience TCI, DMO, we're going to change the name. We're going to call it something else. We're going to revamp it. We're going to make it a statutory body. That is what we're hearing, Mr. Speaker. Did the delivery unit fail to deliver? That now we have to change it. What is going on there? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. Is it that the delivery unit cannot deliver? Or did it over-deliver that now it did so good that we need to change its use and give it more responsibility? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. That is a policy question. I don't want to press the officers here with that, you know. What is the rationale behind that? Because they're the workers, they execute. But I have to ask the cabinet colleagues. They sit in cabinet, they make the decisions. Whether we're going to move forward, whether we're going to fund the delivery unit, whether we're going to change the name, they're the ones who make the decision with that. With their cabinet colleagues, what is going on with the delivery unit? Were you all happy with what they deliver? Or were you all unhappy? That's why you're all scrapping the program and renaming it something else. What is it? Tell the people. We paid a lot of money over a few years for the delivery unit to deliver. We cannot see it. Did it deliver for you, Honorable Premier? If it's yes, then it's yes. I don't know. Were you happy, Honorable Premier, with the delivery unit? Were you happy with the results? Honorable Premier, did the people get value for money from the delivery unit? Can you say that? Did the delivery unit meet all their KPIs? Why do we need to change the name? Why do we need to scrap them? Are they moving to a statutory body? How is that going to be operated, Mr. Speaker? Okay. So the delivery unit is going to be changed from the ANDU to the EPMDP. And I'm going to tell you what the EPMDP is shortly. So we're changing names. We're adding more letters to the name. So more letters, does that mean more efficiency, more work, more responsibility? So the ANDU. So Mr. Speaker, members listening, honorable members, the artist formerly known as the National Delivery Unit will be called the Executive Performance Management and Delivery Program, EPMDP. From the National Delivery Unit to the Executive Performance Management and Delivery Program. So they still have delivered there. They're still supposed to deliver something. But now it's a program, Mr. Speaker. How will that program be funded? Who will manage the program? How much staff will we have, Mrs. Honorable Premier? This is under your ministry. What was the need for the change in name? You could have kept the name? Is there some kind of the copyrights, that's the name of it, copyrights on the name, National Delivery Unit, that you can't use it no more? Why can't we use, I like the name National Delivery Unit. It's catchy. I mean, when you hear National Delivery Unit, wow, these guys are doing some big things here. They are delivering for our people. But sadly, no, Mr. Speaker. We have to change that name. Executive Performance Management and Delivery Program. Mr. Speaker, we need to know more about this, Mr. Speaker. Who will be the accounting officers? Will this be a fully fledged statutory body or a unit or a directorate under you? Mr. Speaker. So these are the projects that I went and researched at the National Delivery Unit. We said that they were supposed to help with or deliver on. So, list of projects that I have here. The self-dock redevelopment. What role did they play on that? Were they key stakeholders in moving that project? South Dock redevelopment. Domestic fiber optic link. I can say they didn't deliver on that because we still don't have it. So if they help to deliver the domestic fiber optic link, where is it? They didn't deliver on that. Maybe it's consultation, they're getting paid to consult. I don't know. Solid waste management. Mr. Speaker, we have been consulting on solid waste management, and we have $500,000 here in this budget. What was the National Delivery Unit role in solid waste management? We have CDB consultations. We did a bunch of them. They sent reports. They show Ministry of Health, get a whole bunch of consultations from CDB, Caribbean Development Bank, on solid waste management. Mr. Speaker, why are we paying the delivery unit to consult and deliver on solid waste management? Did they deliver? Did they meet the KPIs? No, Mr. Speaker. The fourth one, comprehensive housing solutions delivery. What housing solutions was delivered? Which house did they deliver? I don't know, I haven't seen. Do they have any houses in the Bight that we don't know about, or in South Caicos? I don't know. Honorable Member, do they have houses down there in Blue Hills that they deliver on? I just want to know, phase 1, phase 3? Is there a phase 3 or something? I don't know. What housing units did the delivery unit deliver on after receiving millions of dollars of we the people money? Okay, let's move on. Strengthening agriculture sector. Now, come on. Come on now. We paid the National Delivery Unit to strengthen the agriculture sector? Honorable Minister, I'm sure you could have done without that. You have the technologies, you have the persons inside that can strengthen that. How did they help you, the National Delivery Unit, help you strengthen agriculture sector? In what ways? I haven't seen any difference. I haven't seen no different allocations here. I haven't seen no different KPIs. I haven't seen no different programs. How did the National Delivery Unit help you strengthen the agriculture sector? What changes? If we're paying them for something, did we get value for money? How much more strengthened was the agriculture sector before the National Delivery Unit intervention and after their intervention? What is the difference? I don't see no difference in the budget. I don't see no difference in KPIs being met. Before NDU, after NDU, after millions of dollars in between, what is the difference? What did we get? What did you get, Honorable Minister? Maybe you can tell me. A report on your desk? That again, that anybody could write? Pull down information and write a report. You paid me millions of dollars. We, the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, you all paid me millions of dollars to strengthen the agriculture department. Here's the report my work has done. Is that what we get? I can do that over the weekend and charge you a fraction of the amount, if that's what you want. And what are we doing with the report? Give a sight of the report. If you have a report, if you have a consultancy, give a sight of it. Give it to the public. Mr. Speaker, that's all I'm saying. Let us see what was delivered. Suddenly, we haven't seen any changes. This is an interesting one. The National Delivery Unit is supposed to work on the delivery of the national ID. Where's the national ID? Mr. Speaker, I look inside my wallet. I get driver's license. I get NHIP card, NIB card, but I don't have no national ID. Where's the national ID? Where did the National Delivery Unit deliver on the national ID? What works did they do? What consultation did they do? Where's the report? Where are the KPIs that were met? We are wrapping them up. We are going away from them. We are dismantling the NDU, but we haven't seen the results. We haven't seen the results. Where's the national ID? How far did they work on it? Getting it from consultation paper, almost delivered, budgeted, costed. If you say they get it budgeted, costed, did we need them to get it budgeted and costed? Don't we have PSs, directors, other technical people already existing in government who can do this work? After millions of dollars of we the people money? Yeah. Next one. Millions of dollars paid to the ANDU for scanning of the land registry documents program. Really? Millions of dollars for scanning land registry document programs. For scanning, Mr. Speaker, we paid somebody to consult with the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, paying them millions of dollars to consult on how to scan land registry documents. Mr. Speaker, give anybody inside of here 5 minutes on YouTube or on Facebook or on Google how to scan ancient documents, what is need and place and all that. They're not doing the work, they're not doing the scanning. We're paying all them all the money, but nobody inside here went and scanned one document. I can guarantee you that nobody from the ANDU went inside the land registry and scanned any documents, Mr. Speaker. What KPIs were met, Mr. Speaker? What did they deliver on before we wrap up? And say, wait, hold on, before we wrap you up and everything, let's see if we, the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands, get value for money. Mr. Speaker, that didn't happen. Next one, the management and containment of the informal settlement unit. Of informal settlements. Management and containment of informal settlements. Mr. Speaker, again, the ISU is doing the work, has been doing the work. What was the role of the delivery unit in this project? What consultation were needed from them to move on the management and containment of the informal settlement units? Who's doing that work now? If the work was going on before the ANDU, the work is going on during them and after. Why did we need them? Why did we need to pay millions of dollars? I'm sure there must be a logical reason. There has to be a logical reason. Next one. Digital borders. So, Minister, what's going on there? Oh, Minister isn't here. But digital borders. Do we have digital borders in place? How far are we with that project? They're already being paid. They're already moving on. They're already being dissolved. They're a thing of the past. But where is the digital borders program? How far have we reached? What document was laid inside of the house and say, just a report and papers laid in the house, talking about the digital borders, where we are, KPIs, money needed, equipment needed, anything like that. We haven't gotten anything. Maybe it's at cabinet level, but I know the other members of the House haven't gotten anything. Maybe you all know, you always have information that we don't have. Maybe they delivered you all. Maybe it was a presentation to cabinet. So maybe I need to pump back a little bit, because maybe they have been presented to cabinet, but we don't know what is going on. We, the people who pay them, don't know what is going on. We, the people whose money was used, we don't know what is going on. Maybe cabinet know, or maybe you don't know. So we can find out later. Somebody can say, well, no. The National Delivery Unit have been delivered. They delivered this paper, that paper, that paper. But we don't know. We paid for it, but we don't know what's going on. Communication, communicate with us. I have never seen no cabinet, post-cabinet report which said, cabinet received a presentation or whatever from the National Delivery Unit today on this or any of these things. I haven't seen it. Maybe it's out there. Can I research it? So where do their results go to? Directly to the Premier? Directly to his PS, his DepSec? Where they findings, where outcomes? Who's monitoring them and saying, no, you didn't deliver? No, you didn't deliver on this. We're not going to pay full price on this because the digital borders is not in place. We're not going to pay full price on this because the national IDs are not in place. That is what people do. Reconciliation. What reconciliation happened? To say, National Delivery Unit, you didn't deliver on these projects. So these millions of dollars that was budgeted for you, we're not going to pay you so much. These things didn't happen. We do not see them. But they have gotten their money. And somehow the name is being changed. This is a thing of a past. I'm wondering why we're so quick to change the name if the name is so catchy and so nice. ANDU compared to EPM, DPPMD. Come on. ANDU, National Delivery Unit. Catchy. But something went wrong somewhere. Something went wrong somewhere that we have to scrap this unit We have to dismantle it. We have to move on. Transformation of the DMV. Minister responsible for DMV, what transformation took place? What transformation took place? And I'm sure I'm missing two more, but maybe the Honorable Premier can tell me two more that is missing. I'm sure I didn't capture all, because when I hear that, I stop to talk to my colleagues, and I may have missed something when I was typing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I put it to you that the AMDP and now the EPMDP didn't deliver, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, moving forward with the EPMDP, how is this going to be funded? Statutory, government subvention, yearly subvention. What staff levels we're looking at? Where's the staffing for the EPMDP? What are we expecting them to do? Continuation to work from the NDU? What are their KPIs? What KPIs we expect? What deliverables? What are their deliverables? Or are we just creating another unit just so, Mr. Speaker? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. Will it continue to sit under the Premier's office? Or do we envision this moving to a different ministry, PPID? What is going on there, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Granturk Enhancement and Improvement Fund. Let me come down to that. GTESA, Mr. Speaker. I forget how you'll pronounce that. Katisa, Chatessa. How do you say it, Honorable Minister? Let me be correct. Katisa, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I just passed that. Mr. Speaker, we have now seen some kind of movement with this fund. Mr. Speaker, this fund has been sitting dormant for a number of years. Very small projects being done that barely move the needle here in Grand Turk. Some painting of some walls, fixing of one or two walls. We see those projects, Mr. Speaker. But we await the delivery of the big projects, things that really move the needle, Mr. Speaker. And I am hoping that these funds that can only be spent here in Grand Turk because it's the Carnival Fund as to agreement. Mr. Speaker, if we get these projects moving, we can have more for our family islands. That we can say that X amount of projects can be taken from this fund. That means more for South Caicos, more for Salt Key, more for Middle and North Caicos, more for Providenciales. But sadly, we don't see the movement in this fund, Mr. Speaker, that will ease the burden on government. That they can say, okay, Grand Turk, this fund is doing a lot of these projects, so these projects we can do more in Middle Caicos, we can do more in North Caicos, we can do more in South Caicos, Mr. Speaker. So we're hoping that these projects slated for this year can move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're hoping to see groundbreaking projects, community-changing projects, Mr. Speaker, happening here. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm here, I want to ask the government what is going on with the center just down the street there that has been closed now for some, 15 years? From 2007, from time it was built, Mr. Speaker, never being utilized. The Welcome Center right down in town, right across the road from here, Mr. Speaker, being built for some since the cruise terminal was built, Mr. Speaker. Never being utilized, sitting up in Grand Turk all this time, Mr. Speaker. Come on, strong today, secure tomorrow budget. Have any thought being given to the use of that center? Any thought by any of you Anybody? Just to let the center sit up year after year after year without any usage program? No negotiations with Carnival and our negotiations saying, look, we need that center. Even if we put the Ministry of Tourism down there on one side or whatever, we're going to use it and open up shops for our people, let our people rent out. We're going to have our daily fresh fry when boats are in. It's going to be located here that people will come down from the cruise center and go to that center because, activities are there. And in the evening, we'll have activities there, live band, whatever, that it could be a meeting place and a place of commerce and Grand Tech that we can go to the center. What is happening? We had 7 years of plenty. Negotiations over and over with Carnival, and no talks about the center. Mr. Speaker, we get to get hold of that center, that it can be used properly. And if it needs extra work, why isn't something in the budget okay? If they say floors are needed because nobody wants to put in the extra work, put in the floors, government. Tell Carnival, look here, allow us to rent this out to our people, to our entrepreneurs who want an office space, who want a shop, who want a place to sell from. We will put in the floors and we'll rent it to our people at a discount price so that they can make the money. What is going on there? Who want to put in a restaurant? Put it there, Mr. Speaker. But letting it sit up year after year after year after year with nothing happening there. No work's taking place, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I move on. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at the National Land Secretariat, Crown Land Policy. We heard the Premier talk about speculation and everything. And sometimes I smile and, Honorable Premier, sometimes this is what I be thinking. I be saying, well, Honorable Premier, this is your industry. You're a champion in this industry. If you're saying speculation and people driving up prices, I say, what role? I think I should say you're living in a glass house. If prices are being driven up, and I know this is your industry, this is your baby, I say, what role do you play in saying, hey, no, we can't sell these homes for this. Our company need to look at these things. Our company cannot be putting these, benefiting at this high level because it negatively impacting the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. So when I hear you speak about this, Honorable Premier, I always smile. I say, but you're not only the president, you're also a client in this, Honorable Premier. So yes, we need to see affordable lands. We need to stop speculating, land banking. And I'm happy that you're saying that we want land come back to the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. We want government to purchase land back to people. But I was saying, Honorable Premier, what role did you have in running up the prices of land? Not you directly, Honorable Premier, of course, not directly. When I say you, I mean through what our other companies and business movements that, what role do any of us have in running up the prices of land? That we choose to sell to a foreigner before locals because the foreigner will pay more, Mr. Speaker. Is it because of all of our actions collectively, not just the real estate companies, not just the brokers, but all of us? Are we all the responsibility for these land prices in the Turks and Caicos Islands, Mr. Speaker? So we are happy to see the work on and Crown Land Secretariat taking place, Mr. Speaker. I'll not spend too much time on that. Mr. Speaker, I really want to know affordable housing program. What are the timelines for delivering the affordable housing? We see in the budget figures, we hear talks about 600 homes. We heard on the campaign trail about 3,000 homes. I'm wondering which one is correct. What we see in the numbers or what we heard in the campaign trail. We heard you talk about more in the campaign trail, Honorable Premier, and I was happy. I was like, 3,000 homes? Wow, my daughter, Imani, can have her home. She's a Turks and Caicos Islander. Imani can probably get something in this. But then I see 600 inside the actual figures, and 1 year gone. So delivery on homes, Honorable Premier. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on. Mr. Speaker, stamp duty on land transactions reported a decline of 27% relative to projections. Stamp duty on land reported a decline. Mr. Speaker, did we do any research why stamp duty decreased by 27%? What is going on? But we here see that strong performance in rents exceeded the projections by 315%. But that was driven by arrears recovery to government. So they got that windfall fall on rentals over commercial leases. They were able to recover many of the money owing to government. So that means people are taking interest and paying for their land, paying for their back lease, because they see an increase by 315%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on. We have the numbers. I want board a chamber with all the numbers and crown land and leases and how much. Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot about crown land governance. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned here that to make sure that crown land is reaching the people that truly need it. Mr. Speaker, we hear about that. But are we seeing that? Are we seeing people being allocated these commercial plots? What are the reports? Where are the stats to say so much Turks and Caicos Islands apply? These were the successful ones. So much applied for this kind of business. They were successful here, Mr. Speaker. We have to do more if we want to be secure, strong today and secure tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to the office of the governor. And we're winding down, Mr. Speaker. We are moving down, almost there. We are almost there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the office of the governor. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that the governor's office even have vacancies? The office of the governor have vacancies, Mr. Speaker. And one of those departments under the office of the governor is the Integrity Commission. Mr. Speaker, we had the Integrity Commission review. On their effective review, Mr. Speaker, the Integrity Commission is short-staffed, Mr. Speaker. Short-staffed, and I have serious concerns about the run of the Integrity Commission, but of course that is inside the review. That is a conversation for a different day, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I won't go so far into that, but we need to ensure that the Integrity Commission can do its function, Mr. Speaker, that they have the officers, that they have the manpower to carry out their investigations, Mr. Speaker. One thing, we cannot be showing the rest of the world that we are falling down on integrity and making sure that this office is strengthened. And it's not just an office where perceived witch hunts take place, Mr. Speaker. And I make sure I say perceived witch hunts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at those who have to file. We always talk about we have problems getting people on boards because of the amount of filing that have to take place, Mr. Speaker. Also, and Mr. Speaker, I am always asking how independent is the Integrity Commission sitting under the governor's office, Mr. Speaker. That has always been my concern. We don't know the personalities of the governors that will come here. We will not know whether a non-benevolent governor will use this to their advantage. So I'm wondering, why isn't the integrity standalone like the courts or something like that? Why do we need them under a governor, Mr. Speaker? Not saying anything about the governor, we're talking about a governor who takes instructions from outside, FCO, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, all these other persons giving them instructions, their bosses in the UK, They can take instructions from their bosses. So I'm always wondering about the independence of the Integrity Commission, Mr. Speaker, and it's serious, something we have to consider. Because if they sit under the governor, Minister of Foreign Affairs, FCO, FCDO, all the directors, all them, they are the employees of the governor. The governor do not take instructions from anybody in the Turks and Caicos Islands. And person might say, well, that's good because, TCI people might do this and that. But I'm telling you, 10 feet in the east is the same 10 feet in the west. 10 feet in the Caribbean is the same 10 feet in the UK. If you have bad actors in the Turks and Caicos, you have bad actors in the UK, Mr. Speaker. How independent is the Integrity Commission sitting under the governor's office? That is a conversation that we have to explore, Mr. Speaker. The Financial Intelligence Agency is under the governor's office. Vacancy rates, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Elections Office. Mr. Speaker, we know that the election supervisor posts have been vacant for a number of months now, Mr. Speaker. We need to get those posts filled because there's a lot of work we need to do in terms of boundaries commission, Mr. Speaker, that hasn't started yet. And we know leading up to the last elections, there was all this talk about boundaries, what we're going to do about the 9 at large. We have a lot of work to do before the next election, Mr. Speaker. And we need those persons in place, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I pointed out that whenever those voting machines are being serviced, are being moved, whatever, once you go and make contact with those voting machines, the major parties should have a representative there to sign off to say, yes, all went well. You cannot temper, remove, service, clean, blow down, move around, shift around these machines without there being witnesses, persons to say, yes, nothing foul took place. Mr. Speaker, this is how it is in other jurisdictions. For instance, if you say, look here, we want to go and clean the machines. Okay, Party A, please send a representative here, we're doing this. Party B, please send a representative here, we're doing this. We have to go and do something to the machines. We have to go and service them. We have to be present, Mr. Speaker. Representatives from all the parties involved have to be present whenever you make contact with these machines. These election voting machines should never be made contact with unless a representative from any of the major political parties are present, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to strengthen the Complaints Commission, Mr. Speaker, and especially their activities and providenciales. Complaints Commission need to be strengthened in providenciales. They are strong in Grand Turk. Human Rights Commission need to be strengthened in Grand Turk. They're strong in providenciales, Mr. Speaker. And they're servicing throughout the rest of the islands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm almost finished with the governor's office. We know the National Audit Office had a number of vacancies for a number of years. We are happy, 5 in Grand Turk, Mr. Speaker. No, sorry, they had a total of 6 vacancies. Mr. Speaker, we are happy that these are now being filled. We're happy that the National Auditor, the Auditor General is now in place, that now we can really move with the PAC and get those audits, see how we're going to tackle back audits and do the work. We already had a successful workshop, Mr. Speaker, that many of us learned a lot. And now we're happy and anxious to do the work of the PAC, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, moving right along to the National Security Council. Mr. Speaker, the National Security Council is responsible for disaster, the Informal Settlement Unit, the TCI Regiment. Mr. Speaker, and their budgets, the National Recurrent Operation Expenses, 2.1 for National Security Council, 2.6 for DDME, Informal Settlement Unit, 2.6, TCI Regiment, 6.9, total of 14,000. 14.3 million. Mr. Speaker, the regiment now have 59 Parliament staff, 43 in existence and 16 new. We're happy for the new positions in the regiment. They have 70 reserves. We're hoping that they can build the reserves going forward, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we're wondering that when are we going to see results from the informal settlement unit, Mr. Speaker? The informal settlement unit have been in place. We have seen some things happening, Mr. Speaker, but it is my feeling that the informal settlement unit can be more impactful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I'm going through how we take them in committee, the Ministry of PPID, I think this is the last ministry left. Here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this ministry have a serious responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they have some serious projects to deliver, including the South Dock transformation phase 2, budgeted at some 11.4 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to again go into all the numbers. I'm skipping through the numbers here, Mr. Speaker. Let's go. So, Mr. Speaker, for maintenance division, Mr. Speaker, we have 2.2 million for government buildings, Mr. Speaker. Emergency shelters, 745,000. Mr. Speaker, we were following the persons who presented us. And Mr. Speaker, we were told that maintenance should be at a value of 10% of any building. So if your building is worth $1 million, maintenance level for that year should be at least 100,000. Mr. Speaker, we were told, for an example, the value of H.J. Robertson is some $12.2 million. However, the maintenance worked out to be about some 15,000, Mr. Speaker. Imagine that. Mr. Speaker, I need to say that the maintenance of government assets, government buildings, even this Parliament House, Mr. Speaker, maintenance is lacking. We need to put more in maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we know that they're going to try and do as much as they can to maintain our buildings, but it is not at the correct level, Mr. Speaker, especially within our schools. So we need to focus more on maintenance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about the contracts and estates. Are we getting value for money in government rentals, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Housing Department is doing a lot of online applications. They have that to roll out. They're moving along. The fleet management, the mechanical division. Again, technology, tracking, how they track vehicles, all those things, and the fleet management. How much vehicles do we have for government? Are we properly servicing the vehicles? What is the replacement time for vehicles? Even what is the time up on the minister's vehicles? I have to remind them that those vehicles were driven by myself and my colleagues some 5-6 years ago. Is it the time for them to move down? It's not wasting money. The vehicles will be used, Mr. Speaker, can be utilized in the department. How often are we replacing these vehicles? What is the life cycle on these vehicles, Mr. Speaker? Or even put up for sale, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and speaking on the fleet, Mr. Speaker, a number of government departments need critical vehicles. And you're going to see that in the appropriations report, that a lot of departments need vehicles to operate. I can point out planning needs vehicles. They do not have the necessary vehicles to carry out their work, Mr. Speaker, but we're not giving them the tools that they need. Mr. Speaker, PPID need their project managers. Mr. Speaker, they're getting some. Recruitment is lagging. They need their project managers in place to manage all these projects that government is doing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to the Airports Authority and their roadmap. I won't go into their figures. I'm moving right along from the Airports Authority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, inside the Airports Authority, one of the big things were, getting information on why did the government change course? Mr. Speaker, obviously they couldn't answer that. They were not at liberty to answer why did the government change course in terms of what they're going to do with the Howard Hamilton International Airport. We haven't gotten any information in public. Again, is this something that is simply in cabinet, that only cabinet members know why did the government change course? We heard that evaluations were being done. We heard about a preferred bidder. We heard about this person coming on, change in scope, 400 and something million, 500 million. We heard all these figures. We heard about financing. We saw audit reports. We saw reports after reports on the airports. And then at the 9th hour, we heard that we're going in a different direction. The people need to know what changed. We can't just say, well, we just changed our mind. Something had to push that along, Mr. Speaker. What was the reason why government changed? We're not judging whether it's wrong or right at this time, but we don't know the reason. There's nothing in the public domain that say the government realized this, and this will lead to this, hence we went in a different direction. Mr. Speaker, is it value for money? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. But the people want to know, okay, if you're not doing everything that we said we wanted to do for our international airport, that our gateway into the Turks and Caicos Islands, how much are we doing? Give us a picture. You had pictures before. Give us a picture of what we're going to do for the Howard Hamilton International Airport. If you're spending money, what are we going to do? Okay, you're not building a brand new airport, this brand new wing, you change your mind. What does that mean, you change your mind? Is it savings that we're going to see? More money to be spent on other airports? That we're going to get the airport in North Caicos moving? We heard some things like that, Mr. Speaker. But I have the cabinet members before me, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that somebody can answer what is going on with the airports, the reason why we had a change in the heart, the reason why we move in a different direction, the reason why we downscaled the project, Mr. Speaker. Were we getting value for money? Did somebody realize that this may be another InterHealth Canada kind of deal? TCI hospitals, where we are bond, where the capital is being extracted from the country for some 30, 40 years and we're not benefiting. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. What prompted the change in direction? Policymakers are here. I couldn't ask the officers that. Policymakers, why did we change? Let us in the public know. And what are we going to get now? Is it that more money is going to be spread around all the airports? So what are we going to do in North Caicos? How will Jakes McCartney Airport benefit from this change in direction? The change of the direction is announced with no explanation, Mr. Speaker. What are we going to see more of? So I'm hoping that we can get some answers on the airport, a comprehensive answer that will answer all the questions for the public. So it's not just me asking this, Mr. Speaker. The people in the public want to know about the airport deal, what is going on there. What went on, what happened, if there were risks identified that the government didn't want to take on this risk, if they realized that, okay, really and truly this proposal isn't the best option, Mr. Speaker, let us know. Mr. Speaker, the Ports Authority will be doing some work, some $13.1 million in projects. Mr. Speaker, the Ports Authority had a gift of $4.4 million that will be transferred to Turks and Caicos government from their excess revenue, Mr. Speaker, which is a good thing. So the ports are making money, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I will move to Ports Authority. I won't spend much time on that, on the numbers. Mr. Speaker, what we want to know is what is the integrated plan for all ports inside of the Turks and Caicos Islands, that we increase our supply chains. Mr. Speaker, we have no plans. We have no vision inside the budget. So I'm moving through the numbers of Ports Authority, Mr. Speaker, and going on to our next cost center. Mr. Speaker, I didn't realize I took down so much on ports, airports and ports comparing. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I now reach to the Deputy Governor's office, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, we heard about the road maps for the Deputy Governor's office. And we heard that this road map comprises of 52 projects across 5 pillars. Mr. Speaker, we haven't heard what those projects are, the 52. And we heard that 23 of these projects are currently on the way. And this is year 2. And we want to know, what about the 11 and year 3? What are these projects in the roadmap, Mr. Speaker? Can the public get more details on this roadmap and the rollout? And we hear about the new performance management template, the SMART, S-M-A-R-T, performance management template. And we were told that over 1,300 public servants were trained. With 1,000 was probably interviewed, with 1,436 civil servants being appraised, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we asked about the increments, and we were told that in order for a civil servant to receive an increment, they have to have 2 consecutive passing grades. So it's not, if you perform good this year and you don't perform good next year, you won't get an increment. Or if you perform bad last year and you perform good this year, you won't get an increment, Mr. Speaker. You have to have 2 successful increments in order to get your passing grades in order to get your increment. And I gave them scenarios, saying, what if you were at 40% last year and you're at 90% this year? That shows an increased maturity. You move up. No, you won't get it. You need to get 90% the following year. So those 2 years won't count. The 3rd year, if you can get a passing grade in the next year, then you'll get your increment. So you'll be 3 years out with the same salary without your increment, Mr. Speaker. So I am concerned about that rollout, that you need the 2 passing grades, and there's no room for any additional works, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're hearing of the career portals, Mr. Speaker, under the Deputy Governor's office. Mr. Speaker, we had the problems of recruitment. Mr. Speaker, everyone who came here before us, everyone we talked to in government, we were having recruitment problems. So we asked the source, what is going on with recruitment? And some of the figures we get, there were 7 recruitment batches, some 9,547 applications, some 300 plus interviews, with some 532 recommendations to the Public Service Commission, Mr. Speaker. And of these recommendations, Mr. Speaker, 62.8% were external hires and 39.8% was internal promotions. Now, external doesn't mean just out of the country. External can mean outside of government. So 60.8% were external and 39.8% were internal promotions within government, Mr. Speaker. And as of March the 31st, 2026, the public service had 213 vacancies, with 38 under PSC review and 135 still in recruitment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how much critical post does this represent? 213 vacancies, Mr. Speaker? Are we strong today? 213 vacancies in the civil service? Mr. Speaker, think about that. What is the lag time? We were trying to get to the bottom. Why is recruitment taking so long? What are some of the issues? What are some of the stumbling blocks, Mr. Speaker? Speaker, we are also told that 40 positions are being onboarded as we speak right now, Mr. Speaker. And the aim is to have a vacancy rate reduced to 5% by the end of 26-27. How are we going to accomplish that reduced vacancy rate by 5% by the end of this year, this budget cycle, Mr. Speaker? How are we going to achieve that, Mr. Speaker? What are we going to do different? Is it more internal promotions? Advertising more for external hires? Mr. Speaker, we need to know how we're going to drop down to 5%. Mr. Speaker, how frequent will there be recruitment drives within the country, Mr. Speaker, amongst our people, not just putting them out, like how you see other hotels and other businesses had job fairs. We are the job fairs for the government. You said at this location, you have all the jobs available, you know, all the applications. Okay, if you ain't do this, you can come here and sign up. You're interested in this government, this job, drop your application here. At this job fair where the government is we have Ministry of Immigration here who need 23 people. We have PPID who need 6. We have this one. We had that one. We have AG Chambers who need some lawyers to come down and drop their application. Mr. Speaker, where are these fairs, job fairs in government, that we can fill these 213 vacancies, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I asked about training. They have the training department, Mr. Speaker. Training needs to increase inside of government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard about the 2-year recruitment plan, Mr. Speaker. We need to hear more about this. How will this 2-year recruitment plan work to decrease that vacancy rate down to 5%? Mr. Speaker, we want clarity on the recruitment timelines. We're here in batch 1. When exactly will batch 1 come out, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, let me just give you the vacancy snapshot by ministries. And I'm sure I recorded this right when I was listening. So Health and Human Services have 37 vacancies. Ministry of Tourism, you have 13 vacancies. Ministry of Education, you have 25 vacancies. Ministry of Immigration, you have 24 ministries. Ministry of Finance, you have 10 vacancies. Ministry of Home Affairs, you have 10 vacancies. Ministry of PPID, you have 28 vacancies. National Land Secretariat, 3 vacancies. Public Safety and Utilities, 19 vacancies. Premier's Office, 1 vacancy. AG Chambers, you have 6 vacancies. National Security Council, 6 vacancies. Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, a critical area 10 vacancies in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Speaker. 10 vacancies. Wow. Parliament, we have 1 vacancy. We have a vacancy here in Parliament. I don't know what that position is, but we were told that we have a vacancy here. National Audit Office, 2 vacancies. The Judiciary, 3 vacancies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how are we going to get these vacancies filled in the time that is needed? Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about vacancies. If we do the same thing that we did last year, we're going to get the same results, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard about talent acquisition, timelines to get talent in. We heard about the cloud-based payroll system, Mr. Speaker, which we're going to ask more about when we get into our committee. Mr. Speaker, we heard about the job description review, phase 2. Mr. Speaker, where are we on this job description review? What are we seeking to accomplish with that, Mr. Speaker? How is that moving on? The Learning and Development Directorate under the Governor's Office, their flagship programs, Mr. Speaker. Part of their supervisory management program with the UWI, some things are happening. We need to get our people trained, Mr. Speaker. Again, they have a number of systems. They're learning and management systems, Mr. Speaker. Systems after systems throughout government. Are they talking to each other? Okay, moving from the Learning and Development Division. Mr. Speaker, they said they had 243 training sessions last year and 4,100 hours of learning with over 1,090 officers trained within at least 1 session. If that is so, that is very good, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're moving on. Mr. Speaker, I was confused about 3 departments under the Deputy Governor's Office. We heard directors present, and I was like, okay, wait a second, where are these departments recorded? The Director of IT, oh my gosh, the Director of, I think, Information, and one was Promotions, dealing with promotions. Mr. Speaker, I have it here, but as I pull up to it, I'll get it. But these 3 departments, Mr. Speaker, 3 departments with staff, 3 departments with directors. We have directors in place, Mr. Speaker. One of them, I think the one would deal with promotions and information, that is with the TCI switchboard. Those they are under that. So I say, okay, we have 3 directors, 3 departments. Where's the budget for this? I don't see the line item. I don't see any costing. So they said told me to look under professional and consultancy, Mr. Speaker. I was like, okay, I'm lost here. We have directors in place. I guess they are on contract or civil servants. We have civil servants from the government switchboard under this. Where are the staff complements for these 3 units? How can they be under professional and consultancy? Mr. Speaker, I couldn't understand that, and I still do not understand that. Mr. Speaker, somebody from the government will have to explain to me how does that work. That we can have directors, staff, the likes in place, but we have no budget for them, Mr. Speaker. No budget anywhere. It's uncaptured under professional and consultancy. I say, is this really consultants under the Deputy Governor's Office? Mr. Speaker, so I was puzzled. Please, can somebody explain to me how does that work? Because I have been in government since 1994, Mr. Speaker, so this is the first time I'm truly being exposed to that kind of setup, that we can have directors, we can have civil servants in a department, in a directorate, in a unit, but there's no budget for the unit anywhere. It's all captured under professional and consultancy. So I was confused, Mr. Speaker, and maybe there's a way I just don't know, Mr. Speaker. So maybe the Premier, Deputy Premier, somebody who sits in cabinet can explain how can we have 3 units, directors, staff, carrying out functioning. The people are working. They're smart Turks and Caicos Islanders. And 2 of them are Turks and Caicos Islanders. And they are working, Mr. Speaker. But when we didn't know what to question you, I have no budget before me to ask you, are these figures realistic? Is this so? What about this figure? How are you going to achieve your KPIs? Where are your KPIs? What are we going to question you on? If you're lumped under professional and consultancy, Mr. Speaker. So please, can we get some clarification? And I'm sure it's a legal way to do it, but we the people just do not know how those arrangements exist, Mr. Speaker. Is it that we didn't want to increase the government head count, that we did it under a consultancy or so? And what are the goals moving forward with these 3 units? Are they going to continue to be in place? Will they be captured under the civil servants and the blue pages? Mr. Speaker, we need to know, but we had no budget to question, Mr. Speaker. So those units under the Deputy Governor's office, I cannot speak to, Mr. Speaker. But the officers are functioning, and they gave a presentation on their job and what they are doing on a daily basis, and their functioning and their job descriptions and what they're doing and how they are enhancing the works of the Deputy Governor's office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Contracts and Corporate Performance Management Department sits under the office of the Deputy Governor also, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know we have been petitioning to see if the review of the functioning, we know this is in the legislation and everything, but we want to know if this unit, the contracts and CCPMD is functioning, is fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, I was concerned about the movement of projects within the government system. How many of them didn't reach cabinet until the last year? We're not saying it is the reason because of this unit, but we're wondering about the whole system, getting projects moving within government. Mr. Speaker, give us no joy to see projects being canceled. Nobody, the honorable member, wants his projects. All the members, all the MPs want their projects. Mr. Speaker, it's no joy to see projects not moving, being canceled, rescoped, reorganized, resubmitted, Mr. Speaker. So there are gaps somewhere that we have to identify. And we need to work closely with this unit to see, are they achieving what they're supposed to achieve? Are there any roadblocks where they are not achieving what they're supposed to achieve? And moving these projects through the system from advertising, tendering the whole process to noting the cabinet, Mr. Speaker. Getting the ITTs established, getting training, more training, sensitizing people so they bid, Mr. Speaker, that there will be no contracts so we say where there's no bidders on, Mr. Speaker. And for the life of me, I can't understand why we keep on hearing over and over that nobody bid on this contract. I was like, what she's talking about? People in Turks and Caicos don't like money? There must be a reason why our contractors are not bidding on some of these contracts, Mr. Speaker. Are there language in the ITTs that are roadblocks, that are preventing them from even thinking about bidding? That when they read the ITTs, they say, okay, this isn't for me. Okay, I don't even so bother bid on this because I know what is going to happen. We hear those kind of things, Mr. Speaker. I haven't read an ITT in a while, Mr. Speaker. So I wonder if there are language if there is language in the ITTs that are deterring our people from bidding on contracts, that contracts going out, nobody bid, Mr. Speaker. Something have to give, Mr. Speaker. We have to do this review and see what is going on, why we're not getting the traction in terms of contracts in order to get projects moving, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, moving right along. Just want something for my voice here. Mr. Speaker, we're almost there, Mr. Speaker, almost there. I promise you, we're almost there. And I promise my members before 10 o'clock, and I'll stick to that promise. I told you all before 10 o'clock, and I'll stick to that. So a lot of the numbers that are repetitive that we can go on and deal with in committee, I'll leave that for committee. Some of the questions to be asked, I'll just deal with those numbers, specific numbers in committee. Mr. Speaker, the FSC, Mr. Speaker, I didn't actively take part in this, but my colleagues asked a lot of questions. I asked one or two to the other members as I had conflicts there, but I got a lot of information, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet had approved $4.1 million from the Reserve Fund to support the operations and capital of the Financial Services Unit. Mr. Speaker, they have oversight of a number of bodies, and their works are very important to our sector, many sectors here in the Turks and Caicos Islands. And they have a $1.65 million capital project budget, Mr. Speaker, and they had given us the details on the breakdown of those numbers, how that is going to be spent, so I won't go into those numbers. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I had questioned them about is about market conduct legislation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this legislation has stalled. I believe the Cabinet need to go and get some fire behind moving this legislation, Mr. Speaker. This legislation really deals with banks, how they service the ATM, down times, staffing, the whole market conduct, anything to do with conduct of persons operating in the financial markets. This legislation deals with it. Currently, FSC cannot go and regulate to that level, to that extent, because they don't have the legislation, that market conduct legislation to give them the ability to regulate at that level. Market conduct, those little things that impact our people, Mr. Speaker. So we need that legislation, Mr. Speaker, especially as it concerns with complaints coming from other islands, outside of Providenciales. Even inside of Providenciales, where you have so much numbers and ATMs being down for so much days, not working, empty, security, all those things. With this legislation, FSC can now go in and try and deal with some of these issues or seek answers and clarity why these things are not being addressed, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just flipping through the numbers that they have here on the breakdown of their capital budget and how they're being spent and the staffing. And, Mr. Speaker, they do have a number of staff also, Mr. Speaker, in a lot of positions. And I'm wondering how many of those, how much redundancies are there? Do they really need all that staff? I was concerned when I look at the amount of staff under the FSC. There's a lot of people working in that sector, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll wrap up and leave everything else for committee, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my main concerns, I'll highlight them, the infrastructure deferral promises, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we see over and over too much projects being deferred, Mr. Speaker. Too much needed projects that are needed, that the people have been waiting on, are being deferred year after year or removed, rescoped, and never coming back. Mr. Speaker, a secure tomorrow cannot be built on postponed promises. We come to the people where you promise these projects, Mr. Speaker, and you're not delivering on them. A strong nation plans fully, not partially. Let's plan these things out that we don't have to eliminate projects. Speaker, as the member gave me the quotes, projects are here today and projects are going tomorrow. Projects come up and projects go down. Mr. Speaker, here today, supplementary tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we have to do things differently in this year, 26-27. Mr. Speaker, our communities deserve visible progress. Residents deserve timelines that they can trust. Citizens deserve transparency regarding completion dates. Because, Mr. Speaker, visible infrastructure builds confidence. Invisible progress breeds doubt, Mr. Speaker. National confidence in the government hinge on reliability, delivery, and the duty of fulfillment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard about safety and health care. We heard the Premier speak sparingly to borrowing, said it's not inside the budget, the figures are not in the budget. We need more understanding on the borrowing. We heard a little bit about it. We heard a lot about economic resilience. We heard a lot about social protections, Mr. Speaker, that are not truly protecting, that have loopholes. Mr. Speaker, we have to demand concrete, viable delivery, Mr. Speaker. Real published milestones with explicit start and finish timelines, transparent costing, open procurement and auditing process reports, independent oversight, Mr. Speaker. Let us insist on accountability for deferred promises, deferred capital projects. Mr. Speaker, let us demand that the government truly deliver for our people. Mr. Speaker, we here in the opposition believes in ambition that is honest about challenges, transparent about course, and unwavering in commitment to the common good. Our critique is not for just to oppose or for opposition's sakes. It is a call to convert rhetoric into results, to translate promises into performance, and to render vision into value. Mr. Speaker, in these uncertain times, our citizens deserve a budget that does not make more promises. They deserve a budget with backbone, with clear milestones, credible methodologies, and mechanisms to keep promises. A budget that makes infrastructure a lived reality. A budget that sees deferred projects finally deliver. Mr. Speaker, this is how we strengthen the nation. Not with dazzling speeches about strength, and Mr. Speaker, we're going to hear a lot of dazzling speeches tomorrow, but by deeds that prove resilience, rebuild trust, and restore pride. Mr. Speaker, we urge the government to adopt transparent targets, to Publish. Let everybody know about your measurable outcomes. And to do so with urgency, with accuracy, and with accountability. Mr. Speaker, the people are watching. Let us give them a future that they truly deserve. Let us truly say that they are secure tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to strengthen our fiscal discipline and value for money, Mr. Speaker. In my deliberations, I pointed out a lot of projects, a lot of wastage, a lot of situations where we didn't see value for money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had a workshop about value for money and audits. That is very important for any government, Mr. Speaker. Mandate value for money audits for major contracts and capital expenditure with public summaries and real-time reviews. And Mr. Speaker, we have to test our assumptions. We cannot just say, come here and say, this is what it's going to deliver. Show me the results. Show me the tests, how you test this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to restore public trust in any government and in the civil service, we must do it through accountability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people are watching. Mr. Speaker, I have to take one moment to speak to our civil servants. Mr. Speaker, our civil servants are the backbone of any government, the operations of any government. The civil service can make or break a government. Mr. Speaker, we have to take care of our civil service, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we got an increase, and you were saying you have to be happy about that, but Mr. Speaker, more have to be done. Mr. Speaker, I see the body language of officers who appear before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sense an atmosphere of fear, Mr. Speaker. I sense that, Mr. Speaker. An atmosphere of fear of saying the wrong thing in committee, Mr. Speaker. Very few officers who come before any committee truly open up and tell you exactly how it is, Mr. Speaker. They are afraid. I sense that, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes you do not want to push, Mr. Speaker, but many officers are afraid to open up and say exactly how things are. Where did that come from, Mr. Speaker? Where did this sense of fear in the civil service come from? Mr. Speaker, I sense a fear to make decisions, to be a decision maker. Many of us, we tell them, you're being paid to make decisions. Why are you afraid to make decisions? That is your value, Mr. Speaker. But sadly, too many of our accounting officers are afraid to make decisions, Mr. Speaker. Where is this coming from, Mr. Speaker? Where is this sense of fear coming from? Is it job security, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I see them as being risk adverse. And in closing, as I'm wrapping up, I'll use this example. And I know if anybody who will appreciate it is the Minister of Innovation. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, those of us who watch football, it's fourth down, short yardage. You're down by 1. Fourth down. You can either go for it or you can punt the ball, Mr. Speaker. You have 2 choices. Normally, most coaches will say, okay, I'm close to my goal line, but if I don't make this short yardage, I will lose. So I'll punt the ball and kick it down there so my opponent gets to start from the end of the field. Mr. Speaker, that is how a lot of our civil servants think. I will not go for the short yardage. I prefer to punt the ball. But Mr. Speaker, there are some coaches who say, you know what? I trust my abilities. I trust my preparation. I trust my teammates. I trust that we'll make the right decision. And if we didn't make the right decision, our intentions was honorable, that we wanted to win this game, Mr. Speaker. And there are some coaches who will say, we're not punting, we're going for it on fourth down. The other team don't expect it. The other team expect you to punt. The fans expect you to punt. But when they see you have the guts to say, no, we're going to go for that short yardage, Mr. Speaker, that shows creativity. That shows confidence in your ability, Mr. Speaker. One thing I want our civil servants to show is confidence in your ability, confidence in your decision making. Don't be afraid to fail if you're doing the right things in the right way, using the correct methodologies, using the correct tools. If you don't make it, don't be afraid not to make it on the short yardage. Most coaches will say, if I don't make it, the whole city will crucify me tomorrow morning. Some coaches will say, whether they crucify me or not, I'm trying to win this game, and I'm going for it on 4th down. So I want to tell our civil servants, don't be afraid to go for it on 4th down. Don't punt the ball. Short yardage. You have a chance to win the game. Go for it, Mr. Speaker. Go for it on short yardage. Be ambitious. Be brave. Mr. Speaker, I want them to be bold, Mr. Speaker. Don't be afraid to speak up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say this, Mr. Speaker, that we are not enemies inside of here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everybody know I have not a bad bone in my body for anybody on the other side. Certainly not the Premier, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all want different things. Mr. Speaker, the PNP party was elected to be the government. Mr. Speaker, my PDM party is in opposition. Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased, persons, I hear people saying, oh, we need to do away with the political parties. I say do away with the political parties and what? What will we have then, Mr. Speaker? Are you crazy? Do you want to do away with democracy? That I can come inside here as opposition, being PDM. They can come in as government, being PNP, and we can debate for the betterment of the people. You want to do away with this? That you can't have checks and balances? That you can't have somebody put forward the argument and somebody test the argument, test the assumptions? You want to do away with this? And have what? A monarchy? Mr. Speaker, people have fought for this, Mr. Speaker. We're coming up on 50 years of electoral government. If we don't count in the years of when our Constitution was suspended, so we can say 50 years, but actually it's probably not 50 years. But we get the picture, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are all one people here. We just have to get different methods. We are on different teams, but one people, Mr. Speaker. It's like one country having two different teams. You have a choice, Mr. Speaker. You can be on one team or the next. I don't have to hate you because you support the PNP party, and you don't have to hate others because they support PDM. That is our democracy, Mr. Speaker. That is democracy at its best. And Mr. Speaker, I always say inside of here, there's not one of us inside of here who do not have family, close relatives on every side. PDM, PNP, independent. So let's get away from this stupidness that we have to do away with political parties and, oh, those people just come and make noise and stuff. And they say, oh, all you all do in Parliament is make noise. Say, well, when last you listened to Parliament? When last you listened to the discussions that go on about your country? When last you listened to the people who elect you to the position, debate bills that impact you, Mr. Speaker? That's why people like Mr. Leslie Williams, we have to take our hats off. He don't wait to hear it. He come in here and listen to the debates, see what is going on, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to move as a country. Mr. Speaker, I say unity. Unity doesn't mean me agreeing with the Premier or the Premier agreeing with me. It's unity and purpose. And I can tell anybody in the Turks and Caicos Islands, inside this House of Assembly at this time in 25, 26, we who are here, we have unity and purpose, Mr. Speaker. Different ways of getting to the end of the road, of reaching the destination, but we all have that destination in mind. And I can speak for every one of the members inside of here. They want us to reach that destination. It's just that we are proposing to go in this vehicle and take this road. They are proposing to go in that vehicle and take that road. But at the end of the day, we want the same thing for our people, Mr. Speaker. So I have to question. That's why we have to question strongly. Taking this vehicle in this budget, taking this road with these allocations, is it going to lead us to the destination we want to reach, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, everybody is entitled to their opinions. My opinion, my professional judgment from reviewing the numbers, I say no. If we truly want to be strong today and secure tomorrow, we have to do some adjustments. Mr. Speaker, I don't see, from where I stand and from going through the numbers, I don't see how this budget is truly making us strong today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to be strong. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say, let's wait until the PDM is elected for it to be strong. I want our country to be strong from today, Mr. Speaker. I want tomorrow to be secure. So sometimes I be harsh, sometimes I say things harshly, but I want the best for our people, Mr. Speaker. And I will always say inside of here, whatever is good for the people, I'll be the first to support it. No matter how much criticism I get on the outside, oh, you're always supporting the Premier. I was like, the Premier and I, we would disagree on 98 things. And the two things we agree on, you're saying we always support them, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I have to say that some people in our country profit off of disunity, Mr. Speaker. They love when we are inside here at each other's throats. They love when we hate each other. They hate to see that we can debate things and not hate each other, Mr. Speaker. They hate to see that we can debate hard. We can go at it hard. We can compete hard for the betterment of our people, but not dislike each other, not hold malice in our heart for each other. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people don't like that, Mr. Speaker. A lot of people want us to be at each other's throat, Mr. Speaker. But happily, that is not me, Mr. Speaker. That is not who I am. I'm going to debate hard. I'm going to disagree where I have to disagree. Mr. Speaker, as I'm doing today, I don't think this budget is moving us forward. I don't think this budget is moving the needle. Too many cuts, Mr. Speaker. Too many cuts in this budget. Too many underfunded projects. Too many missed programs, underfunded programs, Mr. Speaker. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, this budget does not project strength. Nothing in this budget tells me strength. Nothing in this budget projects strength to me. Maybe I can be convinced by hearing the ministers. But right now, Mr. Speaker, I am not convinced that this budget truly makes Turks and Caicos Islanders strong today and secure tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. So, how I usually say I'll be the first to support it, I can say I'm not going to be the first to support this budget because I don't think it's that good for the people. If it was, I would be the first to jump up and say, let's approve this budget right away. I can't stop it, Mr. Speaker, but I can just voice my concerns like how I did. But I'm not going to be jumping up and saying, yes, support it, this is a great thing. It doesn't go far enough, the programs are not reaching, they're not life-changing, the funding is too little, the funding doesn't expand, it doesn't move the needle for our people, Mr. Speaker. And with that, a promise made, a promise kept. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and thank you, Turks and Caicos Islanders. Thank you, colleagues. Before 9:30.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, for your response to the budget debate. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate on the budget, and the chair recognizes the Honorable 9th All-Island member for his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Leader, for ending that on a nice PMP slogan, promise made, promise kept. So we thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Deputy Premier, and members of this Honorable House, and the few civil servants left with us, and those listening to us by home and abroad, good evening. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with gratitude and humility, deep sense of duty to the people of the Turks and Caicos Islands. But before I proceed with my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I have to set the record straight on a number of issues. So you see, Mr. Speaker, in life, You are entitled to your own opinions, but not to your own facts. And tonight, and this afternoon and this evening, has been very entertaining, humorous contribution by the leader of the opposition. I saw where he gripped a number of booklets. I thought he was taking us down through memory lane. But what he didn't mention is that the only time the Turks and Caicos Island has seen true growth and development over the years has been under a PMP administration. Every time. It started from back in 2003, when we moved from a budget of 47 million to 200 plus. 2012, 2014, we went to 400 million plus. Then 2016, 2021, it dropped to 225. When PMP came back to power in 2021, we back to the 400 millions. And this year, we have a budget of 550 million. So despite what the leader might say, we are seeing progress. Rome was not built in one day. And the challenges we are experiencing in Providenciales are the challenges that we experience with progress. Those are the challenges that any developing country will see. See, Mr. Speaker, Providenciales in particular is growing so fast that it will take many countries 50 years to get to where Providenciales is. Then yes, it is natural for us to expect more. It is natural for us to want more, but this will take time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see you have to step up, but don't worry. Sadly, I can't wait for you. Mr. Speaker, let me apologize for keeping our team back and everyone here for an additional 50 minutes, but I'll try to make it to 40. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition needs to be corrected on some figures. If we go to the budget booklet, and in particular, the budget of Experience TCI, where he quoted a budget of $11 million. Despite being a member of the Appropriation Committee team, he didn't realize that the budget is $7 million. He also said that consultancy budget, I can see the minister was scared where his money was coming from, 1.5 million. But when we go to the budget booklet, it was $42,000, Mr. Speaker. Wow. That's a huge untruth. We can't use the other word, it will be unparliamentary. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to correct the facts because we can't allow the people of this country to go to bed tonight with those statements that were clearly misspoken and wholly incorrect. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about digitization and said with $3 million, we have only done police record. But we have to update the honorable leader. E-pay, if you speak to anyone who used the Treasury, there has been another innovative program that this administration has launched. Mr. Speaker, and if you speak to anyone who deals with work permit systems, although we need to do some fixes, it is now electronic. This was done under this government. And those of us who have businesses know how easy it is to now renew a business license. All done electronically. So, Mr. Speaker, he was trying to, I won't say mislead, but definitely telling a number of untruths to the public. And there's no way that I could sit by, go sleep, and allow the people of this country to go sleep with that in their mind. For the record has to be set straight. Speaker, and on the issue of, he depicted a very low standard of operation. He referred to no running water for the public lab, no electricity, but he forgot that Behind those projects, Mr. Speaker, behind every government project, you have qualified professionals. You have hard-working civil service. So when you refer to them, to those projects and their light, Mr. Speaker, you are insulting the very fabric of our system, our public service. There's no way that this government is going to purchase a polyclinic and not put in place the proper equipment that is needed for it to run effectively. Again, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition spoke about the accommodation tax being down. But it's not down, Mr. Speaker. That's what you call prudent projections. The updated numbers will be released soon, but as a government, we have to be prudent with the finances. We can't be overly speculating. And what we have in those numbers is prudent numbers and the projections at the time. For the month of January and February should reflect different numbers for this country. So, Speaker, on the issue of fishermen, I saw when the honorable member for ED7 jump up, and the Minister of Tourism, and also our independent member, because we know when it comes to fishermen, a lot has been done, Mr. Speaker. Fishermen from Provo to Grand Turk has received a total of $650,000 in grants. $650,000. Fishermen went to Grenada to learn a sustainable fishing method. I think someone needs to update the honorable leader of the opposition, because it's not fair to him that he's not keeping up. Perhaps we are moving too fast. Mr. Speaker, and on the issue of scholarship, I know the Minister of Education will expand on this one. We have time tomorrow. But, Mr. Speaker, as we increase the programs that we are offering at our community college, it's a natural occurrence for the external scholarship budget to decrease. And when we get to a level of being a university, which is going to happen soon, pray for that day, you will see the external scholarship decreasing even more. That is not going, that's progress, Mr. Speaker. That is what you have to call it, progress. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of teaching our children a second language, while we don't do it at the primary school, he neglects to forget that that has been a part of our curriculum in the secondary school from my days in high school a few days ago. So, Mr. Speaker, again, that needed to be corrected. And our athletes of Carifta, who achieve wonderful results, instead of celebrating our athletes, to question whether or not they got those medals by chance, Speaker, that's an insult to those athletes. They work hard. And behind those athletes are hard-working coaches who also work hard with them. So it was not by chance. The work was put in, and we get the results. Speaker, on the issue of cricket, while I was listening to the honorable leader, a great friend of mine, Mr. Piera, sent me some notes. And I have to read those notes to educate the honorable leader. And also, I spoke with the Minister of Education on it. Cricket is not forgotten in this country. It is embedded in our school curriculum. Mr. Quelch and other cricketers engage our students in the area. And during the Education Week, Mr. Michael Piera, a man who is devoted to the game of cricket, a former police officer, and a retired clerk of court, he ran a program during the Education Week to help our young people get involved into the game. Also, the Cricket Federation has returned to the ICC, which is the highest level of international cricket, and they were in Panama between the 17th to the 21st of April. So again, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition was incorrect. Cricket is a part of our culture, and it will continue to be. And on the issue of exposure, Mr. Speaker, we are making effective use of technology to expose the talent that we have in our athletes. And we have scouts who are using the stream for recruiting. So you see, Mr. Speaker, once you are out of touch with technology, and technology moving forward as far as it's moving, and the Honorable Leader not keeping up, that's what led to those comments. Mr. Speaker, technology has made it possible for our athletes to receive exposure like they never have in the past. Mr. Speaker, he made a huge issue on work permits. But that is not a major line item of our revenues. Yes, they represent 10%, but it's not a main source of revenue. And Mr. Speaker, we have to come to reality. It's our people get more qualified, goes to university, get higher paying jobs. There's going to be skill sets. There's going to be jobs, and the lower labor market especially, that our people are not going to do. Therefore, for companies to engage into large development, they will have to bring in those workers. Yes, we have to reform the work permits. Yes, we have to implement new control mechanisms. But as long as we need them, we have to charge for them. We can't provide the work permits for free, Mr. Speaker. So if the work permit generates 50 million, 100 million, we have to charge. We can't lower the fee because we don't want to portray work permit generating so much revenues. That's a service that we provide as a country, and we have to be compensated for it. Speaker, so once you accept their reality, and yes, we are going to do immigration reforms, but in the meantime, we are not going to stop progress because work permits is a high revenue item. Mr. Speaker, because I know my learned friend, the Attorney General, perhaps will not engage in these debates, but there's one correction I'd like to make. There's nothing wrong with consultants. Every legal practice, whether in the private sector or the Attorney General chambers, they have to consult on certain specific areas. That does not mean that our Attorney General chambers lack competence or that the consultant need to be consulted. It simply means that there are areas, for many reasons, which consultation has to be sought. Speaker, and one where he entertained us for a little while was the delivery unit. So, Speaker, the leader of the opposition, although he welcomed the fact that the Premier had overall command of the cabinet and of the ministers, he's now trying to criticize that process. Because the only way for the Premier to supervise the delivery of the various projects under the various ministry, there has to be a mechanism to achieve that. There has to be a way for that to be done. And the way that it's going to achieve is by the Executive Program, Management and Delivery Program Unit. Speaker, you see, it's about moving from planning to delivery, from aspiration to execution. Speaker, there's nothing going on to cast a negative light on the former delivery unit. The Premier has to find a methodology to assess the various projects and to ensure that the ministry are delivering on their mandate. So while your presentation was entertaining in that regards, it clearly misconstrued the intention of the program, which is simply to turn from policy ambition to practical results that our people can see and our people can feel. Speaker, there are a few more areas which no doubt my colleagues will expand on that presentation tomorrow. But, Mr. Speaker, my presentation largely predicted where the leader of the opposition was going in his presentation. So today, Mr. Speaker, I rise to give full support to the budget presented by the Premier, a budget that is grounded in discipline, guided by vision, and anchored in a clear national direction: strong today, secure tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the scripture reminds us, the plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance. Mr. Speaker, this budget reflects diligence, it reflects discipline, it reflects a government that is planning carefully for the continued development of the Turks and Caicos Islands. And that is why this government is able to go to the market and get the necessary borrowing and use it as a tool for the further development of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Mr. Speaker, before turning to the estimate, it is important to recognize the work of the Appropriation Committee. The committee has undertaken detailed scrutiny, examining the allocations, questioning assumptions, and identifying areas where improvement was needed. And that process matters, because scrutiny strengthens governance, it does not weaken it. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Premier has laid out a budget that is fiscally responsible, strategically balanced, and people-centered. A budget that protects stability today while deliberately investing in the future of our country. My contribution today is to reinforce their vision and to highlight how the system of government must work together to deliver on it. And that is why the delivery unit is so key, to deliver on the various systems that the government has in place. This is a government that understands a simple truth. Strong finances support strong systems, and strong systems support effective government. This budget is not only about strength, it is also about responding to the realities identified. Through that scrutiny, Mr. Speaker, the budget is grounded in strong financial management. We are projecting approximately $551 million in revenues, approximately $550 million in expenditure, and $62 million allocated to the Development Fund. So, Speaker, these are not just numbers. They reflect discipline. They reflect planning. They reflect control. A clear signal that this government is not spending recklessly, but we are managing the finances of the public responsibly. That is what is meant by strong today. That is what it looks like. Financial control, economic stability, and confidence in our institutions. And this is how we secure tomorrow. So, Speaker, these figures tell a story. They tell us that success depends on tourism, trade, border management, labor regulation, and effective administration. And that leads to one clear conclusion: development and security must move together. Mr. Speaker, the Premier has made it clear. Security, stability, and sustainability are not separate ideas. They are connected. So when we speak about public safety today, we are speaking about a national system. That includes aviation security, border control, digital system, emergency response, infrastructure resilience, and interagency coordination. A system that supports the very foundation of a country that is strong today and secure tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, what these estimates also show is that the government is investing in all of these areas. Mr. Speaker, but systems do not function without people. And the Appropriation Committee has rightly highlighted the need to strengthen human resources across government. Because where there are shortages, service delivery is affected, productivity is affected, and public confidence is affected. So as we invest in this system, we must also invest in our people. But ultimately, it is people who make government work. Mr. Speaker, the police remain the front line of law and order. But modern policing requires more. It requires intelligence, coordination, accountability, and trust. Because our people must feel safe. Not occasionally, not today, not tomorrow, but consistently. We have seen a major reduction in crime, over 55%, and going months without a single homicide. This did not happen by chance. This happened because of the investment this government has made in national security. Mr. Speaker, these are proof that when we invest in our system, we deliver results. And that is exactly what this budget continues to do, deliver results for our people. Mr. Speaker, public safety is not only about crime, it is about health security. The budget reflects their reality, with over $100 million invested in health services. Speaker, healthcare is not only a social responsibility, it is a matter of national sustainability. With significant investment in health services, this budget recognizes that. A country cannot be secure tomorrow if its people are not healthy today. So, Speaker, immigration and border services are central to the proper management of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Because, let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, the Turks and Caicos Islands must always be managed in the best interest of our people. I repeat, the Turks and Caicos Islands must always be managed in the best interest of our people. Whatever we do, whatever system we implement, has to be for the best interest of our people. And those who get mad and get angry, they will have to stay mad and stay angry. But we will continue to do what is best for our people. So, Speaker, modern governance today is digital governance. Digitalization, real-time system, integrated platforms. These are no longer optional. These are essential. The budget continues to transform government through digitization, modern system, and improve service delivery, as we have in the e-pay, the renewal of business licensing, and the way the work permit are submitted, along with, yes, the transformation of the police record system. Modern system alone are not enough. Execution is what converts plans into progress. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, execution converts plans into progress. And that is the real reason why we have a now revamped delivery unit. Mr. Speaker, the committee has highlighted something important. Many systems are being developed. Many initiatives are being introduced. Mr. Speaker, from ports to airports to infrastructure. This budget is invested in the foundation of our economy because growth must not only happen, it must be structured, it must be sustainable and beneficial to our people. But plans alone do not deliver results. Execution does. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in safety, fire services, emergency equipment, radar system, infrastructure upgrades, because preparedness is not built in crisis. It is built in budgets like this. Mr. Speaker, as we pursue balanced national development, we must ensure that our capital, Grand Turk, the seat of government, is strengthened in a way that supports the broader national vision, because balanced growth across all islands is central to securing our future. Strengthening Grand Turk supports the effective functioning of government itself. Mr. Speaker, the next phase is clear. We now have to move from investment to integration, Mr. Speaker. And this is a phase that has clearly been recognized by our Honorable Premier. And that's the reason why we have the delivery unit, so that we can move from the various investments that we have made to now the integration and the delivery of those investments. Because systems must work together. So, Speaker, this budget reflects a government that is disciplined in its finances, deliberate and explaining, and focused on its people. It protects stability today and builds capacity for tomorrow. So, Speaker, public safety today is not a single service. It is a system. And the strength of this system will determine the strength of this country. Because in the end, Mr. Speaker, what our people expect is simple: that things work, that they feel safe, and that the government, their government, is in control of the very system that we implement. Mr. Speaker, this budget represents exactly what this country needs, and it shows discipline. And as I said at the beginning, Rome was not built in one day. And by the time this 5 years government is done, in 2030, we could see a 19-0, because the Turks and Caicos will be so impressed, will be so happy with where we have taken this country to, that I'm afraid that we will win every single seat at the next general election. Because, Mr. Speaker, a Turks and Caicos that is strong today and secure tomorrow is for everyone's wants, is for everyone's needs. So, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, while your presentation was illuminating and humorous, it lacks a lot of factual details. And I know that my colleagues in the front bench will tomorrow provide more factual details that this country needs to hear. So I invite the entire Turks and Caicos to tune in tomorrow to listen to the rest of the details that were misconstrued inadvertently by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to support this budget, and may God bless our beautiful by nature Turks and Caicos Islands, and may God bless everyone who calls our beautiful islands home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for your contribution. Are there any further contributions? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honourable Parliament stands adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Honourable Members, this Honourable Parliament stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.